Chapter 14:14. Battle for the One-Line Heavens. You dare kill me? Almost as soon as his voice fell, the huge shadow of a child floated out from the blood pool, glaring fiercely at the black-robed figure, an endless amount of power gushing out, like a sea of blood was about to drown him. This time the attack was filled with evil chi, obviously even more terrifying. He was lucky enough to block the evil chi before, but he definitely won't be able to block the evil chi this time. The first idiot to act died, blocking Wuxia Tianli's strongest attack for us. Now that he's exhausted again and again, it's our turn. None of the masters present believed that the black-robed figure could still survive. Being submerged in the sea of blood was the result of being submerged in the world evil chi, a power so strong that even a third-layer saint wouldn't dare face it head-on. Flame Dragon's Fury Unseal. At that moment, a shout rang out, and in mid-air, a fiery cloud appeared and a dazzling light bloomed from the sea of blood. Like a sea urchin, the sea of blood was gradually incinerated, and a huge ancient fire dragon king appeared in front of everyone's eyes, causing the expressions of countless people to stiffen. That mysterious youth hadn't died and had even blocked Wuxia Tianli's attack? Who are you? A mere transcendent, why aren't you afraid of my evil chi? What kind of talent do you have? And that sword of yours, what is it? How can it absorb my evil chi? A sharp voice rang out at the same time. It was Wuxia Tianli, his voice like thunder in everyone's ears. A transcendent? Was there even a transcendent realm cultivator qualified to fight here? Impossible, even a third-layer Saint Realm Master had to be careful when facing Wuxia Tianli. However, the truth was right in front of them, a transcendent realm cultivator had also joined the battlefield. I am the one who obtained your heavenly ruthless bead. A domineering voice rang out. Atop the huge fire dragon king, a black-robed young man stood indifferently, his fiery red hair dancing wildly in the wind, his sword seemingly made of fire, shocking the world. Who is this person? His fire martial Dao seems to have reached the grand accomplishment stage, only slightly weaker than mine. The fire spirit princess frowned. This was the first time she had seen someone whose comprehension of the fire martial Dao was greater than hers. Of course, it wasn't just her, everyone was curious as to who this person was. Can he kill Wuxia Tianli? If he succeeds, he will create a miracle. A cultivator trembled in fear. This was the first time he had seen such a crazy thing. Acting mysterious, you'll die sooner or later. King Tian Huang roared. His martial dais had been snatched by a transcendent realm junior. You want to kill me? Unfortunately, it's too late. I've already fused with the heavenly violence pearl. At this moment, a voice filled with resentment drifted out. Under countless gazes, the ferocious child slowly floated up from the blood pool. The smile on his face made everyone tremble with fear. They remembered what Wuxia Tianli had said. After he was born, everyone would die. Damn it, we've been tricked. Its fusion with the heavenly violence pearl is even faster than we thought. All the masters present wore ugly expressions. It seemed like a great calamity was about to befall them, unless they had a large number of Saint Realm Masters on their side, but obviously, that was just wishful thinking. Heavens to die to be. Did the fusion really succeed? The fusion of the heavenly ruthless bead is the fusion of the baleful ghost chi and the heavenly ruthless bead. Right now, you have only fused with the baleful ghost chi because there are two types of baleful ghost chi. One is called baleful ghost chi, which is formed by absorbing the heavenly ruthless ghost chi. The other is called heavenly ruthless ghost chi, which is formed by absorbing the heavenly ruthless ghost chi. However, you are baleful ghost chi, which is formed by absorbing the heavenly ruthless ghost chi. You have fused with the baleful ghost chi, but you have not fused with the heavenly ruthless ghost chi. At this moment, an icy cold voice drifted out. Everyone saw that it was the young man standing on the fire dragon king who spoke. Who are you? Why do you know everything about me, including my birth? The slowly floating ghost Wuxia Tianli let out a sharp sound. Because I saw it. The youth stepped on the flame dragon king. His flaming sword was dazzling, and his black robe fluttered wildly as he shot towards Wuxia Tianli. Fine, so what if you can see it? There are only 3 breaths of time left. Unless you kill me, the true baleful ghost heavenly wrath will definitely appear. Ah. An ear-piercing voice drifted out, making many people's faces turn pale. Could it be that they still couldn't make it? 3 breaths of time is enough. Fire Dragon King's sword, a line of heaven. Right at this moment the youth moved. He slashed out with his sword as if he was the sole ruler. This sword seemed to be the most dazzling sword. It possessed all of the destructive aura of fire. It was tyrannical, crazy, and actually made countless people unable to open their eyes. They couldn't see through that sword. What? The great laws of fire, the peak realm. Only the fire spirit princess saw through that sword. That was the martial path of fire that surpassed hers. Line of fire. A shocking line of fire appeared. It was very thin and it sliced forward at a slow speed. However, although it looked thin, it had the power to cut through all things under the heavens. Gotcha. The blood pool was split in two. Xianxia Qianli was split in two. There was no deafening rumbling sound, but there was nothing it couldn't cut. At the same time, Xianxia Qianli, this child, let out a resentful voice. Its neck was cut off, but it used thousands of baleful auras to fuse together again. Only halfway through the fusion, it let out a terrifying voice. You, cut through my Qianli bead. Umph. Everyone looked over and clearly saw that the Qianli bead and Xianxia Qianli were separated by a sword. Although they continued to fuse together, it was obvious that they had failed. This meant that the sword had hit a vital point. I will be back. Boom. Rumble. Finally, Xianxia Qianli exploded. Thousands of baleful auras gushed out in all directions. Then a blood-red stone fell from the sky. Finally, it was caught in the black-robed youth's hand. At the same time, an indifferent voice floated out, the Qianli bead is mine. Done. The entire Yin mountain was silent. Xianxia Qianli had appeared. Thousands of masters had arrived. They were like kings on the martial stage of the three profound of the human world, releasing their emperor qi. In the end, the weak couldn't shine and couldn't stop Xianxia Qianli. However, the remaining top masters such as the Fire Spirit Princess, the Crane Immortal, King Tianhuang and other masters fought to the end. They were ready to use their most terrifying attack to seize the Qianli bead. However, at this moment, the mysterious youth arrived. He used the sharp sword of fire to kill the ghost and seize the Qianli bead. All of this was like a dream. Most importantly, they seemed to have learned from Xianxia Qianli that the youth was only at the transcendent realm. Everyone's face froze and then turned ugly. They had thought that the youth was overestimating himself and dared to fight with them, but in the end, they were all slapped hard by the mysterious youth. This guy really succeeded. In the distance, Lin Yi's heart trembled violently. He couldn't say anything. Boss Lin Ling said that he has absolute defense, absolute speed and absolute attack. It's true. Yao Ping's heart also jumped violently. He worshipped the mysterious youth even more. At this moment, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling's gaze swept across the crowd and said lightly, the one who kills Xianxia Qianli will get the Qianli bead. No one can take it from him. This is what you said before. Yes. After saying this, he wanted to leave. He knew that he had become the focus of attention, but the matter was urgent and he didn't have time to think about it. So he immediately took action. Chapter 14-15. Critical Breakthrough. Hong Long Long. 8 streams of spiritual qi bloomed wildly, merging together like a heavenly river, condensing towards the largest sea. Saint Sea descent. Obviously, the ghost face grass Lin Ling had swallowed before was showing its effects. He's breaking through. Many people's eyes trembled fiercely. That guy was really arrogant, taking first place with a single sword strike and then ignoring everyone, breaking through just like that. As for Lin Yi and the others in the distance, they all smiled bitterly and looked at each other before rushing to Lin Ling's side without any hesitation. They were all Saint Realm masters, so they knew that breaking through to the Saint Realm was of great importance. Moreover, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they missed it this time, they might not have another chance in their lifetime. Moreover, one should not be disturbed during a breakthrough, so no matter what, they chose to help Lin Ling. As for Yin Mountain, it was still silent. Who is this boy? Finally, a voice drifted out. It was King Tianhuang. No matter who he is, he stole our heavenly ruthless bead. Xian stared at Lin Ling, who was cultivating with malicious intent. In addition to him, many masters also frowned and stared deeply at Lin Ling. Although this boy killed Guixia Tianli, the heavens will not allow him to openly steal Guixia Tianli. A master said loudly, moreover, the heavenly ruthless bead should be shared equally among all of us. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's emotions were stirred. Only those who were capable would be able to obtain it. Indeed, how could such a rare treasure of heaven and earth be obtained by Lin Ling alone? Most importantly, no one knew Lin Ling, which meant that Lin Ling's background was very ordinary. At most, he was at the level of a referral, so there was no need for them to be afraid of him. Wait, you all agreed before that the one who killed Guixia Tianli would get the heavenly ruthless bead, but now you seem to be going back on your words. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Lin Yi stood in front of Lin Ling, frowning at the crowd. He made his move after we injured Guixia Tianli, so he snatched our harvest. Since he doesn't follow the rules, we naturally won't follow the rules either. Heaven Wasteland King's cold laughter came out. What a joke. We saw it just now. When Xia Qianli descended, the evil aura became even stronger, but you didn't dare to approach. Moreover, even if you could attack, would you be able to kill Xia Qianli? Lin Yi's words were filled with mockery. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Indeed, if Lin Ling had not made a move, they might not have been able to succeed. That was because Lin Ling's sword had severed the fusion of the Heavenly Ruthless Bead and the Heavenly Ruthless Ghost. That sword had been so tricky that they could not do it. They also did not know that the Heavenly Ruthless Ghost was hiding such a secret. He's only relying on that sword. That sword looks like a pretty good heavenly soldier. It's very likely that it has reached the heaven stage. Crane Immortal's white robe fluttered as he smiled. It seemed like he was talking about how strong Lin Ling was, but he was also telling everyone that Lin Ling's sword was a pretty good treasure. This made many people stare at Lin Ling's sword, their eyes turning colder. 1. Lin Ling was in the midst of a breakthrough. This was an opportunity. 2. Even if Lin Ling had broken through, he was only a Saint Realm First Heaven. Although his strength was a little mysterious, there were so many experts here. Would they be afraid of him alone? However, he killed Xia Qianli and benefited the three mysterious of the human realm. Therefore we will let him leave and give him some ghost face grass. However, his heavenly ruthless bead must be left behind. Moreover, his sword seems to have been obtained in the ghost realm. Even if it doesn't belong to him, it should be left behind for the true owner of the sword to claim. Crane Immortal waved his right hand, showing off his elegance. His gaze was fixed on Lin Ling's sword. That sword made his heart skip a beat. That's great. At least we can answer to the 7 emperors. He took someone else's item. Naturally he has to return it. Moreover, he met us. If he met other experts, they would have killed him long ago. That's right. Letting him leave is giving us a way out. Many experts nodded. They would take back the heavenly ruthless bead first and discuss how to split the loot. Of course, there was also the sword. Then let me take back the sword. Moreover, your team seems to have killed my 9 nether troop. No matter what, you have to give me an explanation. Without giving Lin Ling and the others any more time, King Tianhuang walked towards Lin Ling. Although he looked calm, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. I am the world palm. He struck out with his palm. It was extremely domineering, as if the whole world was under his control. This was a rare domineering law. It was similar to Lin Ling's fiend god overlord physique. It could withstand the 5 elements: wind, fire, lightning, yin and yang. Lin Yi frowned. The situation was getting troublesome. He couldn't stop these experts. Flame God World. However, at this moment, a shout was heard. The mighty flame was like the master of a world. Under countless gazes, it collided with the domineering palm. In the end, the 2 terrifying attacks were annihilated. The crowd's eyes narrowed. Someone is helping? They looked over and saw a red-haired girl coldly looking at them from afar. She stretched out her jade-like hand and flames burned on her palm. Moreover, she seemed to have used a powerful attack. Her celestial body was also finished, and she turned into a 5-year-old porcelain doll-like girl. Although she was cold, she was extremely cute. The disciple of the warlord, Princess Huoling? Everyone was in disbelief. Princess Huoling, what do you mean by this? King Tianhuang frowned and said. At this moment, the fire spirit princess' bright eyes were filled with indifference. She ignored the Heaven Wasteland King and instead looked at Lin Ling, who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating. This was the first time she had seen this young man. However, his handsome features and calm eyes gave her a strange feeling, as if she owed him something. I said that the heavenly ruthless bead belongs to me. Anyone who dares to take it will be killed. He wants to leave it to me, said the Princess Huoling in a clear and melodious voice. Many people suddenly understood. So that was how it was. But it was in line with Princess Huoling's temperament. All right, attack, said the Princess Huoling. Everybody looked at Princess Huoling. However, Princess Huoling frowned. She didn't know why, but she didn't want to kill that young man for the time being. If you can't do it, I'll do it, said King Tianhuang. The more he looked at Lin Ling, the more annoyed he was. Lin Ling was surprisingly asking Princess Huoling to help him. What? How dare you? I said that his life is mine, said Princess Huoling, shouted Princess Huoling. Her voice was like a silver bell. Nobody dared offend her. She wanted to kill Lin Ling, but she didn't. Was she going to wait until Lin Ling broke through to the next cultivation layer? Everybody frowned. Princess Huoling was the only one who could stop them. Because she was a disciple of the warlord clan, nobody dared offend her. Of course, ordinary people didn't dare offend a disciple of Champion University, but it was a different story if she was a disciple of Champion University. Princess Hualing, even though he offended you, he helped millions of people, so you can't kill him. However, you have to hand over his sword and the heavenly ruthless bead. Alright. Chapter 14:16. You want to steal my sword? It's old Jean. Yes. An old Xian from Jianghu Celestial Stage. Yes. Many people recognized the two old men and immediately bowed respectfully. Those two old men were like the Mount Tai and the Northern Dipper because they were real legendary disciples from Champion University and Jianghu Celestial Stage. Everybody had to look up to them. When the two Mount Tai and the Northern Dipper appeared, the Yin Mountain became even more silent. I know who the owner of his sword is. Therefore I'll take his sword and give it back to its owner. Yes. Two old men appeared in front of the crowd. Old Xian smiled. His eyes were burning with passion. That sword was quite powerful. He had taken a fancy to it. The fire spirit pouted. She didn't know what to say because she didn't know why she wanted to help that young man. She had just helped him without thinking. Lei, go and bring that sword and the heavenly ruthless bead here. These two treasures don't belong to that young man. Elder Xian knows the owner of the sword, so he'll take care of them. As for the heavenly ruthless bead, it was obtained through great effort, but it still needs an owner. Until the final owner appears, I'll take care of it. Yes. Said old Jean in a dignified way. Many people had the impression that old Jean wanted the Tian Violent Pearl. I agree with old Jean. Old Jean has unquestionable integrity. It's fair for him to take care of the treasure. Yes. I agree too. Yes. Shouted many people after remaining silent for a few seconds. They couldn't get the Tian Violent Pearl, so they supported old Jean. After all, in the future they would need his help. They couldn't miss that opportunity. When someone spoke up, the others didn't want to be outdone. They all supported old Jean. Old Jean, old Jian, don't worry, I'll take the sword and the Tian Violent Pearl back. Yes. Said the young man called Lei Yi, smiling and walking towards Lin Ling. He had already been recommended to Champion University, but this time he had helped old Jean, so old Jean would think highly of him. Those guys. Yes. The faces of Yao Ping and the others darkened. It was just that there were too many experts here, so they had no right to speak. Lin Ling remained seated cross-legged in his Dantian region. Rumbling sounds continued to echo out as his 8 spiritual sources merged together to form an enormous sage sea. Once the sage sea appeared, he would transcend mortality and become a sage. Moreover, old Z continued to whisper in Lin Ling's ear, telling Lin Ling that it was more difficult for him to break through to the next realm than for ordinary people because he cultivated 3 types of essence, Qi and spirit Qi. On top of that, his spiritual Qi was simply too vast, so he only needed 1 Dan to break through to the Saint Realm. Lin Ling's Saint Qi was the purest and most condensed of all. Pop, pop. At the same time in Lin Ling's Soul Qi, the sky shattered and fused together. This allowed Lin Ling's understanding of the void to deepen. The symbol of the Saint Realm was to comprehend the void. However, not every early-stage Saint Realm cultivator would be able to comprehend the void. Most of them would only be able to comprehend the void after reaching the late stage of the Saint Realm. Lin Ling's godly demon overlord physique allowed him to distort space, allowing him to become more familiar with the void. Space separation. The so-called space separation not only allowed Lin Ling's distorted space to become stronger, but it also allowed the law of space to form an attack. Space slash. A voice appeared in Lin Ling's mind. Isolating the energy of heaven and earth, it formed a kind of space slash, also known as the void slash. One had to know that heaven and earth were filled with spiritual Qi. No matter where one went, there would be spiritual Qi. However, space could be devoid of spiritual Qi. This was proof of the power of space. Once this power was controlled, the attack power would be incomparably terrifying. It seems that my godly demon overlord physique has an additional attack. Heaven. Lin Ling thought to himself. Currently he cultivated 3 types of essence, Qi and spirit. Absolute defense, fiend god overlord physique, all immortal physiques below the 10th grade of the yellow realm would be crushed, and his physical body was extremely strong. Absolute speed, space distortion, and now space separation. He could separate the opponent's powerful attack by at least 50%. At the same time he could form this kind of attack into a slash, which was extremely terrifying. Absolute attack, Emperor rank tyrannical song sword, and space slash. In fact, space slash was also heaven uprooting, but with the addition of the power of space, the attack was even stronger. Of course, in terms of attack power, Lin Ling's strongest points were still his soul force and tyrannical song sword. Rumble. This time's comprehension seemed slow, but it was actually extremely fast. Lin Ling's Dantian Saint Si was finally successfully condensed, and there was also excess spiritual qi continuously flowing in, allowing his realm to gradually stabilize. This was very scary because very few people could stabilize their realm immediately after breaking through. From another perspective, this also showed how many heavenly treasures Lin Ling had consumed. My strength has increased by 3 times. Lin Ling's heart was filled with pride. At the same time, Lei Yi had already arrived in front of Lin Ling and laughed disdainfully. Just a transcendent trash, he actually dared to snatch the heavenly violence bead in the midst of a battle for supremacy. This was a disgrace to him, but so what if he was dazzling? Wasn't the heavenly violence bead still going to belong to the 2 titans? Even his sword had been snatched away. Then, his hand slowly reached for the sword. At the same time, old Xian, who was far away, smiled slightly. Was the sword going to succeed? Bust. However, just as Lei Yi's hand touched the sword, a hand slowly landed on his wrist and stopped him. Sir, why did you touch my sword? At the same time, a cold voice drifted out. At this moment, Lin Ling woke up and looked coldly at Lei Yi. Ah, you woke up? How lucky he actually succeeded in breaking through, but he's only a Saint Realm First Heaven. The crowd was surprised, but then they all sneered. The young man was really lucky to be able to break through at such a time. Of course, if the Fire Spirit Princess hadn't delayed him, the young man would have already failed. You're awake? That's even better. Now let me tell you, your sword was stolen from someone else, so you have to hand it over. Also, you have to hand over the Tianli bead. Old John and old Jian saw that you killed Tianli Gue and spared your life. Now get out of here. Lei Yi was also surprised, but he quickly said indifferently. His cold eyes stared at Lin Ling, wanting to see Lin Ling's fearful expression. At this moment, Lin Ling frowned. He didn't know what was going on. Lin Ling, they want to steal your loot. Lin Ling explained the situation from the side, causing Lin Ling's face to turn cold instantly. You want to steal my sword? Lin Ling looked indifferently at Lei Yi. First, it's not that I want it, but the original owner of the sword wants it back. Second, did I allow you to speak to me in such a tone? Lei Yi said word by word. In front of so many people, he couldn't embarrass himself. However, this young man overestimated himself and questioned him. This made his anger boil. Now you only have one choice. Hand over the sword and the Tianli bead and get out of here. Lei Yi said again, his attitude extremely firm. He wanted Lin Ling to get out of here like a stray dog. Very well, then I'll give you a choice. Chapter 14-17. Given a choice, the corners of Lei Yi's mouth curled up, curious as to what choice he would make, but just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling took a step forward and a terrifying physical strength erupted from his left hand, this time mixed with the power of his Saint Si. I'll give you a choice, scram. Oh. A fist punched out, its aura capable of uprooting mountains and rivers. It smashed into Rei's stomach, causing Rei's pupils to constrict. He never imagined that this youth would dare to attack him. But in the next moment, a terrifying strength swept out, crushing the Saint Si in his dantian. He bent over like a shrimp, and then he was sent flying backwards like a cannonball. He crashed into the distance and immediately lost consciousness. This punch was undoubtedly like a bolt of lightning, shocking everyone present. Lin Ling had actually dared to attack, so the choice he had given was to use his fist? You're quite bold. The 2 titans of Mount Tai and Big Dipper Realm were stunned for a moment before shouting loudly. A trivial Saint Realm Jr. actually dared to attack them in front of them. Courting death, we gave him a way out and told him to scram, yet he actually dared to resist. Lei Yi only took back his sword, but he didn't appreciate it and instead attacked him. If it were up to me, we'd definitely teach him a lesson. The crowd of heroes all let out angry voices. This young man was simply too arrogant. You bunch of trash, do you only know how to flatter others? You only know how to be envious of others after they snatch your treasures? Yet you're so shameless as to cultivate the martial Tao. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't seem to notice everyone's anger, his cold eyes sweeping over them. Wuxia had told him what had happened before, letting him know that if it weren't for her help, he would have failed to break through. Moreover, Guisha and Tianli were killed by him, so these people not only didn't want to be grateful, they also wanted to steal his Tianli bead and even snatch his sword. If it were before, he would have immediately fled upon encountering so many masters. But now, his strength had greatly increased, and the situation was no longer something others could control. He was the master of this world. Trash, you're calling all of us trash? The crowd became even more restless. They had seen arrogance before, but none of them had ever seen such arrogance. Even the two titans of Mount Tai and Big Dipper couldn't help laughing. This young man's strength was indeed not bad, being able to enter the Saint Realm battlefield as a transcendent, but that was it, he didn't have the qualifications to act so arrogantly. At this moment Yin Shan's angry roar was like a tidal wave. The crowd was furious. Reckless Jr., although Old Jean and Old Xian are only at the 4th layer of the Saint Realm, they are the disciples of legends of the mortal world. Their statuses are high, yet this junior dared to call them trash. In the distant periphery of Yellow Spring Mountain, a large number of powerhouses were also watching the scene on Yin Mountain. These people were even stronger, having reached the Mastery Saint Rudiment realm. What an unyielding young man. Even if he dies, he won't hand over the sword. I want to see how long he can last. These powerhouses were divided into 3 groups. They were from Black Origin, Black Peng and Black Yellow. They were the only ones in the Ghost Realm who could enter Yellow Spring Mountain. One of the groups was from Black Sky Dynasty, one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars of Xianping Province. Black Sky Dynasty was a super powerful existence in Kuan Temple. It was as famous as the Black-White Dao Palace, Great Sword Pavilion and Hong Mansion. In Xianping Province, it was second only to the 7 Emperors world. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. Has this Lin Ling started to enter the 3 profound stages of the mortal world? A handsome man in that group said. He knew Lin Ling. He's Lin Ling, who's currently in the limelight in Xianping territory. It's really better to meet him in person than to hear about him. However, Senior Pu, this person is from Heavenly Temple. Are you interested? I'm not interested, but I owe him a favor that I haven't paid back yet. The 3 top groups all looked at Yin Shan and expressed their opinions. They were watching the scene in front of them as if they were watching a good show. Yin Shan's angry voice was still like the waves of the sea. Lin Ling, they're disciples of Champion University and Jianghu Celestial Stage. They're also elders. You can't offend them, said Yun Luoxia hastily. Lin Ling could offend anyone, but he couldn't offend 3 legendary cultivators. Besides, they knew that Lin Ling was proud and arrogant. He knew what was right and what was wrong. Therefore, even if the heavens were big, Lin Ling wouldn't lower his head. Masters, please listen to me. Yun Luoxia quickly spoke for Lin Ling. Hearing that, the 2 old men sneered and said indifferently, Then what do you want to say? My teammates don't know how strong you are, so if they offend you, please forgive them. You're a titan, you won't lower yourself to our level, said Yun Luoxia. The 2 old men nodded. They represented Champion University and Jianghu Celestial Stage, so they cared about their reputation too. Even though we won't blame him, his sword is my friend's, so he has to give it back. And the Tianli Pearl, everybody worked hard to get it, so he has to give it back. Then he has to apologize and kowtow. Let's forget about what happened before. Old John stroked his beard and said with a strong sense of righteousness. As expected of Old John, he has unquestionable integrity. Surprisingly, he doesn't blame Lin Ling. He's an emperor's disciple, how could he lower himself to the same level as that young man? Lin Ling, you're lucky. Kneel down and kowtow and apologize, said the crowd worshipping him. Old Xian smiled and said, Of course, if cultivators can't solve problems with words, they can solve problems with strength. He can also prove himself. I'll let the 3 of them fight for the sword. If he wins, we'll leave immediately and forget about this. As soon as these words were said, many people were even more impressed. The 2 great masters actually gave Lin Ling a chance. But for Yun Luoxia and the others, it wasn't an opportunity because Lin Ling couldn't stop them. It also meant that no matter what, Lin Ling would have to leave empty-handed. Lin Ling, what should we do? Asked Lin Yi, looking at Lin Ling and frowning. Lin Ling looked at the crowd indifferently. He suddenly smiled coldly and said, All right. A soft voice drifted out and silenced the Yin Mountain. The 2 titans were startled as well. This young man actually agreed? Even though Lin Ling had killed Xixia Tianli, everybody knew that Lin Ling's sword had been very tricky. It had cut off the fusion between Xixia Tianli and the Tianli Pearl. In terms of strength, there were countless heroes here. How could Lin Ling stop them? No matter how they looked at it, Lin Ling was only a Saint Realm first-layer cultivator. Moreover, he had broken through by luck. You really agree? Even Old John was surprised. But he quickly became happy. If that was the case, he would get Lin Ling's treasure. No one would say that he was bullying the weak. When Xixia Tianli was born, they didn't make a move because they couldn't put down their faces to fight for it. It was the same now. However, Lin Ling had given them an even better excuse to get the treasure. Of course I agree. Why not? Lin Ling nodded, but the person who fights must have 100 ghost face grass. If I win, the ghost face grass will belong to me. If I lose, the sword and Tianli pearl will belong to me. It's a fair fight. Do you dare? Chapter 14:18. I don't know what you should thank me for. After hearing this, many people were startled. They didn't expect Lin Ling to make such a request. However, they glanced at the two titans and immediately became spirited. This was even better because they had helped the two titans obtain the sword and the heavenly violence pearl. This favor would be even clearer and the two titans would remember them. Elder Zhan and Elder Xian both smiled. They naturally agreed to this condition. Then let's have a fair duel. Don't worry, even if you can't win, we won't let anyone kill you. With us two elders here, your safety is guaranteed. Moreover, if your talent is not bad, we can give you some pointers and let you have the qualifications to be recommended. Elder Xian was extremely happy, so he decided to give Lin Ling a way out. It was as if he was bestowing some kind of treasure upon Lin Ling, causing the eyes of many heroes to turn red. Hearing those words, Lin Ling was stunned. He sneered and said, I can't guarantee that I won't kill your dog. Besides, you want to give me pointers? Who do you think you are to give me pointers? The joy in the hearts of the two Mount Tais north seemed to have been splashed with cold water. Boom. As for the surrounding heroes, their hearts were about to explode. What an arrogant junior, how insolent. Who's the first one to die? However, the voice that made them furious once again drifted out. Lin Ling wanted them to die? Alright, Immortal General, you go. Old Zhan's expression was extremely gloomy. He coldly looked at Lin Ling and said, seeing that you're still young, we won't let the older powerhouses go up, lest you say that we have an unfair advantage. If that's the case, I won't be able to put down my face. I didn't expect you to be so shameless. Lin Ling said apathetically, which infuriated Elder Zhan even more, but he endured it. Thank you, Old Zhan, for giving me this opportunity. That youth called Undying General laughed excitedly. Right now, he didn't have a recommendation quota, but after obtaining a favor, this recommendation quota wouldn't be difficult. Ah, thank you, Lin Ling. The Immortal General strode forward, the wind and clouds billowing. He was at the second layer of the Saint Realm, a 7th level golden class talent. Not to mention that Lin Ling was only at the first layer of the Saint Realm. Even if they were at the same level, the Immortal General wouldn't fear him. Thank me? This time Lin Ling was a little puzzled. Why did the other party thank him? Don't you know how hard it is to get a recommendation? Even if you have great strength, it will be very difficult for you to enter the 3 great legends of the mortal realm without a recommendation. Now that you have helped me, how can I not thank you? The Undying General calmly spoke, making Lin Ling laugh coldly. He finally understood what the Undying General meant. Are you so confident that you can win? Not only can I defeat you, I can even kill you. If you don't believe me, you can try. The Immortal General had great confidence in himself. Good, put down the 100 stalks of ghost face grass, then you can die. Lin Ling nodded, making the Immortal General stunned for a moment. He couldn't help but laugh. You were really strong before, but you only killed Guisha Tianli when he was in danger. Now I can kill you in 3 moves? No, I can't kill you, I can defeat you. Immortal General, let him know who he is. As soon as his words fell, the surrounding voices were like waves. No one thought that Lin Ling would win. Even Yun Luoxia and the others were the same. Although Lin Ling was very strong, they knew that the Immortal General had gone to the lower Xin ranking and almost made it into the ranking. This showed how terrifying he was. However, they didn't know that Lin Ling had killed Tengu when he was in the Transcendent Realm. Tengu was a master on the ranking list, ranked at the bottom. Now that Lin Ling had reached the Saint Realm, these heroes were like dogs. Immortal Heaven Cloud shattering. The surrounding voices made the Immortal General even more domineering. Grand Principles appeared, and they had almost reached the Great Accomplishment Realm. His talent was shattering and he could shatter the clouds in the sky. This guy's strength has greatly improved. Among the cheering crowd, many of them had solemn expressions. Only Fire Spirit Princess knew that Lin Ling's Fire Martial Dao was stronger, reaching the Great Accomplishment Realm. He had even reached the pinnacle of the One-Line Sky. However, Lin Ling's talent and immortal physique were not as good as the Immortal General's, and his realm was lower. Rumble. The ground of Een Mountain exploded as if everything in the world was shattering. The Immortal General's attack was extremely domineering, and clouds covered Een Mountain. Seniors, I've won. At this moment, a proud voice drifted out from the clouds. It was the Immortal General's voice. He had used his strongest attack just now, wanting to kill with one blow and cause a sensation. Good, Immortal General, the overlord of the great Shenyuan domain, I have faith in you. Old John stroked his beard and nodded with satisfaction. That was too easy. He was defeated just like that? Sigh. I really envy the immortal general. If only I had gone up, I would have gained the favor of the two great disciples. Sigh. Many people stared at the clouds, quietly waiting for the immortal general to come out. However, right at this moment, space rippled, and an illusory figure appeared behind the immortal general like water ripples. The immortal general stopped in his tracks, and his pupils constricted. The one who appeared behind him was Lin Ling. Not bad at all. A large area attack, but the loophole in the grand principles is too large so it can be easily avoided. Sigh. A disdainful voice sounded. Meanwhile, the immortal king's body trembled. How could this be? He had just turned around, but what welcomed him was a sword that revealed its sharpness. Within the power of 8 universes, it carried the power of space, cutting through space, fiercely slashing over. Empty sword. Sigh. The immortal general seemed to have seen the final sword of his life. It was incomparably dazzling, and that sword was so fast that it actually had the power to distort space. You ambushed me. Sigh. He only let out one last sound and then his head fell off, rolling out of the clouds. Meanwhile, at this moment, everyone outside was still quietly waiting for the immortal general to walk out of the clouds, but soon a voice that said, "You ambushed me," drifted out, making many people's hearts tremble. Then a rumbling sound sounded and a head rolled out from the clouds. Upon closer inspection, it was precisely the immortal general's head. Silence, absolute silence. They all thought that the immortal general would definitely win, but who knew that in the end what he exchanged for was a head? Most importantly, that head belonged to the immortal general. You are thanking me? I don't know what you should be thanking me for. Sigh. At the same time, the clouds gradually scattered. A black-robed youth walked out, an evil smile at the corners of his lips, looking at everyone with contempt. Meanwhile, the surrounding people all stared at the youth in shock. That youth was extremely cold, his smile carrying an evil aura, seemingly calm but hiding a storm. You killed him. Elder Jean and Elder Xian were stunned, and then they both roared. They didn't think that Lin Ling would win, and even kill the immortal general. If you want to take advantage of others, then you definitely have to put your life on the line. Before, when I killed Guisha Tianli, I also put my life on the line. Lin Ling said indifferently, pointing his sword at the crowd in front of him. There are 2 more who wants to go. Go. Arrogant. Go. Chapter 14:19. Strength blooming. Amit Ba, this old monk will do it. Tianlong De Chan Master, you are too old, it's not a fair fight, let me do it. At this moment, dark clouds appeared in the sky, and a domineering figure appeared above Lin Ling's head, looking down at him. You killed my Lin Ling troop, didn't you? This person is King Tian Huang. Lin Ling seemed to be very strong, but he had heard the immortal general say that Lin Ling had sneak attacked him. This meant that Lin Ling was slightly stronger than the immortal general. Otherwise, why would Lin Ling sneak attack him? He could just crush him. Therefore, he estimated that Lin Ling was definitely weaker than him. Do you have a problem with that? Lin Ling looked at the king in the sky indifferently. Ah, you're the first one who dares to talk to me like this. I admit that you're very strong, but you only won because of a sneak attack. Now you'll have to face my world palm. A domineering voice floated out from King Tian Huang's mouth. His body was as majestic as a palace, and his palm fiercely slammed out, stirring up the wind and clouds and causing the earth to explode. The moment he attacked, he exploded with the power of a heavenly pattern martial art. Moreover, he was a 3rd heaven saint expert with a 7th grade yellow rank immortal body, the tyrant body of heaven and earth. Once the great law appeared, he would dominate and have the power to crush everything. The crowd in the distance was boiling. Lin Ling had won previously, but it seemed to be a sneak attack. Now that he met King Tian Huang, he could still sneak attack. Empty sword. Staring at the terrifying palm in the sky, Lin Ling was still like a proud swordsman. Not only was he not afraid, he even pounced towards the sky. The sword in his hand was majestic, blooming with unparalleled power. Although the opponent's cultivation was higher, it wasn't like Lin Ling hadn't killed someone of this realm before. Tengu was one of them. Rumble. The sword and the huge palm collided, shaking heaven and earth and rolling thunder and wind. He's also very strong. Many people's faces were solemn. Lin Ling was actually not killed by a single palm strike. His strength was indeed not bad. Heaven Wasteland King furrowed his brows. His I am the world palm was invincible and could suppress all the cultivation of the opponent. However, in front of Lin Ling the additional effect seemed to be useless. Rumble. At this moment, Lin Ling maintained his posture of slashing the heavens with his sword. Finally, with a ruthless slash, he severed the I am the world palm. That tyrannical slash caused even more people to suck in a breath of cold air. Before, they were not willing to let Lin Ling obtain the treasure, but now it seemed that Lin Ling was indeed qualified. At least in a one-on-one battle, there were very few people present who could win against Lin Ling. You only have this little bit of strength. I only used one palm, but you blocked it with all your strength. Now it's time for me to get serious. Heaven Wasteland King was still floating in the air, his indifferent voice coming out of his mouth. In the three profound of the human world, he was all-powerful and had defeated countless opponents. Now he finally met an opponent who could move him. Because the opponent was only in the Saint Realm, he could block his palm. However, that was all. I am the world fist. I am the world palm. I am the world body. Rumble. In the sky, mountain-like fists and palms pressed down majestically. As soon as those palms came out, many people had difficulty breathing. They found that those attacks were not only powerful, but also carried the aura of the Great Law. It was so tyrannical that it actually compressed the spirit chi of the entire sky. The spirit chi was compressed as if it was controlled. This showed that I am the tyrannical world palm. Rumble. All the giant palms slapped out, instantly drowning Lin Ling. He was unstoppable. Seeing this scene, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected of one of the most powerful teams in Yin Mountain today, they obliterated Lin Ling with thunderous momentum. This time we should be able to win. Old Zhan and Old Xian said indifferently. What a powerful great law of martial arts. However, thank you for your strength. Now it's time for you to die. However, at this moment, a cold shout sounded. Flames erupted from the cratered ground below. A destructive, tyrannical, and crazy aura rushed into the sky. Dragons. Countless dragons swam out from the ground as if they were burning the sky. The great law of fire, the peak realm. The fire spirit princess was the most sensitive to fire. At this moment, her baby face was full of shock because she had not reached this realm. What? He's not dead yet? Old Zhan and Old Xian also had difficulty breathing. They also felt a strong pressure. In their eyes, millions of fire dragons roared and clustered around a fire dragon king, majestically flying into the sky. At the head of the fire dragon king, the black-robed youth looked like a king descending to the world. He was like the wrath of the fire god looking down on the world. Stealing my things, and you even have a reason to do so. Heaven Wasteland King, you are really a disgrace to my palace. The cold voice was like a clap of thunder in King Tianhuang's ears. His face turned pale. The young man was at the first level of the Saint Realm, but he gave off a powerful pressure as if he was at the fourth level of the Saint Realm. How could this be? Could it be that the youth had absorbed his strength? Yes, it was the sword. Heaven Wasteland King stared at Lin Ling's sword in shock. This time he completely understood. It was that sword. Run, you have 3 breaths of time to run. Stepping on the Fire Dragon King, Lin Ling appeared in front of Heaven Wasteland King and said indifferently. In your dreams, I am a genius king of the palace, one of the recommended candidates. How can I run? Heaven Wasteland King roared. Today the heroes of Yin Mountain were fighting for supremacy. He shone brightly and made countless people look up to him and worship him. How could he run away from this final battle? If you don't run, then die. Lin Ling coldly spat out a murderous voice. He was incomparably decisive. The sword in his hand fiercely slashed forward. The strength that he had absorbed from Heaven Wasteland King turned into flames and spewed out. Lin Ling's great law of fire was only at the small success stage, but with the help of the Emperor Stage Tyrant Song Sword's fire formation, he could raise it to the large success stage. Moreover, if he absorbed the opponent's strength, he could raise it to the peak stage. He could slash out a terrifying sword slash like one-line sky, and also use the great law of heavenly pattern martial arts of the transcendent stage. And this great law was the 10,000 forbidden great flame dragon. Rumble. In the sky, 10,000 dragons roared. At this moment, the ghost domain seemed to have turned into purgatory. How terrifying is this, the fire dragon world? The faces of the people in the distance turned pale. They didn't expect Lin Ling's strength to increase so much after reaching the first level Saint Realm. I am the world palm. I am the world fist. Die. Heaven Wasteland King's eyes were red. He attacked crazily as if he wanted to break the dome of heaven with his fist. His martial arts were indeed terrifying, but he encountered the even more terrifying 10,000 forbidden great flame dragon. Those flame dragons were extremely tyrannical and could burn anything in the world. When they swept out, Heaven Wasteland King's domineering fist was burned and then exploded. 10,000 dragons roared, terrifying. How can this be? My immortal body is not afraid of the 5 elements, yin and yang. How can his fire harm me? Heaven Wasteland King's heart was filled with fear. This was the first time he felt that the black-robed youth was terrifying. He then clenched his teeth. The future is long, let's fight again next time. He retreated. Escape? The crowd's mouth was dry. Even someone as strong as Heaven Wasteland King was afraid of Lin Ling. Lin Ling's sword was too terrifying. Wanna leave now? It's too late. Lin Ling indifferently spat out, making the crowd look at the sky. Only then did they realize that the dense fire dragons had formed a mysterious formation that dominated the entire sky. Great Law. This was the true Great Law. Chapter 1420. Magnificent army frightens the world. Boom. King Tianhuang took a step forward, but the flames inexplicably exploded around him, causing him to be covered in dust. As he retreated, the flames exploded again, and he seemed to have stepped into a purgatory of fire. Wait, let me out. Tianhuang was even more afraid. What kind of martial art was this? Why did it have the power of formation runes? I beg you. His voice drifted in the sky, making many people feel unreal. One had to know that after Tianhuang arrived, even the Fire Spirit Princess was not afraid of him. Moreover, he was about to become a recommendation, so he did not care about the millions of heroes. But now, not only was he afraid, he was begging for mercy, begging the son of the Fire Dragon King in the sky. Beg me? Lin Ling smiled coldly. Begging for mercy when you are not as strong as others, but killing when you are stronger than others? How could there be such an easy thing? Die for me, Million Dragon Dance. Boom. Something even more terrifying happened. In the sky, millions of fire dragons danced, and their trajectories carried a mysterious charm of heaven and earth. The power of the Great Law was even more domineering, and this martial art was formed by Lin Ling with the formation runes. It could only be used when using the 10,000 forbidden Great Fire Dragon. No, let me out. Tianhuang was trapped in the Great Law of Fire. His voice was even more panicked as he kept begging for mercy. Unfortunately, he was blasted full of holes by the flames. His immortal physique was not afraid of the 5 elements, but in fact, it was only relatively speaking. Under the power that exceeded his knowledge, he would still be burned by the flames. In the sky, the voice gradually became softer. Tianhuang was blasted to death by the dragons. The most ironic thing was that the power that blasted him to death came from his body, absorbed by the Tyrant Song sword. So terrifying. That's right. Is that sword right? That sword is definitely not of the king grade. I'm afraid it has reached the emperor grade and increased the power of fire by 100%. He won 2 out of 3 matches just like that. The hearts of the people in the distance exploded. For the first time, they felt that the black-robed youth was like an emperor descending. He was completely unfathomable. He was only a first-layer saint, but his strength was too terrifying. Even old John and old Xian looked serious. Unknowingly, there was only 1 match left. What should they do? Could it be that he was going to watch that young man leave with the treasure? Trash, a bunch of trash. A third-layer saint couldn't even stop a first-layer saint. What right do you have to say that you have a recommendation? What other dog? In the sky, the flames gradually dimmed. Lin Ling, dressed in a black robe, stared indifferently at the heroes of the world. Crazy enough. No one had expected that the most domineering person in today's battle for supremacy would be that young man. The most ironic thing was that they had previously bullied the young man because his cultivation level was low, while they had more experts on their side, so they coveted the young man's treasures. But now, it seemed that the young man's treasures weren't something that just anyone could lay a finger on. He must have been recommended, or else he wouldn't be so strong. Moreover, he should be from Xianping Province's 7 Emperors' Heaven. Someone guessed, making even more people suck in a breath of cold air. They suddenly felt that with the recommendation of one of the 3 great legends of the human realm, that youth definitely had a seat that could laugh proudly in the human realm. Crane Immortal, you go, you must defeat him. Old John shouted. There was no other choice, he could only rely on Crane Immortal. Crane Immortal was already recommended, and he had a powerful 8th-rank Yellow Realm talent. In terms of immortal physique, he was above everyone else. Impudent Junior, look over here. Crane Immortal's expression became serious. He didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. He was like an immortal crane in the clouds, his white robe fluttering in the wind. Tens of thousands of immortal cranes appeared in the sky. It was like an immortal realm, thousands of auspicious colors and endless rays of light, making people feel as if they had entered a dreamland. The great heavenly crane physique, according to legends, was the bloodline of immortal cranes. It came from the myriad immortals island and could become immortals. Look, Crane Immortal grew a pair of wings. Many people stared at the immortal youth and sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, Crane Immortal was even more elegant. His white robe made him look like an immortal with a pair of pure white wings behind his back. That kind of beauty was indescribable, and that kind of holiness was even more difficult to describe with words. The Tao of Tao, without Tao, it is like an illusion. If it is an illusion, then it is not real. If it is not real, then it is empty. Tens of thousands of white cranes had just appeared. Almost at the same time, Crane Immortal's hands moved frequently. Then, like a fairy scattering flowers, countless Taoist scriptures flew out along with the white cranes, forming mysterious and profound patterns. The sky was filled with white cranes, the sky was filled with ancient scriptures. The great law and the immortal physique fused together, forming the great law of Tao that controlled the world. This was Crane Immortal's most powerful technique, Taoist secret scriptures. Everything returned to the beginning. Under his great law, everything would return to their original state. It was extremely terrifying. The ghost chi in the sky returned to its original state. Even the earth returned to its original state. It was as if this was not a ghost realm, but an immortal realm. The Tao of Tao, without Tao, it is like an illusion. If it is an illusion, then it is not real. If it is not real, then it is empty. Only his voice floated out from time to time, falling into the ears of all living beings in the world. Linling, you are dead. The distant crowd was shocked by Crane Immortal's technique, but soon they cheered. This was the beginning of everything. This also meant that under Crane Immortal's great law, Linling would return to his original state. At that time he would only be an ordinary person. So how could he win? As expected of the bloodline of myriad immortals island. Becoming a disciple is only a matter of time. Old Xian praised. He was very satisfied. Lin Ling, this arrogant and unbridled junior, was finally suppressed. At this moment, cranes filled the sky. Lin Ling stood there quietly. He felt a mysterious aura spread out, causing his pupils to constrict. But soon, his body produced a resistance force, gradually allowing him to return to his original state. It was the Fiend God Overlord physique. Crane Immortal's great law was based on his immortal physique, but it was only yellow rank 8th rank. However, Lin Ling was yellow rank 10th rank. An 8th rank dared to be arrogant in front of a 10th rank? Are you done singing? While everyone was excited, a cold shout came from Lin Ling's mouth, shocking the entire Yin Mountain. Singing? Lin Ling said Crane Immortal was singing? Even Crane Immortal's pupils constricted. Blue veins popped out on his forehead. Embarrassing. He, a dignified immortal young master, had actually become a singer. The Tao cannot be Tao. Without Tao, it is like an illusion. If it is an illusion, it is not real. If it is not real, it is empty. Heaven and earth are all cranes, thousands of mountains, there is a beginning and an end. Crane Immortal erupted with an even more powerful great law. It could make 90% of the people present unable to block his divine ability power. However, this did not include Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was even colder, as if he was being played. He took a step, distorted space, and pounced towards Crane Immortal. Are you done singing? A domineering and angry voice once again shook the world. How can he ignore the great law of heaven and earth? Everyone's heart exploded. Then a voice of fear rose in their minds. Could it be an immortal physique that surpassed Crane Immortals? For the final battle, did you bring 100 ghost face grass? You didn't say anything before coming to fight me. Moreover, in the battle, not only did you not use your full strength, you sang everywhere and even let chickens and ducks fly everywhere. Scram. Chapter 14:21. Lawless. Rumble. Along the way, Lin Ling slashed out with his sword, destroying all the cranes in the sky and destroying the immortal realm. Emperor, it's actually an emperor. Emperor. The dignified Crane Immortal was actually singing, and the great heavenly crane was actually a chicken or a duck. Emperor. Countless people and heroes swallowed their saliva. They had seen Saint Realm experts challenge those of a higher realm, but they had never seen such an invincible one. His defense could be called abnormal. You. Emperor. As for the Crane Immortal, his eyes were red. He did not expect that Lin Ling would not be affected by his great law. He was about to say something, but at this moment, a sword came from the west. The cold killing intent scared him so much that his face turned pale. He hurriedly dodged and the jade crown on his head fell from the sky. Falling to the ground, the crown shattered. Countless people looked over and felt that it was extremely ironic. Was this still the immortal young Master Crane Immortal? At this moment he was worse than an immortal, worse than a human, more like a stray dog. Old John, help me. Emperor. Crane Immortal frantically fled. He was scared, completely scared. What was the origin of this young man? Why did an emperor descend? Why was he not afraid of his great heavenly crane physique? At this moment, old John and old Xian's faces were ferocious. How did things turn out like this? 3 heroes went out to fight, and if they didn't die they would run away. Everyone was also stunned. This result was beyond their imagination. A first-layer Saint Realm expert sweeping all 3 recommendations. This was too much of a dream. Enough. Emperor. Elder Xian finally couldn't take it anymore. He let out a roar that shook the entire heaven and earth. Many people's eyes flickered, and a terrifying thought suddenly appeared in their minds. Lin Ling had made the 2 titans lose face today. They were furious. And now that they were angry, they naturally wouldn't care about face anymore. They would definitely take action against Lin Ling. Idiot, he doesn't know that in this world, strength and status were everything. Even if he won 3 rounds, how could old John and old Xian let him go? Emperor. Some heroes coldly laughed. Lin Ling was arrogant, but now he couldn't be arrogant. Old John, make your move. Even more people were shouting loudly. Today all of them had lost face, being suppressed by the venerable Emperor Youth Lin Ling. How could they swallow this humiliation? I say enough. Old John also roared and released a powerful aura. He was a 4th-layer saint. The 2 of them were clearly furious at this moment because Lin Ling had ruthlessly humiliated them. Lin Ling, come back. Yun Wuxia and the others shouted anxiously. Mao Tai and Big Dipper had made their move. Lin Ling was in trouble. At this moment, Lin Ling also stopped and indifferently looked at Elder Zhan and Elder Xian. Suddenly he laughed loudly. His laughter was wild and unrestrained, as if he had released everything and shook the entire Yin Mountain. Ah! Countless gazes stared at Lin Ling hearing his arrogant laughter. Their hearts trembled. Lin Ling actually dared to laugh? However, even though they felt that Lin Ling was arrogant to the extreme, they had to admit that Lin Ling was domineering and powerful. At this moment, Lin Ling was like a proud swordsman, fearless in the face of the world. Others laughed at him for being too arrogant, but he laughed at them for not being able to see through him. What are you laughing at? The laughter was like mockery, causing the 2 old men's expressions to become even more unsightly. I am laughing at your stupidity. Lin Ling stopped laughing. His robe fluttered in the wind, and his ancient sword was majestic. He stood in the sky and looked down at the 2 Mao Tai and Big Dipper. I know you are laughing at the unfairness of the world. You clearly won, but we don't want to admit it. Brat, I want to tell you that the world represents everything with strength, and status is even more so. The 2 of us are disciples of the legend realm, so you shouldn't embarrass us and be stubborn. Old Xian threw caution to the wind and coldly said, I am not laughing at the unfairness of the world, I am laughing because things are just as I thought. In the sky, Lin Ling looked down at the 2 Mao Tai and Big Dipper and indifferently said, What? He knew that this would happen? He clearly knew that he would offend the Mao Tai and Big Dipper, so why did he still stubbornly refuse to hand over the treasure? Many people were puzzled, not understanding what Lin Ling meant. Then what are you trying to say? Old John looked at Lin Ling and felt even more unhappy. Lin Ling knew that they were going to attack, but he was still not afraid. Lin Ling laughed again and his cold and arrogant voice finally floated out. This was also the reason why he agreed to the 3 battles. I want to say that I already knew that you guys would go back on your words, so I agreed to the 3 battles. As for you guys teaching me a lesson, sorry I have been waiting because today I will even beat up the disciples of the legend realm. Boom. In the entire Yin Mountain, the hearts of countless people were like thunder. Lin Ling, it was not that he did not know that the Mao Tai and Big Dipper would go back on their words, he knew very well, so he was waiting for the Mao Tai and Big Dipper to come out and teach him a lesson. And Lin Ling's goal was to beat up the Mao Tai and Big Dipper. This kind of arrogance was simply unmatched in the whole world. The Mao Tai and Big Dipper, the disciples of the legend realm, the strongest and most respected existence in Yin Mountain today, Lin Ling dared to beat them? Old John and Old Xian were furious. They did not expect that they had already become Lin Ling's prey. From the beginning until now, Lin Ling did not put them in his eyes at all, and had always wanted to beat them up. You obviously want to covet my things, but you are still hypocritically looking for excuses. Your strength is clearly not much, but you are still teaching me from above. You are only proud of your identity as the disciples of the legend realm. Do you really think that you represent the heavens? Even if you are the heavens, I will still teach you a lesson today. In the sky, a series of voices crazily spewed out. How dare you? Old John and old Xian's faces were red with anger. This young man was simply lawless. Silent destruction blade. Unfortunately, Lin Ling wanted to teach them a lesson, so what if they were angry? Rumble. An even more terrifying soul attack was released, sweeping across the world. In the ghost domain, tens of thousands of ghosts howled. Lin Ling's soul power had transformed after forging the emperor-ranked Tyrant Song sword. Only a fourth-layer saint, what did he need to be afraid of? The soul blade carried the power of the soul seal and suppressed Old John. Old John's furious face instantly changed and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Clang. The soul attack came, and Old John immediately vomited a mouthful of blood, losing the ability to fight. Old John, what's wrong? The crowd's pupils trembled fiercely. Lin Ling said that he wanted to teach the Mount Tai and Big Dipper a lesson, but now Old John was injured. What happened? Could it be that Lin Ling's strength was already able to shake a fourth-layer saint? That's too scary. What did you do to him? Old Xian's face changed drastically. He no longer had the noble and unquestionable integrity from before, but now looked like a panicked old man. I don't like him, so I beat him up. In the sky, an unruly voice drifted over. In the next moment, space distorted, and a cold young man appeared in front of Old Xian, causing his face to turn pale. Try using your great law. Let me tell you, without a 10th grade yellow rank immortal body, I will fight you like a dog. In front of my absolute defense, absolute attack, and absolute speed, a legend realm disciple like you is trash. Chapter 1422. Xianxia. At this moment, if Elder Xian used his full strength, he wouldn't have been hit by Lin Ling's fist. However, he was completely shocked by Lin Ling's arrogance and Elder Zhan's injury. He immediately lost the will to fight. In truth, his strength came from his identity. Of course, the identity of a legend's disciple was enough for him to laugh at the world. However, there was one person in the world who didn't buy this and continued to beat him. Heaven and earth. Boom. Lin Ling's body flickered and appeared in front of Elder Xian. He grabbed Elder Xian's neck with one hand and slapped out with the other. Trying to take advantage of your seniority in front of me? You found the wrong person. Boom. 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 Crisp slaps resounded throughout the world. Lin Ling hit. Everything was just as Lin Ling said. He had wanted to teach these two giants a lesson for a long time. Now he did it in front of countless heroes. Boom. Boom. The sound of the slap landed in the ghost domain, and it was as if it landed on everyone's face. This caused countless people's expressions to freeze. They were previously discussing how to divide the treasures, but they completely did not expect that the youth they ignored would be so arrogant, so tyrannical, and so terrifying. He even dared to hit Mount Tai and Big Dipper. You dare to hit me? Boom. At this moment, Elder Xian was in a daze. Lin Ling's strength was too great. Under one slap, he kept vomiting blood. His beard flew everywhere as if it was pulled out by someone. Sorry, very sorry. He wanted to resist, but Lin Ling's slaps were like a storm, making it difficult for him to breathe. Moreover, Lin Ling's immortal physique was even more domineering and ignored all the pressure on his body. I don't dare to hit you? Boom. The voice that answered Elder Xian was full of mockery and disdain. With a final slap, Old Xian was directly smashed into the ground. The ground also cracked from the shock, and the palace-sized boulder floated in the air. Lin Ling took a step forward and shot towards Old John. Respected disciple of legend, I have come to apologize to you. At this moment, Old John was indeed powerful. Lin Ling's spiritual force didn't kill him, but it made his spiritual force unstable, as if it would dissipate at any moment. When he heard Lin Ling's words, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Is he here to bow and apologize? Impossible. He knew that Lin Ling was here to slap his face. I'm an elder of Champion University. If you hit me, you'll die. Old John was anxious and angry, but the answer he got was a slap. Pa. If you're that strong, then I'll slap you even more. A sentence that made Old John spit out blood again came out. Not only was Lin Ling not afraid, but he was even more crazy about slapping faces. Pa. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary slap to the face. Each slap was filled with immense strength, causing Old John's nose to become crooked and his teeth to fall out. The whole world was filled with the sound of the slaps. The heroes in the distance felt a chill in their hearts. It was completely different from Yin Mountain's arrogance. After all, no matter how arrogant and domineering they were, they would never dare to hit a disciple of a myth. However, Lin Ling, who was insignificant in their eyes, dared to. Ah, awesome. Haha. On the ground, Lin Yi and the others were dumbstruck. Then they couldn't help but burst into laughter. They didn't like the two old men at first, but now they could finally vent their anger. Enough, little boy, you want to die. Enough. Finally, some strong cultivators arrived in the distance. They were at the late stage of the Saint Origin layer. They couldn't stand it anymore. The two gods of Mount Tai and Northern Dipper were legends of their region, and now they were being slapped so hard that their beards were falling out. How could they endure that? When the strong cultivators arrived, Yin Mountain became even more silent. They all knew that there were even stronger groups in Yellow Springs Mountain, and now those groups had arrived. Xianping Province's Xiantian Temple, Grand Mystic Region Xia King's 8-Yang Palace, and Xinhuang Diyu's Shrouding Heaven Dragon King. These three forces were the best of the three mysterious super sects in the human world. They were only below the three great legends of the human world. As for their strength, they were naturally at the level of summoning the wind and summoning the rain. Any one of them could easily kill everyone present. How terrifying. When Guisha Tianli appeared, those top cultivators didn't care about it, but that arrogant young man attracted all these ancient warriors. Xiantian Temple. Xiantian Temple, one of the 4 pillars of Xianping Province. As for Grand Mystic Region Xia King's 8-Yang Palace, one of the Grand Mystic Region's 5 Heavenly Kings, and Shrouding Heaven Dragon King is one of the 8 Dragon Kings of Xinhuang Diyu. Xiantian Temple. Many people were in awe. The battle between Guisha Tianli and Shrouding Heaven Dragon King was the most sensational battle in the human world's 3 mysterious super sects. But now it was just child's play. This was the real battle between heroes. And all of this was caused by Lin Ling. Rumble. A large number of cultivators floated in the sky. Some were riding on black dragons, some were sitting on proud suns, and some were just standing there. But their auras suppressed the entire Yin Mountain. Everyone's eyes fell on Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling seemed to be unaware of the arrival of powerful ancient warriors. He was still grabbing Elder Xian and Elder Zhan and slapping their faces. Junior, how dare you insult the people of the Grand Mystic Region? You're courting death. Die. Finally, a man riding on a black dragon shouted angrily. This person was Grand Mystic Region's 8-Yang Palace. Lin Ling glanced at him. His strength was unfathomable. But soon he saw a familiar face. It was actually Lord Pu of the 4 Pillars and 8 Pillars. None of your business. Die. Lin Ling laughed coldly in his heart as he let out an explosive roar. Crazy. Die. Everyone's jaws dropped in shock. They had never seen such an arrogant person. He dared to be so arrogant in front of such powerful cultivators. Even Lin Yi and the others smiled bitterly. Although they knew that Lin Ling was the kind of person who would become stronger when facing strong opponents, the strength this time was too great. Every single one of them was in existence on par with Lord Mist. How could Lin Ling dare to refute them? He was dead for sure. At this moment, no one thought that Lin Ling could still be alive. How dare you be so arrogant in front of my Xia family? Kill. Behind Grand Mystic Region's 8 Pillars, several men in armor walked out. Their strength had reached the 5th layer of the Saint Realm. They were extremely powerful. Their footsteps were synchronized like an army, but they carried a terrifying rhythm that trampled on everyone's hearts. Many people paled, but even more people looked at Lin Ling. They wanted to see if Lin Ling would still dare to be so arrogant. Xia family? Let me ask you, Xia Wuxia is one of your people. Kill. However, Lin Ling was not afraid. Instead, he looked at them coldly. Yes. Do you have a problem with that? Or do you want to beg for mercy? Yes. Grand Mystic Region's 8 Pillars nodded indifferently. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Such a junior dared to go against his will? Beg for mercy? You don't know your limits. You only have more cultivation resources than me. If I also had cultivation resources, not only would I have slapped these 2 old men's faces, I would have slapped your face too. Yes. Lin Ling said word by word. He didn't have a good impression of the Xia family because Xia Wuxia had captured his teammates. You are very bold. You must die. Yes. Grand Mystic Region's 8 Pillars was also furious. His opponent dared to slap his face. Chapter 1423. Monstrous enough, this action was telling Xia Wangbeang that even if he fought, he would still fight in front of Xia Wangbeang. This action was undoubtedly a slap to everyone's face. How arrogant. Even Princess Hualing sucked in a breath of cold air. She couldn't understand where this youth's confidence came from. Die. Die. Xia Wang Bayang's subordinates were getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. Their murderous intent was fully revealed. Many people were looking forward to seeing Lin Ling die today. Lord Pu, you owe me a favor. Don't tell me you won't return it. Die. At this time Lin Ling lightly said, Lord Pu? Everyone looked at the monstrous man. They naturally knew who he was. He was one of the 4 pillars of Shenpeng province. I thought I was monstrous enough, but you're even more monstrous than me. Die. Pu Daren's seductively handsome face showed a bloodthirsty smile. His gaze as he looked at Lin Ling was full of praise. What courage did he have to be fearless in front of the heroes of the world? When he had seen this Lin Ling at the old man's place in the past, he had felt that this youth was not ordinary. The reality was so. How long had it been, but he was already standing at such a height, just a few steps away from him. Pu Daren. I, Lord Pu, may be monstrous, but I will keep my words. Die. Lord Pu had always owed Lin Ling a favor. It was the favor of Lin Ling and old man Dong Fu for helping him forge a heavenly weapon. He had been looking for a chance to return it. Today he could finally return it. He lightly waved his hand and darkness appeared. It was as if a crow's wings gently swept across the sky. Instantly the experts in front of Lin Ling couldn't move. That kind of power was terrifying. Lord Pu, you. Die. Xia Wang Bayang's face immediately turned ugly. He didn't expect Lord Pu to take action for this junior. After all, this junior was too arrogant and offended the heroes of the world. If Lord Pu took action, he would have to bear a lot of pressure. You're only on the same level as me. You don't need to tell me what to do. Lord Pu was as demonic as ever. No one knew what he was thinking, which made Prince Xia's face as cold as ice. He wanted to have a big fight with Lord Pu, but the matter of Yellow Springs Mountain was too important. So, a big fight here would only benefit others. Furthermore, Lord Pu's strength was also monstrous, so he did not dare to underestimate him. So in the end he endured it. You can't kill me either. At this moment, Lin Ling said indifferently. He came in front of Prince Xia Bayang's subordinates and slapped them. I will slap your faces just the same. Pa pa pa. The crisp sound of the slap was deafening. Main character, the absolute main character. Today Lin Ling had arrived at the 3 profound realms with a nameless identity. The faces of all the heroes stiffened. He even dared to fight the people of the 5 heavenly kings. What else did Lin Ling not dare to fight? However, what they didn't know was that not only did Lin Ling dare to fight, he even dared to kill. Senior Pu, kill them, the favor you owe me will be repaid. Lin Ling said indifferently after slapping them a few times. The other party came to kill him in a domineering manner, so how could he show mercy? You really know how to make 3 colors red, but you're monstrous enough, I like it. Lord Pu licked his lips and waved his hand. A terrifying thing happened. Like the wings of a crow flying in the dark, Prince Xia Bayang's subordinates exploded and died one after another. Those who wanted to kill Lin Ling were all dead. The crowd kept shaking their heads. How could it be like this? Lin Ling was invincible today, who could stop him? Alright Lin Ling, leave this place with me. You owe me this favor. After killing the experts, Lord Pu laughed evilly. He knew that if he left Lin Ling alone here, he would die without a doubt. So, he wanted to take Lin Ling away. He also glanced at Prince Xia Bayang, and the evil smile on his face became thicker. It was as if he knew that the other party would not be angry because the treasures of Yellow Spring Mountain were all in front of him. Alright, I owe you this favor. As long as it's not against the rules, you can find me anytime. Lin Ling also laughed. Lord Pu was a smart person. He then led the group to Lord Pu. Throughout the entire process, countless eyes were watching, but no one could stop them. They could only watch as Lin Ling took the Tianli bead and left with a proud smile on his face. Let's go. Lord Pu laughed and led the group away. Prince Xia Bayang stood where he was coldly. His subordinates were all furious, but they also knew that the treasures of Yellow Springs Mountain were naturally more valuable at this moment. Let's go. The top cultivators also left one by one, leaving behind the silent Yin Mountain. Everyone remembered Lin Ling's name. At this moment, on the Yin Mountain, Lord Pu and Lin Ling walked side by side. Lord Pu laughed, "You're really arrogant and monstrous. You even dared to hit a disciple of legend. I admire you." Hee, I don't like those old ghosts, so I naturally attacked. Lin Ling smiled indifferently. At that time he had no choice but to teach them a lesson. He then cupped his hands. "Thank you, Lord Pu." Lord Pu waved his hand. "It's nothing. In my heart, if you're an enemy you must be killed immediately. Otherwise it's better to be a friend." Since you can't be killed, then you're a friend. If a friend is in trouble, then I'll help. Hee hee. Hee hee, it's my fortune to be friends with Lord Pu. Alright, I owe you a favor. You can find me anytime. I have something to do now, so I'll leave first. Lin Ling bowed again. Now that Lord Pu had escorted them to a safe place, he could leave as well. If you have the guts, you can come to Yellow Spring Mountain. If you can find some opportunities, it will be of great help to you in the future. Hee hee. Mr. Pu smiled faintly and didn't ask Lin Ling to stay. Lin Ling nodded and left with the group. Lord Pu, this Lin Ling is from Chen Hall, why are you helping him? Someone beside Lord Pu asked. This guy is not simple. Getting his favor is worth more than anything else. You must know that he was just an ant in front of me in the past, but now I can't see through him. If you can't kill him, then don't kill him. It's better to be friends. Lord Pu looked at Lin Ling's back and waved his hand, leading the group to Yellow Spring Mountain again. At this moment, Lin Ling's group walked out of Yin Mountain. Yao Ping and the others were full of admiration. Lin Ling's actions were simply earth-shattering. If this news spread to the three mystics of the human world, it would be a compliment. This is the harvest from before. Take 50 each and we'll split up. All right. Lin Ling smiled as he looked into the distance. Lin Yi and the others had protected him before, and he recognized them as his friends. That's not good. We didn't do anything. You got these ghost face grass by defeating the heroes. Yun Wuxia said embarrassedly. We're teammates. All right. Chapter 1424. Purpose, Xia Wuxia, because I have some matters to deal with, we have to separate. You guys better leave the ghost domain. Lin Ling reminded. Lin Yi and the others nodded. They were here for the ghost face grass, and now that they had a good harvest, it was time to leave. Lin Ling, be careful. Yes. Everyone bid farewell to Lin Ling and left. Lin Ling once again turned into a proud swordsman and moved forward in the ghost domain. His purpose this time was Xia Wuxia. Your Majesty, your strength has greatly increased. You can refine the heavenly ruthless pearl and increase your vitality. With this pearl, your resistance to baleful aura and ruthless aura will be stronger. Old Z's voice rang out. He was extremely excited. My fiend god overlord physique doesn't fear the 5 elements yin and yang, but that's only relative. If I encounter an expert stronger than my immortal physique, they can still affect me. This heavenly ruthless pearl must be refined. Lin Ling nodded. Moreover, now that your Majesty has stepped into the Saint Realm, you can cultivate in the 4th layer of the Purple Palace Realm, the Inferno Prison, allowing your Majesty's comprehension of the Fire Grand Law to reach the Grand Accomplishment stage. With the help of the Tyrant Song Sword, your Majesty's Fire Grand Law will be able to reach the Transcendent Realm, making your Majesty invincible among 4th layer saints. Yes. Lin Ling was naturally looking forward to it. He could use the peak level of the Great Law because he borrowed the power of the Tyrant Song Sword. It wasn't something he could control himself. Lin Ling refined the heavenly ruthless pearl on the way. This pearl was indeed a rare treasure. After spending a year in the Purple Palace realm to refine it, Lin Ling's vitality soared. His Fiend God Overlord physique stabilized at the 4th level. One had to know that the Fiend God Overlord physique was harder to cultivate from the 4th level onwards, but it still improved greatly, allowing Lin Ling to reach the power of 9 universes. His cultivation realm had completely stabilized. The most terrifying thing was his soul force. It broke through several levels and reached the 72nd level. Cultivators with weak soul force would die if they met Lin Ling, even if they were in the 5th layer of the Saint Realm. Lin Ling also did not expect that after the Ghost Realm trip, his strength would increase so much. Soon after, in the 4th level of the Purple Palace Realm, in the world of Purgatory, the sky was filled with flames. These were all rare flames that had been collected by Great Emperor Zhai Xing in the past. Therefore, the flames in the Purgatory world were all different and colorful. Your Majesty, your current fire attribute comprehension is at the creation stage. Next, you will enter the transformation stage. Only by comprehending the transformation stage will your Majesty's heavenly pattern martial arts be able to step into the great completion stage. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. Fire was his first martial Dao, and his comprehension in this aspect was the most solid. Your Majesty, there's no need to rush. We have time this time. Your Majesty has the talent and the foundation. It's only a matter of time before you comprehend it. Elder Z didn't think that Lin Ling would have a hard time comprehending it this time. At this moment, there were more teams at the periphery of the Ghost Domain than at Yin Mountain because it was safer here. I've been in the Ghost Realm for a while, and I've finally found 3 stalks of ghost face grass. That's great. Let's take a rest. At the foot of a hill, a team of 5 was resting. These people were from the great Xianyuan domain. Then they started a fire and roasted the dry rations that they had brought. They were also heating up wine. Although they didn't need to eat or drink with their strength, they still kept this habit. Moreover, by starting a fire in the ghost domain, they could prevent ghosts from approaching. The only thing they had to be wary of was their team. Good wine, fighting in the ghost domain, and then drinking a mouthful of wine while resting, how satisfying is this? Among the 5, a middle-aged man who was about 40 years old said, "Uncle Lee, don't drink too much. Brother Yanchen, you have to look after Uncle Lee. I'll pay attention to the surroundings." Another team member laughed. She was a woman. Although she wasn't a beauty that could cause the downfall of a country, she was still quite pretty. "Okay." Beside the woman was a handsome young man. He smiled and said, he was a second heaven saint and was the second strongest in the team. This caused the woman to admire him and even have a crush on him. "Wait, there's something approaching." At this moment, the woman frowned and pulled out a sword from the side of her red robe. The others were also on high alert. I'm sorry. I smelled the fragrance of wine and came without warning. If I'm disturbing everyone, I'll leave now. However, what surprised everyone was that it wasn't a ghost that walked out of the hill. It was a handsome young man. He wore a black robe and carried an ancient sword on his back. He had a polite smile on his face, but if one looked closely, there was a sharp glint in the depths of his eyes. "Are you alone?" The man called Uncle Lee frowned and asked. "Yes." The black-robed young man nodded with a smile and turned to leave. "It's not easy to travel alone in the ghost domain. Come and sit with us. I know that wine lovers love wine." The man called Uncle Lee laughed heartily. The black-robed young man was stunned and said awkwardly, "That's true. Moreover, I just finished my wine. How about this? I'll give you a ghost face grass as a reward." The young man seemed to be easy to talk to. Moreover, he was only a first-layer saint and he was alone, so everyone let down their guard. After the black-robed young man sat down, everyone felt more at ease. The woman in red smiled faintly and said, "You're quite brave. You dare to travel alone. If you meet Wuxia, you'll definitely die." "I'm lucky, so I haven't met him yet." The black-robed young man said insincerely. He just wanted to drink more wine. His attitude made the woman in red unhappy. "This is the core of our group, Brother Yanchen. He's a second-layer saint and his heavenly pattern martial art has reached the peak of the minor completion. He once cooperated with others to kill Wuxia. You should learn more from him." Hearing this, the black-robed young man smiled and continued drinking. He was Lin Ling. His silent attitude made the woman in red feel proud. She thought that the black-robed young man was feeling inferior. "All right, he's here to drink wine. Moreover, he didn't drink our wine for free." Everyone stopped talking. Uncle Lee couldn't stand it anymore. The woman in red looked bored. It's really lively here. After searching for so long, I actually found you guys here." At that moment, a cold voice sounded. A large number of people appeared in the surroundings. The leader of the group was a young man and he walked over with a smile. "Xia faction." Uncle Lee and the others' faces changed. Xia faction came from the great domain of Xianyuan, so they naturally knew him. Moreover, they had met him not long ago. They had found a ghost face grass but they had encountered Xia faction. In the end, they had been chased by Wuxia and escaped. Who would have thought that Xia faction would still come after them? "Hongshou, I know you. Because I'm looking for people everywhere, I'm lacking some beauties to accompany me. I think Miss Hongshou would be very happy to come with me." The newcomer was Xia faction. At that moment, he was staring at the woman in red with evil intentions. "You." The woman in red panicked. She couldn't help but look at the core of the group, Brother Yanchen. However, Brother Yanchen, who had always been calm, was now pale and his body was trembling. Obviously, Yanchen didn't dare to face Xia faction. He had lost the will to fight. Seeing this, the woman in red's face turned pale. She knew what would happen if she was captured. Capture them. Kill the man and leave the woman alive. Xia faction smiled and waved his hand. At that moment, Uncle Lee and the others were facing a great enemy. Could they not escape this calamity? Xiao. Chapter 1425. This one is Lin Ling. Boom. The sound was deafening and the ground cracked open, causing everyone to fall silent. Xia Pai was subdued in one move? What was going on? Who attacked me? Boom. Xia Pai, who was lying on the ground, couldn't help but roar. Just as he was about to get up, a foot slammed down on his head. You're really unlucky. I just came back and you met me. Boom. The power of that foot was extremely terrifying, creating a shockwave that blew everyone's hair up. Then they heard an indifferent voice drifting out. As the wind blew, the red-robed woman's eyes narrowed. It was him. It was the young man who asked for wine. Uncle Li also sucked in a breath of cold air. One had to know that Xia Pai was one of the best saints in the saint realm and possessed incredible talent, but this young man who had come to ask for a drink had defeated Xia Pai in a single blow. Was he really some random passerby they thought he was? At this moment, the people brought by Xia Pai also reacted. They stared at the black-robed young man and shouted angrily, "Who are you?" Boom. Similarly, although Xia Pai was stomped to the ground again, he was also listening. He also wanted to know who this arrogant guy was. "This one is Lin Ling." Boom. On Xia Pai's body, the black-robed young man still had his foot on him. His right hand put the wine jug into his mouth and his soft voice drifted out, causing Xia Pai and his subordinates' hearts to tremble. Lin Ling. It was actually Lin Ling. During this time, they had been looking for Lin Ling and had even almost turned the entire periphery of the ghost domain upside down. However, Lin Ling had disappeared as if he had disappeared from the entire ghost domain. Just as they were about to give up, this Lin Ling appeared again and in such a shocking way. Lin Ling. Uncle Li and the others' hearts trembled. Although they didn't know Lin Ling, they had been wandering around the periphery of the ghost domain during this time, so they knew that the Xia family was also looking for a young man named Lin Ling. At that time they were all surprised. Who was so bold as to provoke the Xia family? Now they finally saw clearly. Lin Ling, you're courting death. Kill him. On the ground, Xia Pai's eyes were filled with murderous intent. What a bold Lin Ling. He actually dared to appear in front of him and even trample him to the ground. This was a great humiliation to him. Lin Ling, I know you can defeat a second-stage saint, but there are more than 10 of us here. There's a path to heaven, but you chose to barge into the gates of hell. The surrounding experts' faces were also filled with killing intent. They were all second-layer saints and most importantly they had the advantage in numbers. Why would they need to fear Lin Ling? If I kill Lin Ling and obtain the key, I will be rewarded by Lord Xia. A terrifying aura erupted as the Saint Ocean bloomed, causing the entire land to tremble. Little friend, be careful. Seeing the majestic spiritual energy erupting, Uncle Li immediately shouted out in worry. Although Lin Ling had only interacted with them for a short time, Lin Ling was an easy person to get along with. He drank with them and even gave them a ghost face grass. He wasn't someone who bullied the weak. Therefore he was worried about Lin Ling. Brother Yanchen, go help him. What are you doing? The red-robed woman anxiously shouted. She looked at the man she worshipped, only to find him kneeling on the ground, his body trembling. He was actually frightened by the surrounding experts. At this moment, the red-robed woman's heart was shattered. She could only look at the black-robed young man. Go to hell. Clear moon, mysterious water palm. Sky glass wave. More than a dozen people pounced towards Lin Ling. With such a powerful attack, even a 4th-level Saint Ascension Saint would perish here. At this moment, the corners of Xia Pai's mouth curled up, revealing a disdainful smile. At this moment, Uncle Li and the others shouted even louder. Smoky heaven and earth. However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling acted as if he didn't know the experts were attacking. He continued to drink and his soft voice floated out. Space distortion. Rumble. All the powerful attacks missed. Those who attacked were stunned. The great law of the void? How could it be? He's reached 1st stage saint. Some experts reacted and shouted in surprise. Lin Ling had reached such a level in such a short time. This was too terrifying. Deliberately mystifying, you still have to die. However, the experts were only slightly surprised. One of them had an extremely powerful movement technique. Unexpectedly, he shot out a finger. The great law of the void was so powerful that it split open the void. There's nowhere to hide. All the experts sneered. Crack. As expected, the terrifying finger hit Lin Ling's back. Everyone laughed. Dead, he's definitely dead. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. However, after a while, the black-robed young man stretched out his right hand and poured the wine into his mouth. It was as if he didn't notice that someone was attacking him. What? The crowd's pupils fiercely trembled. Lin Ling wasn't dead. Moreover, he was still drinking while fighting so many of them. This was too arrogant. Not good. He has a great law protecting him. It's as if it's blocking my attack. Only 50% of my great law's power can land on him. The powerhouse who had attacked shouted, his expression changing drastically as he maintained his pointing posture. It was too terrifying. A mere 1st stage saint was able to resist his great law without fear. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it even if he was beaten to death. Your great law of the void isn't bad. If you reach the large success stage, you'll definitely be able to injure me. Unfortunately, only 50% of your power can land on me. It's not enough to harm my body. At this moment, Lin Ling indifferently said. His voice was calm, but it seemed to come from the depths of hell. The experts were all stunned. They didn't know why, but a feeling of panic spread in their hearts. At this moment, the feeling that Lin Ling gave them was even more terrifying than Wuxia. Run. Without any hesitation, everyone fiercely shouted. Run. Uncle Li's mouth was wide open. A dozen second stage saints were facing Lin Ling, yet they were running. What an impressive young man. The red-robed woman sucked in a breath of cold air. She suddenly realized that this was the expert she needed to look up to. Do you think you can escape? Lin Ling continued to pour the wine into his mouth. His right hand pulled out the ancient sword. On the sword, flames began to boil, causing everyone to tremble in fear. That flame was too shocking. Quick run. After being stunned for a moment, everyone became even more frantic and fled in all directions. Fire of the great law of the void. First it creates life. Next it transforms. A cold voice came from Lin Ling's mouth. A dazzling sword was slashed out. Rumble. The great law appeared. On Lin Ling's sword, 100 dragons roared. Moreover, all of them were vivid and lifelike. The fire dragon horns were shocking to the eye, carrying with them the great law of the void. A shocking scene of 100 dragons galloping appeared on the ground, majestically crossing the ground. That's the peak of heavenly pattern martial arts. How is this possible? He's only a first-stage saint. The experts who were running all let out terrified voices. In their eyes, a dragon storm was coming. Thousands of fire dragons were about to devour them. Rumble. Chapter 1426. Solicitation. The entire world was silent. The remaining people stared at the black-robed youth as if they were looking at a god of flames, motionless. At this moment, the flames on Lin Ling's sword disappeared. He drank another mouthful of wine and looked at Xia Pai indifferently. Xianxia, how is it? His voice was calm, but it carried a strong sense of majesty. Xia Pai's face was still frozen in place. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. With one sword, 100 dragons had roared and been annihilated. Last time Lin Ling had clashed with him. Due to his carelessness, he had lost. He thought that if he had the chance to see Lin Ling again, he would let Lin Ling know how strong he was. But now that he had finally met him, he didn't feel that he could defeat Lin Ling. Instead, he felt that the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. Let me tell you, my father's patience has run out. Today he will kill Xianxia. Xia Pai's heart shook as he roared. Lin Ling was strong, but so what? Did he dare to face his father? Right now, he wanted to tell Lin Ling that Xianxia was going to die. He wanted to see Lin Ling's pained expression and Lin Ling's helpless crying. He dares to touch Xianxia. However, the scene that Xia Pai imagined didn't happen. Instead, he saw Lin Ling stop drinking. His eyes were even colder, as if the eyes of the Yellow Spring Great Emperor were staring at him. At this moment, a strong sense of fear rose in his heart. He didn't dare to look into Lin Ling's eyes. Wuxia must die. Those who touch my team must die. The cold and emotionless voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing Xia Pai to suddenly have a feeling that his father would really die. At this moment, he didn't know why he didn't believe in his father. However, he eventually calmed down and gritted his teeth. You're only a first-layer saint while my father is a fourth-layer saint. It's impossible for you to kill him. In fact, you don't even dare to look for him. Let me tell you, my father lost a large number of his teammates in the ancient tomb. This time he's recruiting teams. Swoosh. Just as Xia Pai's voice fell, Lin Ling raised his sword and chopped off Xia Pai's arms and legs. At the same time, his cold voice floated out, then you can watch your father die in front of you with your own eyes. After speaking, Lin Ling waved his left hand. Flames turned into chains and tied around Xia Pai's neck, dragging him forward. In the ghost realm, other than the terrifying ghosts, the only people who could trust each other were teammates. Xianxia was Lin Ling's teammate. In order to help Lin Ling escape, she was trapped. Therefore, how could Lin Ling abandon her? Since Xia Wuxia dared to kill Xianxia, Lin Ling would annihilate Xia Wuxia's entire team. In the ghost realm, the principle of survival was this simple. If the team wasn't annihilated, then they would be annihilated by others. Ah! Xia Pai cried out in pain. His 4 limbs had been chopped off by Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling wanted to bring him to find his father. Crazy. Cha. Lin Ling dragged Xiao Pai and walked towards the ruins. As for Uncle Li's team, everyone was stunned. Lin Ling really went there. That place was filled with experts. He really dared to go there. Fearless, unshaken even if the sky collapses. This is what a warrior of my generation should be like. The red-robed woman's beautiful eyes stared at the slender back. At this moment, the back gave people the feeling of a proud and aloof swordsman. However, he was also obsessed with saving his teammates. She couldn't help but look at brother Yanchen, whom she had always worshipped. At this moment she suddenly felt that it was ridiculous. Previously she had actually compared Lin Ling to brother Yanchen. She even felt disdain for Lin Ling. Now she discovered that the two of them couldn't be compared at all. The difference was like heaven and earth. It was no wonder that Lin Ling didn't refute her. He really didn't care. "I'm sorry. I was wrong before," the red-robed woman said in a low voice. The person she looked down on was actually the one who saved her. Her heart was filled with mixed feelings. In addition to admiration there was also gratitude. At this moment, Lin Ling was holding a wine bottle in one hand and a flaming chain in the other. He was moving forward in the vast land. His eyes were cold. The last time he left, he was carrying a promise to his teammates. Today he was back. Who is that guy? He looks so arrogant. He actually dares to move alone in the ghost domain. Moreover, there is someone tied up behind him. No, that's Xiao Pai. What nonsense are you talking about? In the periphery of the ghost domain, the Xia family has the largest team. Who dares to catch Xiao Pai? Wait, that guy is indeed Xiao Pai. Along the way they naturally encountered groups of 2s and 3s. Those people all sucked in a breath of cold air. That black-robed young man was so arrogant. However, he was doomed because he had touched Master Xia's reverse scale. As for Xiao Pai, his eyes were red because he was now like a stray dog. Lin Ling actually treated him like a dog and dragged him to the ruins. At this moment, there were scattered groups gathered in the ancient ruins. These groups were very famous in the periphery of the ghost domain. Every leader was extremely powerful. At this moment, their gazes fell on a tall and sturdy man in the ruins. Wuxia, the top expert of the great Xianyuan region. It was said that his backer was the 5 heavenly kings. He was a king under King Xia and King Lu Yang. The reason they gathered here was very simple. Not long ago they heard Wuxia's summons. He said that he was preparing to enter the Yin Mountain. Therefore they gathered more groups and formed a large group. Although these groups were independent and didn't like to be controlled by others, Wuxia's strength was too strong. He had reached the 4th layer of the Saint Realm. Therefore they couldn't oppose him. If they did, their group would be annihilated. Therefore they braced themselves and came. Of course, if Wuxia wanted to unify them, other than using powerful force, he would also use generous rewards. I heard that Master Xia found the ancient tomb of the Regent Ghost Emperor. He is only missing a key. I also heard that the key is currently with a young man named Lin Ling. Therefore, during this period of time, a large number of people in the periphery of the ghost domain have been looking for Lin Ling. In that case it's true. Then let's join and help Wuxia kill Lin Ling. We can also obtain the treasures of the ancient tomb. Many groups were moved. They entered the ghost domain for the treasures. Therefore joining Wuxia's group was nothing. Most importantly, Wuxia was so strong. Who could be his match? A total of 36 people, 5 groups. At this moment, an indifferent voice drifted out. Everyone looked over. In the ruins, a tall man sat on an ancient stone and said indifferently. With just a glance, many people's hearts turned heavy as if they were under great pressure. As expected of Wuxia. If we join them, it's very likely that we can enter the Yin Mountain and compete with those heroes. At the same time, many people were in awe of Wuxia. They also heard that a large number of teams had appeared in Yin Mountain. However, only powerful and proud teams could go there. But now, with Wuxia as the captain, they could also go there. Master Xia, we are willing to join. Someone said with a smile. Good. Chapter 1427. One person, at present, I have indeed found the ancient king tomb, and I have also obtained a key. I'm still missing one. You must bring the remaining key back. Wuxia said again. At the same time he waved his hand and a petite girl was brought out. Her entire body was bound by ghost chains, and her pretty face was somewhat pale. She is the key you found? Many people were moved. Although the woman was not very beautiful at this moment, she was bound by the ghost chains. Her weak appearance was extremely attractive. However, the woman's eyes revealed a strong light. She was clearly not a weak person. Xianyuan, my patience has run out. If you join my team you can still live. Xiao Wuxia said as he indifferently stared at the girl. His eyes were filled with disdain. Do you think it's possible? The one who was bound was Xianxia. She raised her pale face and smiled. You are so foolish. Even now you still believe that he will come back? Let me tell you, I have already searched the periphery of the ghost domain, but I still can't find him. This means that he has already given up on you. You are so pitiful. Xiao Wuxia laughed contemptuously. He was mocking Xianxuan's ignorance. Xianxuan's pretty face also dimmed. She recalled the words that the youth had said before he left. My heart is filled with obsession. Unless the sky collapses and the earth cracks, I will return. I will return. This was the promise of a team. However, a promise was ultimately a dream. Reality was ultimately cruel. How could that indifferent youth come back? If he came back to face Xiao Wuxia, only death would await him. If it was her, she wouldn't come back either. The surrounding people also knew that Xianxua had a team. Unfortunately, she was abandoned by her teammates. They all sneered. This girl was so foolish. She was clearly abandoned, yet she still refused to lower her head. She missed the opportunity that Lord Xia gave her. Do you regret it? Xiao Wuxia said indifferently. Xianxua clenched her teeth, but she still shook her head. There is nothing to regret. In one's life, to be able to let go of the shackles in one's heart and trust someone for once is a wonderful feeling. Therefore dying is nothing. How silly. The surrounding people sneered even more. Her teammates had abandoned her, but she didn't regret it or resent them. Instead, she still believed in the team and wasn't afraid of death. If this wasn't stupid, then what was? Since that's the case, I have nothing else to say. Now you have to hand over the key and you can die. A cold smile appeared on Xiao Wuxia's face. He knew that Xianxua was only comforting himself. Xianxua must be feeling very uncomfortable in his heart, as if he was being cut by a knife. Being abandoned was like being betrayed. At this moment, Xianxua's petite body was indeed trembling. Her pretty face was pale, but in the end she revealed a sad but beautiful smile. At this point, death was unavoidable. However, there was an indescribable feeling in her heart. Was she wrong again? Is there no one in this world who can believe it? Could it be that she had trusted the wrong person again? Rumble. At that moment, a rumbling sound rang out in the distance. Everyone's eyes narrowed. What was going on? Xiao Wuxia's tall and sturdy body also stood up. He frowned and angrily shouted, What happened? My lord, it's not good. Someone is coming. In the distance, a man covered in blood anxiously ran over, causing many people's expressions to change. Someone dared to come here? Is this a dream? How bold. Which team is this person from? How many people are there? I want to see which team is so bold. Xiao Wuxia sneered. This person is simply courting death. This is Lord Xia's territory. One team is definitely not enough to be so arrogant. Perhaps it's an alliance of 5 teams. Someone flattered and laughed, saying how powerful Xiao Wuxia was. Of course, everyone had the same guess. Only a few teams dared to be so arrogant in Xiao Wuxia's territory. Lord Xia, there's only one person. Yes. However, just as everyone was thinking this, the man covered in blood spoke with a pale face. Silence. As soon as his words fell, the entire ruins became silent. A single person dared to come here? Is this person here to die? Or is he looking down on Lord Xia? Xiao Wuxia's ice-cold face suddenly turned ferocious as if he'd been slapped. He said coldly, Men, bring me that person's head. I'd like to see who dares to be so arrogant. I'll go. I'll go too. Many teams in the surroundings volunteered. This was the time to perform meritorious deeds. If Xiao Wuxia was satisfied and happy, they might be rewarded with even more treasures after entering the regal ghost emperor's tomb. As for the remaining 2 teams, they were silent. Clearly they didn't want to join Xiao Wuxia. However, due to Xiao Wuxia's tyrannical power, they were helpless. Go. Bring me his head after 1 incense stick of time. Xiao Wuxia indifferently waved his hand. The 2 teams moved. The strongest was a 3rd heaven saint. It was enough. The dozen people excitedly rushed out of the ruins. Soon after, a rumbling sound came from the distance. In just half an incense stick of time, a voice that seemed to come from the depths of hell resounded in the ruins. There's no need for you to bring me the head. I'll bring it myself. His voice drifted out, causing everyone in the ruins to widen their eyes. Then they saw a large number of human heads flying over from afar, landing on the ground. It was extremely dazzling. It was actually the dozen or so people from before. Seeing this, everyone's hearts exploded like thunder. This person was so arrogant. Who are you? Why are you so arrogant? Xia Wuxia's face became even colder. This person was violating his dignity and making him lose face. Lord Xia, you've been looking for me for so long. I've come as I wish. Am I not welcome? The voice came from the front again, causing Xia Wuxia to frown. Who was this person? Could it be King Xiao Youyang's people? One had to know that he had also been looking for King Xiao Youyang's people, wanting them to give him some experts to help him. Then who are you? Xia Wuxia asked again. I'm Lin Ling. Finally, a hoarse voice drifted over, causing Xia Wuxia's body to tremble. Previously, he hadn't thought about Lin Ling at all, because in his understanding, it was impossible for Lin Ling to deliver himself to his doorstep. But now the truth had appeared. Who is Lin Ling? He's so arrogant. He seems to be that woman's teammate. Impossible, he really came back. The crowd was shocked. They had just mocked Xian Yuange, but now Xian Yuange's teammate had returned. At this moment, Xian Yuange's beautiful eyes narrowed as she stared straight ahead. He came back. How could Lin Ling dare to come back? Shouldn't he have left the ghost realm? If he came back, he would be courting death. Thoughts rose in her heart, causing tears to flow out of her clear eyes. She couldn't believe everything before her eyes. Everyone was the same as they stared straight ahead. At this moment, a black-robed young man slowly appeared on the ground in front of them. He had an ancient sword on his back and his long hair fluttered in the wind. His handsome face had a hint of unswerving determination and sharpness. His left hand held a wine jug as if he wouldn't be alarmed even if the sky collapsed. His right hand held a chain, and behind the chain was a man who looked like a stray dog. At this moment, his long hair was disheveled and his body was covered in blood. At this moment, the ruins became even more deathly silent. Chapter 1428. He's really back. He's really back. Xian Yuange stared at the handsome young man. She was finally sure of everything. My heart is filled with obsession. Unless the sky collapses and the earth shatters, I will definitely return. The voice that the young man left behind in the ancient tomb echoed in her heart again. I will definitely return. This was the promise of the team. A promise was a dream. She thought that reality was cruel and that this kind of thing would never happen. However, the young man in front of her told her that her dream would come true one day. She, Xian Yuange, had not been abandoned. Her teammates had come to save her. Idiot! Xian Yuange scolded, but more tears fell from her eyes. It's really Lin Ling. Many people stared at the black-robed young man and sucked in cold air. Xia Wuxia's pupils constricted. He also found it hard to believe. However, when his gaze fell on the Xia faction behind Lin Ling, his eyes became crazy. What did you do to my Xia faction? Lin Ling was so arrogant and domineering. He held a wine jug in one hand and his son in the other. This was simply a slap to his face. It's just a dog, so I brought it back. Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out. At the same time, he drank another mouthful of wine. His fearless appearance made many people admire him. Although they were enemies, they had to admit Lin Ling's courage. You're courting death. You actually captured young Master Xia. Someone shouted angrily. Without waiting for Xia Wuxia to speak, he pounced over. You dare to come alone? Let's see how many lives you have. Empty sword. Lin Ling's right hand let go of the flaming chain and pulled out the tyrannical song sword from his back. He didn't even look at the opponent and slashed out. Vigorous energy combined with the power of space, unbridled slashing out. Gotcha. The slash was like a bolt from the blue. A sword mark appeared on the expert's neck and he fell to the ground, dead. Lin Ling was still drinking wine and slowly walking forward as if the previous slash had nothing to do with him. First layer Saint Realm. The crowd was surprised. They could sense Lin Ling's cultivation realm. Xia Wuxia's eyes narrowed. How long had it been? Lin Ling had actually broken through. Could it be that Lin Ling hadn't run away all this time and had instead been bitterly cultivating and finally stepped into the Saint Realm? As expected of a great calamity. After being left alone, he had completely grown up. First layer Saint Realm? Is this your confidence? Although Lin Ling's strength had increased, Xia Wuxia didn't fear him at all because he was at the 4th level of the Saint Ascension realm. The others were the same. They had a large number of 2nd and 3rd level saints here, so how could Lin Ling act arrogantly? Lin Ling ignored Xia Wuxia's voice and said indifferently. Father, save me. Sure, but you may not be able to leave this place after the change. Xia Wuxia also nodded. It was good that Lin Ling had come. It would save him the trouble of searching everywhere and he would be able to obtain the 2 keys. How foolish. Does he think he can leave after saving that woman? Many people coldly snorted, feeling that Lin Ling was too impulsive. Lin Ling, why did you come back? Hearing Lin Ling's words, Xianxia cried out with moist eyes. She was very touched that Lin Ling had come back, but he had only come back because they had been wiped out. There's nothing I can do about it. My teammate is too trash. As the team leader, I have to take care of her. Lin Ling's mouth twitched as his disdainful voice drifted out, causing Xianxuan's heart to fiercely tremble. Her beautiful eyes became even more moist. Those words were filled with disdain, but in reality, they were filled with deep concern and a firm promise. Okay, I'll let her go. At this moment, Wuxia coldly shouted and released Xianxuan. Xianxuan hurriedly ran towards Lin Ling. You let her go. Then I'll give you the goods. Lin Ling drank a mouthful of wine and pulled out the flaming shackles, causing Xia Pai's body to appear in front of him. Then he kicked out. Goods. Xia Pai was actually goods, not a person. Hearing those words and seeing Lin Ling's insolent kick, everyone was furious. Death was at hand, yet this young man still dared to be arrogant. You can protect yourself, right? Lin Ling ignored everyone's anger. After Xianxuan ran over, he looked at Xianxuan and said indifferently, Sure, but how are we going to escape now? Xianxuan's beautiful face became solemn. Although she had escaped, there was still a bigger problem waiting for her. Escape? You should take a rest first. Lin Ling shook his head and looked at Wuxia. At this moment, Wuxia's face was extremely malevolent. However, when he saw Lin Ling's gaze, he couldn't help but laugh. You're still not leaving? The crowd was also extremely puzzled. Lin Ling had obtained a teammate, yet he didn't think of a way to escape. Was he stupid? Wuxia, your team has increased by a lot. There are now more than 40 people. Lin Ling said indifferently as if he didn't hear Wuxia's words. Wuxia frowned. He was even more puzzled by Lin Ling's actions. However, at this moment, Lin Ling said indifferently, Then none of these 40 people can escape. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression froze. Not only did Lin Ling not plan to escape, but he also treated them as prey. He didn't want to leave a single one of them alive. Arrogant, how arrogant. Everyone's expression became unsightly. One had to know that there were countless experts here, not to mention Lord Wuxia. Yet Lin Ling dared to wipe them out? Even Xianxuan's beautiful eyes narrowed. She found it hard to believe. After all, last time, Lin Ling had encountered Wuxia and could only retreat. How long had it been since then? Now he wanted to wipe out Wuxia's entire team? This was completely impossible. Later, if there are second-layer saints who want to escape, you are responsible for killing them. Leave the rest to me. Lin Ling said to Xianxuan as if he didn't know everyone's astonishment. Xianxuan subconsciously nodded. She felt that Lin Ling was crazy, but soon she smiled. Since they were a team, then she would accompany Lin Ling in his madness. You can't see yourself clearly. Lord Xia, our team will kill him. Those teams couldn't help but kill Lin Ling, this arrogant youth. They shouted malevolently, Just a first-layer saint, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You don't know that we are a team alliance. We are going to enter the world of heroes in Een Mountain. You dare to stop us? Is that so? Yes. Lin Ling nodded coldly. He slowly pulled out the Tyrant Song sword and strode forward. His sword was earth-shattering. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his cold gaze swept across the crowd. The teams that had wanted to fight felt their hearts tremble at this moment. After meeting Lin Ling's eyes, they felt a sense of fear. It was as if they had seen the ancient god Empyrean, the combination of the infernal god and the killing god. Although this feeling was illusory, it was so real. Wait, we were only ordered to come. Currently we are not Lord Xia's team. Moreover, our 2 teams will not participate in today's matter. Yes. Some teams anxiously shouted and completely retreated. However, there were even more teams that sneered. Those teams that retreated would definitely regret it later. Because once Lin Ling died, Lord Xia would kill them. He's just a first-layer saint. Kill. Chapter 1429. 100 Dragons roared, shameless boasting. I'll kill you and show you what a true saint is. A young man wanted to shock the world with a single feat. He took the lead, his cultivation erupting as a saint ocean descended. His cultivation was at the 2nd layer of the saint realm. You dare to be the first to fight with such a cultivation? Umph. Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. Heaven-smelling earth appeared, distorting space. Xianxia clenched her fists tightly, but she was also looking forward to it. She didn't know why, but she felt that Lin Ling wouldn't lose to the opponent. So now she wanted to see her teammate blossom with pride. Space rippled and distorted like a reflection in water. The young man who attacked first frowned as he sensed a change in the world. He turned his head anxiously and his expression changed drastically. He didn't know when Lin Ling had appeared behind him. Lin Ling's figure was like a ghost. His sword was filled with killing intent as it ruthlessly slashed down. Retreat. That person anxiously shouted. He was afraid, terrified. He didn't expect Lin Ling to have the great law of space. Unfortunately, it was too late to retreat now. First one. A voice like the netherworld drifted out. The sword slashed out, the force of the 9 universes exploding. With a bang, that person was ruthlessly slashed apart, blood raining down like rain. Many people narrowed their eyes. Killing a cultivator within a breath's time. That was way too fast, wasn't it? You killed my teammate. A roar came from the distance as 6 people rushed over. One of them had reached the 3rd layer of the Saint Realm. With a raise of his hand, flames filled the sky. He actually had a fire-attributed immortal physique, and was at the 5th grade of the Yellow Realm. You killed Lida. He wanted to go to Yin Mountain with us. You're dead for sure. The other 5 also exploded with killing intent. They were a team, how could they not kill Lin Ling? Heaven-smelling earth. Empty sword. Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. So what if they had more people? He'd encountered even more people on Yin Mountain and they were even stronger. Spatial fluctuations appeared once again. Lin Ling seemed to have turned into a god of space, weaving in front of everyone. His sword carried a dazzling light, as if it was the sword of a death god, ruthlessly slashing out. What a fast movement technique. Many people stared fixedly at that scene and sucked in a breath of cold air. They couldn't see through Lin Ling's great rules at all, and in the next moment, a dazzling sword flashed past their eyes. Another person had fallen, directly slashed apart. What is that sword? There are clearly no great rules, but why is it so powerful? Even more people trembled with fear. They'd never seen such a terrifying sword strike. How could they know that Lin Ling's sword strike had reached the terrifying power of the 9 universes? You killed another one of my men. The remaining members of the team roared. How could this be? Their team had attacked, but one of them had still been killed by Lin Ling. You want to go to Yin Mountain? I'm sorry, but you're not qualified to go with your current strength because I've just returned from Yin Mountain. A cold voice drifted in the space, but it exploded in everyone's hearts like thunder. Previously, they'd formed an alliance to go to Yin Mountain to take a look at the world of heroes, but who knew that the young man in front of them had already gone there and returned alive? Go to hell. Another sword slashed out and another expert of the team fell there. They were helpless against Lin Ling's distorted space. They could only watch as Lin Ling destroyed their team step by step. How did his strength increase so much? Wuxia stared at the scene in front of him with an ugly expression. Lin Ling had returned this time. He thought that Lin Ling had come to die, but in the end, a team was destroyed by Lin Ling just like that. This was simply a world of difference from the previous Lin Ling. The 6th one. In a few breaths of time, that team had all fallen. Only Lin Ling's cold voice drifted out of the ruins. So powerful. Xianxia's heart pounded violently, but she also felt a deep sense of happiness. It was as if she had found a peaceful harbor in the middle of a storm that would forever protect her. Kill. Everyone attack. Whoever kills him, I'll let them choose any treasure they want from the ancient tomb. Wuxia's eyes also turned red. He didn't believe that Lin Ling could block all the Saint Realm Masters. Could Lin Ling block all the Saint Realm Masters? Kill. All the teams moved out, their killing intent soaring. Lin Ling had to die. Seeing more than 30 people rushing over, Lin Ling took a step back and drifted away. This action caused many people's spirits to rise. Lin Ling was definitely afraid. This was normal. A trivial first-layer saint could kill a third-layer saint, which was already very powerful, but how could he block a large number of Saint Realm Masters? Try my martial arts, Great Mountain Crushing Suppression. This is a martial art at the Grand Accomplishment stage. Let's all use the principles at the Grand Accomplishment stage to suppress him. He's dead for sure. One by one, the Masters released their terrifying strength, causing the ruins to shatter. The 2 teams that didn't participate in the battle looked at this scene with pale faces. So crazy. This could be considered a team alliance. Then, they looked at the black-robed young man and found that he was retreating further and further. Finally, he seemed to feel that he couldn't escape and stopped. Was he going to give up? The two teams frowned, but in the next moment, they saw the black-robed young man raise the sword in his hand. His indifferent voice drifted out, "I also have a grand accomplishment stage heavenly pattern martial art." Dazzling flames spread out at this moment, causing the hearts of the two teams to explode. Lin Ling was only a first-layer saint, but he had comprehended the grand accomplishment stage of fire principles. This talent was terrifying. How could they know that Lin Ling had rushed all the way here, cultivating in the fourth layer of Purple Palace Purgatory and finally comprehending the grand accomplishment stage of fire principles? And this was under the premise that he hadn't used the tyrannical song sword. Just relying on this won't be enough to block the attacks of the other teams. One of them was shocked, but he still shook his head and said, full of confidence, "My Sword Emperor stage has 1,000,000 fire runes, so my martial arts can be raised to the pinnacle stage." At this moment, a cold voice drifted out, causing everyone's eyes to narrow. The grand accomplishment stage of the grand accomplishment stage? Fire. Incomparably terrifying fire, and at this moment, it started to condense and take form, causing a large number of dragons to appear in the sky. They had red dragon horns, burning scales and roaring dragon mouths. It was a shocking sight. The roar of 100 dragons. The world over there became a world of dragons. Moreover, it was the world of the craziest and most tyrannical fire dragons. It formed an extreme fire dragon law, and under this law, everything would be turned into nothingness. This was the tyrannical power of fire. Heavenly pattern martial arts are at the pinnacle stage. He's only a first-layer saint. The expressions of the powerhouses who were pouncing towards Lin Ling changed drastically at this moment. They stopped in their tracks. It was only now that they realized that Lin Ling wasn't trying to escape. Instead, he was preparing an even more terrifying law. He wanted to wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Roar of 100 dragons. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression was ice-cold. The sword in his hand was like the sword of an emperor as he pointed it forward. Rumble. Chapter 1430. Is this all you've got? Retreat. Those teams shouted in panic. It was as if their hearts were being burned by flames. They were terrified and regretful. When Lin Ling had counted their numbers, they should have fled and surrendered. However, they had trusted Wuxia, which had led to their current situation. Rumble. The fire dragon burned and the earth shook. It was as if a volcano had erupted on the ground. Any living thing under the Great Law would be turned to ashes. After the Great Law of Fire passed, only 3 people out of 30 managed to escape. Moreover, they were all heavily injured and fell to the ground. Flames were still burning on their bodies and they were crying out in pain. They thought that if they didn't join Wuxia's team, they would be wiped out. However, after joining, they were wiped out even faster. The ruins were deathly silent. The 2 teams that hadn't planned on interfering were now pale. They stood there in a daze. They seemed to have made the right choice. How did he become so strong? He's only at the first layer of the Saint Realm, but he has the great law of a peak realm. Xianxia stared at Lin Ling in a daze. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Even the 3 Xian geniuses of the mortal world couldn't compare to this guy. How did your strength increase so much? The most shocked person was none other than Wuxia. He was the one who was shocked. He came from the great Shenyuan region and naturally knew how powerful those geniuses were. He even knew the recommendation list. However, compared to Lin Ling, the recommendation list was like trash. A true monster was in front of him. He couldn't help but feel like he was dreaming. Not long ago, in the regal Ghost Emperor's tomb, Lin Ling wasn't his opponent. However, now he was giving him great pressure. Sure enough, it was as he had guessed. Lin Ling couldn't live. Once he was alive, he would take revenge. A first layer of the Saint Realm can kill a third layer of the Saint Realm. You are the strongest person I've ever seen. However, you will be facing a fourth layer of the Saint Realm. Do you still have confidence? Sigh. Wuxia took a deep breath. There was no one left. His team had been wiped out, so it was his turn to attack. He had to kill Lin Ling. Therefore he stood up. His tall body exuded an aura of supremacy. You don't have much of a chance. At this moment, Lin Ling's body was covered in flames. He held his sword and walked forward step by step. His black robe formed a sharp contrast with the red flames, telling Wuxia that he had provoked the wrong person. His bitter cultivation at the Yin Mountain allowed Lin Ling to be qualified to face an ambitious character like Wuxia. Lin Ling was not afraid. I don't have much of a chance? The corner of Wuxia's mouth curled up as he laughed. Spiritual energy erupted from his body, shaking the heavens. This was the power of the Saint Ocean, and it had reached the fourth layer. It was as if it could suppress the world. Your strength comes from heavenly rune martial arts, but don't forget in this world, immortal physique is everything. A pitch-black shadow appeared behind Xianxia. It looked like a demon king. It had bull horns but its eyes were red. The people of the two teams in the distance gasped. What level of immortal physique was that? They couldn't see through it at all. They could only see a tall shadow with bull horns and blood-red eyes. It was just too shocking. My innate talent is the 10th grade golden tier ox puppet body. A low shout floated out of Xiao Wuxia's mouth. His immortal physique rolled out majestically, making it difficult for people to breathe. Staring at the terrifying ox puppet body, the people of the two teams suddenly thought of the demon region's ox demon king. Could it be that kind of innate talent? It was said that the ox demon king was the king of 100 demons and could summon millions of demon gods. Under the ripples of his demonic aura, any creature would have to kneel down. Moreover, they had vaguely heard that the 72 demon gods of Shenping province were actually the followers of the demon region's ox demon king. Devilish voice. Xiao Wuxia seemed to have transformed into a demon ox as he roared towards the sky. His voice shook the ghost region like the cry of an ox. Roar. Under the sound, the earth seemed to split open, and the demonic aura in the sky turned into a vortex. The people of the two teams coughed out blood, and their eardrums instantly stopped working. They quickly sat down cross-legged to resist the terrifying power. They sensed that the Saint Ocean in their dantian was shattering. That ox roar was terrifying. Lin Ling, be careful. Xian Yuangur worriedly shouted. It was too strong and Lin Ling didn't know if he could resist it. She also quickly sat down cross-legged, and the singing voice floated around her body. Only then did she resist the pressure of the immortal physique. 10th grade Yellow Realm. Lin Ling's eyes revealed a strange expression. This was the first time he had encountered a 10th grade yellow-ranked immortal physique. Moreover, he could sense that his fiend god overlord physique's resistance against the deafening bull's roar had become stronger. Moreover, the devilish sound had also entered his body. It was as if there were millions of rampaging bulls, wreaking havoc in his body. But soon, a strange army was born in his body, and when it encountered the devilish voice, it actually devoured it. Originally, Lin Ling and Xiao Wuxia's innate talents were the same, and Xiao Wuxia's attacks didn't have a strong effect on Lin Ling. Xiao Wuxia's only advantage was his realm, while Lin Ling's advantages were his heavenly weapon, martial arts, and soul force. But now, Lin Ling sensed that strange army in his body, and he immediately became immune to the pressure of the opponent's immortal physique. It's the heavenly ruthless bead. Lin Ling instantly thought of something. After Lin Ling absorbed the heavenly ruthless bead, Lin Ling's god devil overlord physique became even more powerful, and he was immune to the ruthless aura. This also meant that Xiao Wuxia's unparalleled immortal physique was a combination of baleful aura and ruthless aura. However, after encountering Lin Ling, this advantage was like trash. This made Lin Ling realize that it was as easy as flipping his hand to kill Xiao Wuxia. However, he didn't plan on using his soul force. He wanted to let Xiao Wuxia know that he didn't dare to touch his people. Lin Ling was going to crush Xiao Wuxia. Lin Ling kneeled down. At this moment, Xiao Wuxia didn't know about Lin Ling's transformation and shouted tyrannically. Bah. However, after he spoke, Lin Ling raised his eyes and coldly smiled. He slowly walked forward. The surrounding baleful aura didn't affect Lin Ling at all. At the same time, a disdainful voice drifted over. Xiao Wuxia, is that all you have? Crushing, complete crushing. Not only was Lin Ling not afraid of Xiao Wuxia's attack, but he even asked if Xiao Wuxia only had that much strength. What? Xiao Wuxia's expression changed drastically. His heart was filled with anger. Could it be that his evaluation of Lin Ling was wrong? Lin Ling's talent was the same as his? Impossible, this was absolutely impossible. Even if Lin Ling's talent was the same as his cultivation realm was higher. He should be able to affect Lin Ling. Ruthless bull. Pa. Xiao Wuxia's body floated up and he ruthlessly punched out with his fists like a tornado. A storm appeared. The ruthless aura turned into a large number of raging bulls and swept towards Lin Ling. If it was before, Lin Ling would have needed other methods to deal with it. However, after refining the heavenly ruthless bead, he didn't need any other methods. His absolute defense and immunity allowed him to easily deal with it. Pop, pop. The tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's right hand. He stepped forward and slashed out again. Only this much strength. You really disappoint me. Boom. Rumble. Chapter 1431. Team Annihilation. You. Die. Xiao Wuxia's pupils constricted. Nothing happened again? Lin Ling had once again suppressed him. Impossible. Sun Moon Demonic Ox / Die. Xiao Wuxia unleashed an even stronger attack. His talent was combined with the Sun Moon Wheel in his hand. His celestial weapon wasn't weak, it was at the king level. Rumble. A great law demonic ox with a sun and moon mark on its forehead stomped on the ground and swept out. This ox was as huge as an ancient mountain. Oh. Die. The three people who were still alive were trampled into meat paste by the demonic ox. How tyrannical was this great law? It was simply a demonic ox that could kill gods. As for the two teams watching the battle, they retreated one after another. King Xia, the #1 king under the 6 suns, was indeed terrifying. Wildness, baleful aura and evil aura. 3 great laws appeared on the Sun Moon demonic ox and mightily pounced over. Lin Ling's pupils flickered, but he still didn't retreat. He heavily gripped his sword with both hands, attempting to block the Sun Moon demonic ox with the tyrannical song. This was because he could sense that this demonic ox had borrowed the power of the celestial weapon to increase its great law. It was indeed very powerful, but under Lin Ling's tyrannical song, was a king-level expert qualified to be arrogant? Crazy. He still won't retreat. Die. The eyes of the two teams widened. A first-level saint fighting a fourth-level saint. According to the norm, it should be a first-level saint fighting to the death while a fourth-level saint would crush the opponent step by step. However, the result was the opposite. Rumble. The sword collided with the Sun Moon demonic ox, creating a deafening sound that spread thousands of miles away. Many teams outside the ghost domain gasped. Rumble. The collision continued. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Spiritual chi turned into a storm at this moment. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling's figure finally began to retreat. This made many people think that Lin Ling couldn't block it. You want to crush me, Xiao Wuxia? You're not qualified. Die. Xiao Wuxia floated in the sky. At this moment, he was indescribably domineering and arrogant, as if a king had descended. I said, you don't have a chance. However, just as he finished speaking, the image of an ancient god emperor appeared in the storm ahead. Its feet were on the ground and its head was in the sky. Aside from its legs and fists, its eyes also seemed to become clear. Its gaze swept past Xiao Wuxia as if it was looking down on the world. Boom. The moment the ancient god sovereign appeared, the Sun Moon demonic ox was ruthlessly slashed away. Its huge body flew thousands of miles away, crushing countless ghosts along the way. Xiao Wuxia's expression froze. Was Lin Ling invincible? Otherwise, how could it block his attack again? Father. Xia Pai's face was also pale. Previously he had wanted to see Lin Ling die, but the result was so shocking. Amidst the dust, Lin Ling's footsteps could be heard. His slender figure slowly walked out. Xiao Wuxia, an ambitious and ruthless character. How domineering. But now do you regret it? Regret. Lin Ling's voice seemed to echo throughout the entire ghost domain sky. Lin Ling was asking Xiao Wuxia if he regretted it. Xiao Wuxia's expression was sinister. Regret? How could he not regret it? If he had known that Lin Ling was so terrifying, he would have killed Lin Ling back then. Even if he had to give up the King Ghost Emperor's tomb, he would have killed Lin Ling because Lin Ling was a monster that surpassed peerless geniuses. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in the world. He didn't succeed in killing Lin Ling back then. Now that Lin Ling had grown up, he would ruthlessly crush him today. Such a drastic contrast, how dreamy. I admit that I regret it, but just you wait. After I leave today, the next time we meet, you will definitely die. Xiao Wuxia clearly wanted to escape, which made Shen Yuange feel disbelief. Last time when Xiao Wuxia attacked, Lin Ling retreated. Today when Lin Ling attacked, Xiao Wuxia fled. The situation had changed 180 degrees. Run. Run. In the distance, the people of the two teams were also stunned. Xiao Wuxia wanted to escape? This was too dreamy. Do you think that you can kill me together with King Xia Luyang? Lin Ling continued to move forward as if he didn't know what fear was. With his cultivation at the first layer of the Saint Realm, he was going to crush Xiao Wuxia, who was at the fourth layer of the Saint Realm. You know King Xia Luyang? Xiao Wuxia's expression changed drastically. Lin Ling was talking about his plan. Not only do I know him, I have even seen him. Not long ago, when the heroes of the Yin Mountain were fighting for supremacy, I killed his people. Lin Ling said indifferently. His tone was calm, but it made Xiao Wuxia's heart tremble. He suddenly had a feeling that Lin Ling had become so strong because he had gone to the Yin Mountain and faced a large number of experts. This Lin Ling was truly unfathomable. No matter what, if I want to leave, you can't stop me. Xiao Wuxia was even more determined to kill Lin Ling. Therefore he had to leave at this moment. Then let's see if I can stop you. Stop. Lin Ling's footsteps finally stopped. He held the Tyrant Song sword in his right hand. An indescribable aura bloomed from the sword. It was like a flame, like the Fire Dragon King. Xiao Wuxia stared at Lin Ling's sword. At this moment, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He was actually afraid and felt a strong pressure. Lin Ling stood there like an ancient sword, but the sword could be unsheathed at any time. Run. Run. Without any hesitation, Xiao Wuxia didn't even care about his son and crazily fled. His appearance made the people in the distance gulp. This was Lord Xia, the ruler of the outer region of the Ghost Realm. Fury of the Fire Dragon, one ray of heaven. Boom. At this moment, a hoarse voice came. The most dazzling sword bloomed. Many people saw that it was the Fire Dragon King, the king of all fire dragons. It turned into a line of fire that was difficult to see with the naked eye and ruthlessly slashed down as if it could cut the world. No one could stop this sword. Heavenly Rune Martial Art, Transcendent Realm. At this moment, Xiao Wuxia had just taken a step forward when he sensed the terrifying sword slashing down. His face was pale and bloodless because that sword had reached the most terrifying realm of heavenly pattern martial arts. He had only seen this realm appear on Xia Wang Luyang. However, such a terrifying sword had appeared on a junior. How could he know that Lin Ling's heavenly pattern martial arts were actually at the greater mastery realm? It was just that he had relied on the Tyrant Song sword to raise its power by 2 realms and reach the transcendent realm. Moreover, the Tyrant Song sword had absorbed a large amount of Xiao Wuxia's attacks, which was why it could raise its power by 2 realms. Xia Wang Luyang, save me. Save. Xiao Wuxia's voice was the only sound in the sky of the outer region of the Ghost Realm. The panic in his voice was heard by all the teams. They seemed to have guessed that Xiao Wuxia's doomsday had arrived. Who was this expert? How domineering was he to dare to kill Xiao Wuxia? All the teams in the outer region of the Ghost Realm were extremely curious. Gotcha. A sword mark appeared on Xiao Wuxia's neck. If one looked carefully, the sword mark was burning with flames. Moreover, the ox demon behind him was also beheaded. It was invincible. Whoosh. The most terrifying thing was that the line of fire didn't stop. After passing by Xiao Wuxia, it slashed towards the sky and actually cut the ghost chi in the sky apart. This sword was so terrifying. Boom. At the same time, flames erupted from Xiao Wuxia's body and burned him to ashes. Before he died, he felt even more regret. He shouldn't have let the tiger return to the mountain. He was even more panicked. If Lin Ling wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be able to escape. An ambitious and ruthless character of a generation had fallen here. Moreover, the person who killed him was only a junior, and this was an outcome that no one could have imagined. Chapter 1432. Leave in the distance, the 2 teams were stunned. They naturally didn't expect this result. Even when Lin Ling appeared, they didn't think that Lin Ling would be able to wipe them out. However, the truth was right in front of them. Xiao Wuxia kept attacking with great power, but Lin Ling still crushed Xiao Wuxia's pride. However, when Lin Ling attacked, he only needed 1 sword strike. This made them feel that no matter how arrogant you were, no matter how powerful your attack was, it would only take 1 breath to kill you. What a powerful young man. Those teams muttered to themselves. This was the first time they had seen such a terrifying person. Xia Pai, your father is dead. Kill? At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know the shock in everyone's heart. He slowly withdrew his sword and looked at Xia Pai indifferently. Dead, they're all dead. Kill? No one was more shocked than Xia Pai. He was still thinking that Lin Ling didn't kill him. That was the biggest mistake in his life because he could watch Lin Ling get obliterated by his father. However, he now knew why Lin Ling didn't kill him. It was because Lin Ling killed Xiao Wuxia in front of him and destroyed his dependents. Die. Kill? Lin Ling shook his head and waved his left hand. A wisp of flame rippled out and burned Xia Pai. Then, ignoring Xia Pai's painful cry, Lin Ling walked towards Shen Yuange. You really won. Kill? Shen Yuange looked at Lin Ling in a daze and said excitedly, I wanted to go to hell with you, but you destroyed their team. Kill? If I don't destroy them, should I wait for them to destroy me? Kill? Lin Ling smiled, revealing a proud expression. He imitated Shen Yuange's tone, causing Shen Yuange to roll her eyes. However, she was still shocked. Lin Ling had killed Xiao Wuxia, not in a battle to the death, but in a one-sided battle. Where had this guy been all this time? How did his strength increase so much? Shen Yuange lamented. She had traveled through the 3 mysterious realms of the mortal realm and met all kinds of powerful peerless geniuses. However, she realized that compared to Lin Ling, they were not qualified to be called geniuses. What was a genius? A genius was here. No matter what, after our hard work, we finally destroyed their group. After shaking her head, Xianxia stepped forward and wiped Lin Ling's sweat with a handkerchief. She also noticed that Lin Ling looked a little tired after the battle. Lin Ling was startled for a moment, but he did not stop Xianxia. He said disdainfully, "It seems like I was the one fighting the whole time. How is it our hard work? Now that I'm wiping your sweat, isn't that helping? You really like to haggle over every little thing." Xianxia curled her lips and said. Lin Ling was speechless. He fought Wuxia and Xianxia wiped his sweat. Was this considered fighting side by side? Sure enough, women were unreasonable. Then Lin Ling looked at the two teams with a cold gaze. "We are not Wuxia's people." The two teams trembled and quickly waved their hands. They did not dare to provoke Lin Ling. "Then you can leave." Lin Ling nodded indifferently. The two teams immediately showed a grateful expression. After respectfully saluting, they quickly left. Lin Ling ignored them and left with Xianxia. On the way, he roughly told them what happened after they left the ancient tomb. Although he said it simply, Xianxia knew that the process was definitely not easy. She felt grateful. Lin Ling was just a chance acquaintance, but for the sake of the team, he risked his own safety to save her. This man was really good. "Thank you." Stepping on the ground, Xianxia said softly. Lin Ling was startled. "You spoke so softly. What did you say before?" "What I want to say is, don't think that I will be grateful to you just because you saved me. I will definitely take revenge for the enmity you gave me when we first met. Just you wait, after leaving the ghost realm, you are dead." Xianxia coldly snorted and strode forward. Lin Ling stood on the spot and laughed. What a proud female devil. The two continued to move forward. The goal of this trip was very simple. It was the ancient tomb of the Ghost Emperor King. There were many treasures in the ancient tomb that they could collect now. On the way, Lin Ling released Xiaoyun. This little ghost girl and Xianxia were like old friends at first sight. After talking for a while, they started to call each other sisters. That familiarity made Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. The journey this time was different from the last time, so the two were not in a hurry. Lin Ling occasionally lit a fire, heated up wine and barbecued meat. Xianxia would chat with Xiaoyun and occasionally help. However, Xianxia looked at Lin Ling with a different kind of passion. She was getting closer to Xiaoyun, so she knew that Lin Ling's goal was a girl. This stinky man looks cold on the outside, but his heart is very kind. I wonder what that girl called the second dream looks like. I envy her. Xianxia thought. If someone was willing to enter the ghost realm for her after she died, then she would have no regrets in life. Involuntarily, Xianxia looked at the gray sky of the ghost realm and laughed. Who said that the world was heartless? At least the young man she met had feelings. At least, the person she trusted for the first time was worthy of her trust. Of course, if this man was not so arrogant, then it would be even more perfect. What are you thinking? You want to eat barbecued meat but you don't want to help. Do you think you're a master? While Xianxia was laughing, Lin Ling's voice came from afar. Trash, you even need a woman to help you barbecued meat? What's the use? Xianxia snorted in disdain. She added another sentence in her heart. If this man's mouth was not so poisonous, then it would be even more perfect. The two of them led a little female ghost and moved forward in the ghost realm as if they were a team. After a long time, they finally arrived at the ancient tomb. Xianxia looked at the ancient tomb. Her eyes were a little gloomy. Lin Ling frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" "I think that after this trip to the ancient tomb, our team should be disbanded," Xianxia said with a smile. "Yes." Lin Ling also smiled and nodded. He and Xianxia were going to be separated. Their team was disbanded. "Let's go." Lin Ling did not say much and stepped into the ancient tomb. He still had something important to do, and that was to go to the Yellow Springs Mountain. Xianxia looked at Lin Ling's back and her eyes flickered. In the end, she did not say anything. Perhaps their team was only second to the ghost realm. After this trip to the ghost realm, they would go their separate ways. Perhaps it would be difficult for them to meet again in this lifetime. Now that Lin Ling's strength had increased greatly, there was nothing that could stop him from entering the ancient tomb. After a long time, the two of them stood quietly under the bronze coffin. After looking at each other, they took out the yin-yang fish talisman and opened the bronze coffin. Rumble. As the cold bronze coffin opened, a thick pressure rushed out, causing Xiaoyun's soul to become unstable. She quickly hid in the bamboo piece in Lin Ling's chest. Lin Ling was also facing a great enemy. He had to be careful when facing a titled king, an expert on the level of Wuxia. Chapter 1433. If only time froze when we first met, there was a tall man in the coffin. He wore a dragon robe and a jade crown on his head. It was as if he was sleeping. However, Lin Ling could still feel the terrifying majesty that the man was emitting. It was as if he was the Jade Emperor. Of course it was a corpse. So, other than the majesty and terror, there was nothing else that made people fear him. The man was holding a sparkling ball in his hands. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Was that the reincarnation heart that Wuxia was looking for? Lin Ling, what treasure do you have? At this moment, Xianxia's petite body appeared under the bronze coffin. Previously, she had been searching for treasures in other burial chambers. Now she had a great harvest. Wait. Lin Ling searched the bronze coffin. After a long time he jumped down. A sparkling ball appeared in his hand. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. The reincarnation heart. That's right. Lin Ling lifted the ball and looked at it carefully. This ball was about the size of a fist. It was sparkling and translucent. However, there were moving clouds inside. It was extremely mysterious. Moreover, the aura it emitted was like some kind of taboo. It made people not dare to look at it more than a few times. This treasure is yours. In the end, it's just a burial item. I feel evil just by looking at it. Xianxia wasn't very interested in the reincarnation heart. Lin Ling didn't know the use of this treasure. So, he could only put it away. Lin Ling also asked Elder Z. However, Elder Z wasn't too clear. This was because even the star-plucking great emperor didn't have a treasure of this level. Legend has it that the reincarnation heart can resurrect a person after death. In other words, the person who has the reincarnation heart is only faking his death. Of course, this is the legend. This is because no one has ever used the reincarnation heart to resurrect. Not even kings. Xianxia explained. Lin Ling nodded, then he took out a set of jade slips and waved it in front of Xianxia. You seem to be looking for this thing. Xianxia glanced at it and suddenly jumped up like a little girl. He laughed happily and said, the 3 songs of man, ghost, and God. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, you are indeed my lucky star. You actually found such a treasure for me. I have been looking for it for a long time. This kind of expression was very rare, because among the 3 mysterious in the human realm, Xianxia was indeed in existence similar to a witch. She was very shrewd and could kill people without leaving a trace. Perhaps she would only reveal this kind of girly side when facing someone she trusted. This thing has always been in the bronze coffin, so I took it out. Wait, you don't have to be so grateful to me. What do you want? Kiss me? Get lost. Lin Ling saw that Xianxia was getting more and more excited. He trotted over and kissed Lin Ling on the cheek. This made Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. What a thick-skinned witch. She didn't even leave when he asked her to. In the following time, Lin Ling and Xianxia didn't leave. They treated the ancient tomb as their temporary home and both of them began to cultivate. Xianxia was cultivating the 3 songs of man, heaven, earth, and man. Lin Ling was stabilizing his realm. From time to time, he would enter the 4th layer of purgatory to comprehend. Of course, Lin Ling also used the extra time to examine the reincarnation heart. He discussed with Purple Elder. Purple Elder said with some certainty. The reincarnation heart was indeed very evil. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to suppress it. However, Lin Ling's eye of time was even more mysterious, so the evil energy of the reincarnation heart couldn't be displayed. As for why it was evil, it was because resurrection after death violated the reincarnation of heaven and earth. Therefore it was an ominous object. Of course, Purple Elder wasn't too sure if it could be resurrected after death. Since it won't affect me, I'll just carry it with me. Lin Ling didn't have much respect for the reincarnation heart. He then chatted with Xiao Yun. During this time, Xiao Yun also told him about the abnormality of one of the 3 souls of the second dream. This made Lin Ling speculate that one of the souls of the second dream should have appeared during the Battle of Yin Mountain. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't pay attention to her at that time. He didn't know what she looked like. He only knew that she was called the Fire Spirit Princess. However, everything matched because Xiao Yun said that the Fire Spirit Princess was a little girl. According to the time of the second dream's death, it was indeed possible. Purple Elder, the 3 souls of the second dream were separated. Is it possible that one of them entered the reincarnation cycle? Lin Ling still had some doubts. Your Majesty, a person's 3 souls can still enter the reincarnation cycle if they're innately deficient. Think about it, some people are born with a missing soul. Can they not enter the reincarnation cycle after death? Moreover, warriors can injure souls. If the soul is injured and dies, does that mean they can never be reincarnated? Therefore, as long as the three souls are in one soul, and with some luck they can still enter the reincarnation cycle. Purple Elder said. Lin Ling nodded. Currently, he had one of the three souls of the second dream, but it was a soul without consciousness. It should be the Earth soul. Another soul might have entered the reincarnation cycle. As for the last soul, the human soul, it was the soul in charge of memory. If he could find that soul, in addition to the one he currently had, he could awaken the second dream. Therefore, Lin Ling still had to go to the Yellow Springs Mountain. Perhaps one of the souls of the second dream was still in the Yellow Springs Mountain. After a long time, Lin Ling finally decided to leave. He glanced around and saw Xianxia's petite body standing on top of the bronze coffin. She was singing there, and the great law of mysteries spread out. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. Xianxia could only think of singing on top of a coffin. Moreover, Xianxia was wearing a long black dress. Moreover, she appeared on top of the coffin. She looked like a female ghost. Let's go. Lin Ling said with a smile as he carried the ancient sword on his back. There was a hint of carefreeness in his tone. Xianxia stopped singing. She quietly looked at Lin Ling for a long time and nodded with a smile. I'm almost there too. I'm going to the Yellow Springs Mountain. Where are you going next? Leaving the ghost realm. Alright then. Lin Ling nodded. He waved his hand and left. The two of them met by chance and came together for a common goal. However, it was impossible for them to stay together forever. The team would eventually part. This was what they agreed upon before they formed the team. Moreover, he also knew that Xianxia had her own path to take. Xianxia was still standing on top of the bronze coffin. She watched the black-robed youth leave. Her eyes were a little moist. Perhaps they would never meet again after the team was separated. Trash Lin Ling, I'll give you a song. If only life was like the first time we met. What's the matter with the autumn wind sad painting fan? Ordinary things change, but the old man's heart changes easily. Li Shan finished his words in the middle of the night, but the night rain Lin Ling did not complain. What's worse than being fickle in brocade clothes? The warm voice came from the ancient tomb. Lin Ling's footsteps paused on the ancient tomb's passageway. Then he smiled and walked forward. Thank you. If only life was like the first time we met. Lin Ling was like a lonely swordsman once again as he embarked on a long journey. This time he would find the second dream. The Yellow Springs Mountain was a ghost realm that was even scarier than the Yin Mountain. It was gloomy all year round. There was a small path in the endless mountain range. It was the Yellow Springs path. On the path, ghosts were lined up as if they were walking corpses. It was extremely creepy. Chapter 1434. Stepping into Yellow Spring, Pa. At the edge of the Yellow Spring path, cow-headed ghosts would appear from time to time. With a swing of the soul-lashing whip, the ghosts were about to dissipate, revealing a pained expression. You killed too many people when you were alive, I will remove them for you. If you want to reincarnate, you must cross the bridge of helplessness first. But reincarnation will not accept you, you will have to walk in Yellow Spring Mountain for 100 years. Not every ghost could be reincarnated immediately. Some had to walk continuously, some had to turn into stones and be whipped by the cow-headed ghosts all year round. Some had to turn into pools and suffer the pain of having their souls split. This was the punishment. Those who committed too many sins when they were alive had to suffer. It was very miserable. This was Yellow Spring Mountain. Without great abilities, no one dared to come here because this was also the Yellow Spring Monarch's territory. At this moment, 3 teams appeared in the mountain range of Yellow Spring Mountain. They were Xian Peng Xianyuan, and Xian Huang's strongest team, Lord Pu Shrouding Heaven Dragon King and Prince Xiaobayang. Their eyes were all on Yellow Spring Mountain. This time, the Yellow Spring Monarch will leave Yellow Spring because the day of Heavenly Yin has arrived. He will turn into a ghost and go to the human world to absorb the Heavenly Yin. This is the best time for us to seize the Yellow Spring Flame. Lord Pu wore a black robe and stood on a peak with his hands behind his back. He looked down at the long group of ghosts and said indifferently. But Shrouding Heaven Dragon King, Prince Xiaobayang, and the others are watching. A powerful martial artist frowned and said, the Yellow Spring Flame is a god-grade flame. We will seize it with our own abilities. I'm not worried about them, but I am worried about the Yellow Spring Monarch. If he returns early, we will all die. Lord Pu revealed a rare serious expression. The Yellow Spring Monarch was the terrifying ghost god that controlled Yellow Spring Mountain. He was not someone they could offend. Yes, Lord. The others nodded. Someone else said, Yellow Spring Abyss, is the Yellow Spring Flame burning? Not yet. The yellow spring flame is not burning yet, we can't get close. Moreover, it is very dangerous to seize it. If we are not careful, we will be entangled to death and never be able to reincarnate. Lord Pu said. His eyes were still looking at the dark mountain range. Above the mountain range, a black crow was flying as if it was Lord Pu's eyes, looking at the entire Yellow Springs mountain. Of course, most of it was looking at the Yellow Springs abyss. That was the true taboo of the mountain. Those who entered the Yellow Spring abyss would never be able to reincarnate, and they would never be able to come out. The Yellow Spring flame was in there, but it was very difficult to obtain because there were a large number of ghosts with bells floating around the Yellow Spring abyss. When the bells rang, the Yellow Spring Great Emperor would immediately descend. Therefore they could only wait. The same thing happened in the other two groups. They all released their ghostly auras and turned into ghosts, waiting for everything to happen. At that moment, a figure slowly appeared in the dusky Yellow Springs mountain. His face was travel-worn, and he carried an ancient sword on his back. He looked at the terrifying mountain range with a sharp gaze. He was Lin Ling. Among the three Xian of the mortal world, other than Lord Pu who was like a pillar, Lin Ling was the only one who dared to step into the Yellow Spring Mountain with the weakest cultivation base. I've arrived at the Yellow Springs Mountain. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. That place was very dangerous, but it was a place he had to go. Whether it was for the second dream or for his own martial Tao, he had to step into a place that was even more dangerous than this. Your Majesty, release the evil aura and evil aura from refining the heavenly violence bead. Otherwise you will be discovered by the bull-headed ghost. At that moment Purple Elder's voice sounded. Lin Ling nodded and released his evil aura. Then he took a deep breath and said, "Let's go." Then Lin Ling turned into a ghost and entered the Yellow Springs Mountain. After entering, he followed the long line of ghosts and slowly moved forward. Xiao Yun followed behind him step by step. Lin Ling's heart was heavy, but he was also excited. This was the first time he had experienced this feeling. It was like a dead person walking on the road to the Yellow Springs. He had heard of this in his previous life, but it was just a rumor. Now that he had experienced it for himself, he wondered if there would be a King Yama in the ghost realm. Then Lin Ling looked around. In front and behind him there were ghosts who had died. They were mumbling to themselves as if they were talking about the things they died with their eyes wide open. "Brother, how long will this road take?" Lin Ling looked ahead. The road in the mountain range seemed to have no end. There was only a large number of ghosts walking on it. Therefore he asked the ghost behind him, "Your Majesty, this is the Yellow Springs Mountain. I hope you will treat it seriously." Purple Elder's helpless voice sounded. What a terrifying place. His Majesty was actually curious about it. This courage was undeniable. However, the ghost behind Lin Ling ignored Lin Ling and continued to mumble to himself. No one knew what he was talking about. Smack. At this moment, a soul whip came and landed on Lin Ling's body, causing Lin Ling's body to tremble violently. "Line up properly." An ox-headed ghost appeared beside him. It was nearly 2 meters tall and had the head of a bull and the body of a human. It was extremely ferocious and terrifying. However, in the eyes of the ox-headed ghost, Lin Ling was only a ghost and not a human. Moreover, when the ox-headed ghost wanted to see through Lin Ling, it could not see through anything about Lin Ling. It could not even see through the evil creatures in this life. It could only see a thick murderous aura. Lin Ling felt his soul shake, but it seemed to be fine. He stared at the ox-headed ghost and thought to himself, "Wait until I find the second dream. You're dead meat." He did not retaliate and continued to line up. He also allowed the ox-headed ghost to hit him. Because his soul was stronger than any other soul, the soul whip was ineffective against him. The ox-headed ghost did not know about this. It continued to follow Lin Ling and continued to whip him. This made Lin Ling feel bored. If not for the fact that he had to act as a ghost, he would have taken out some wine to drink. Wait, that's Lin Ling. At this moment, Lord Pu's crow form saw Lin Ling. Because the murderous aura could only fool the ox-headed ghost, it could not fool humans. In fact, Lin Ling was still a human. It was just that his body was covered by the murderous aura. This brat. Lord Pu sucked in a breath of cold air. He had seen arrogant people before, but he had never seen such an arrogant person. He actually imitated the ghosts and lined up. One had to know that even when he came to Yellow Springs Mountain, he didn't dare to be arrogant and hid in the shadows. He even sensed that Lin Ling was looking down on the bull-headed ghost. As expected of the most terrifying monster in Shenping province. With this, who among the 3 Xian of the mortal world could compete with Lin Ling? Lin Ling did not know that Lord Pu was looking at him. He continued to line up, but the Yellow Springs path seemed to have no end. This made him frown. Furthermore, he did not encounter the soul of the second dream. Because if he did, another soul would float out from the bamboo piece in his chest. Time passed quietly. After an unknown period of time, an earth-shattering battle broke out in a corner of Yellow Springs Mountain. The battle caused Lin Ling's pupils to dilate and his face to turn serious. Chapter 1435. The Battle of Yellow Spring Mountain. Prince Xia Beiyang, the Yellow Spring Emperor has left and you've become arrogant. Do you want to provoke the Undying Lord by fighting here? Above the endless Yellow Spring Mountain range, a ghostly fog filled the air. An evil voice drifted out. A man wearing a black feather robe was standing in the sky. This man was extremely handsome, even handsome to the point of being evil. A terrifying shadow appeared behind him. If one looked carefully, it was a gigantic dark crow that stretched for thousands of miles. At this moment, there were flames burning on the dark crow's black feathers. Although the area of the flames was small, the fact that the flames could burn the dark crow meant that its origin was not small. This man was one of the 4 pillars of Shenping Province, Lord Pu. Sizzle. On the other side, a man riding a black dragon was floating there. He was wearing a ferocious armor and 8 flames were floating on his shoulders, emitting a majestic aura that could change the color of heaven and earth. However, there was a flickering darkness in one of the flames. The darkness was devouring the flames. However, the man did not care about the changes in the flames. He looked at Lord Pu indifferently and said, "The Yellow Spring Flame is one of the 10 divine flames of heaven and earth. I cultivate fire. Lord Pu, you only have the talent of darkness. Why are you fighting with me for the Yellow Spring Flame?" This man was none other than Prince Xia Beiyang. He was also an extremely terrifying existence. He was one of the strongest in the Shenyuan realm. They had clashed a few times before, but neither of them could do anything to the other. They had all suffered some minor injuries. Far away from the 2 groups of heroes, a man in a purple robe stood there. His purple robe looked like dragon scales. He stood there quietly, giving people the feeling that he was not only a dragon but also a dragon king. Are these 3 top experts going to fight? At this moment, Lin Ling was still following the long line of ghosts in the Yellow Spring Mountain range. His eyes were fixed on the distant sky. Other than him, most of the ghosts around him were still walking around like zombies, ignoring the battle in the distance. Aren't they afraid of alarming the Yellow Spring Mountain? Lin Ling said with a frown. Your Majesty, it seems that the Yellow Spring Emperor is not here. Otherwise they wouldn't dare to act so recklessly. Elder Zi's voice resounded. He knew that if the Nether Spring Grand Emperor was here, then those people wouldn't have dared to act arrogantly and would have stayed far away a long time ago. No wonder then they must be fighting for the Yellow Springs flame. It wasn't hard for Lin Ling to guess their intentions. As for the Yellow Springs flame, Lin Ling was naturally very tempted. However, Lin Ling currently had no way to obtain such a terrifying flame. This was because the possibility of him snatching the treasure from Lord Pu and the others was very low. The Yellow Spring flame of the Yellow Spring Abyss is about to erupt. Between you and me, only one of us can seize it. At this moment, above the Yellow Springs Mountain, the dark crow let out an ear-piercing cry, causing the thousands of ghosts in the Yellow Springs Mountain to tremble. In the next moment, darkness descended and devoured everything. Lord Pu made his move. The entire sky was filled with darkness. Compared to Tengu's darkness talent, it was countless times stronger. As expected of a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse, Lin Ling felt the same as the ghosts around him. He felt a terrifying pressure pressing down on him. Of course, due to the distance, the pressure wasn't that great. However, this made Lin Ling certain that Lord Pu's talent was definitely higher than his. Perhaps, Lord Pu had already reached the profound rank. Although Lin Ling could easily kill a 4th layer Saint Rudiment stage cultivator, that was only in comparison. If Lin Ling encountered someone with a higher talent than Lin Ling, it wouldn't be easy for him to win. Just like the ancient talent tree, the talent fruit at the top of the tree was much more noble and powerful than the green leaves at the bottom. 8 suns. At the same time, Xia Prince Ba Yang also made his move. 8 blazing suns appeared in the gray sky of the ghost domain, as if he was trying to change the rules of the ghost domain. Obviously, Xia Prince Ba Yang didn't make a move in the battle at Een Mountain because he was wary of the Yellow Springs flame. However, that didn't mean that he was weak. On the contrary, his strength was extremely terrifying. The 8 suns clashed with the darkness in the sky, as if they were trying to tear the ghost domain apart. Woo woo woo. Below, a large number of ghosts were turned into ashes under the impact of the majestic power. Even the cow-headed ghost was the same. Rumble rumble rumble. The battle in the sky was extremely intense and the storm swept everything. So powerful. Lin Ling's eyes revealed a burning glow as he gazed at the battle in the distance. He wanted to be so strong in the future as well. At that time, besides the three great legends of the mortal dimension, there would probably be no other powers or experts that would dare to humiliate him. Lord Pu, I have reached an agreement with Xia Prince Ba Yang. The Yellow Springs flame will be competed between the two of us. You should withdraw. At this moment, an ancient voice drifted out. In the sky, purple light filled the sky and a purple-scaled dragon appeared. The Dragon King roared, shaking the heaven and earth. So huge. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. His Flame Dragon King was like an earthworm compared to the purple-scaled dragon. Could that person be Shrouding Heaven Dragon King? As expected of Shrouding Heaven. Not good, Lord Pu is in trouble. Soon Lin Ling frowned. He could see that Shrouding Heaven Dragon King and Xia Prince Ba Yang were teaming up to eliminate Lord Pu. This made Lin Ling a little worried. Although Lord Pu was not close to Lin Ling, he had helped Lin Ling before. However, although Lin Ling was worried, that level of battle was not something that Lin Ling could participate in. Shrouding Heaven Dragon King, you did not follow the rules. We agreed that the three of us would compete separately. You actually teamed up with Xia Prince Ba Yang. In the sky, the dark crow roared. The Yellow Springs flame is such a treasure. It is naturally better to have one less person competing for it. The purple-scaled dragon said indifferently, emitting an endless dragon aura. You want to eliminate me? Dream on. The dark crow was not willing to give up. An even more terrifying darkness spread out and the sky seemed to be sprinkled with endless ink. An even crazier battle began at this moment. Of course, with Xia Prince Ba Yang and Xia Prince Ba Yang teaming up, Lord Pu was naturally no match. His dark crow was torn to pieces by a powerful force. After a full hour, it finally turned into a wisp of darkness and disappeared. In the sky, the 8 blazing suns were still hanging, and the endless dragon was also circling around. I admit that I am not a match for the two of you. However, I will not give up on the Yellow Springs flame. Even if I can't get it, I will not let you have it. The evil voice floated in the Yellow Springs mountain. It was Lord Pu. He was clearly injured, but he did not leave. Instead, he hid in a corner of the Yellow Springs mountain. This Lord Pu is as evil as always. Although he is injured, he is still not to be underestimated. When the Yellow Springs flame blooms in the Yellow Springs abyss, be careful of him. Let our people find him in the Yellow Springs mountain. Since the Yellow Springs Emperor is not here, we do not need to be so cautious. Alright. In the sky, the 8 blazing suns exploded, and the winding dragon also swam away. Chapter 1436. Goodbye to the second dream. I hope Lord Pu can succeed. Lin Ling thought to himself. Then he lined up again and walked along the road to the underworld. However, he was also looking forward to it. Currently, his Fiend God Overlord physique was at the 4th level. Once it reached the 5th level, it would be a profound 10th grade immortal physique. At that time, powerful divine abilities would appear. As for fire elemental talent, Lin Ling's advantage came from his Grand Rules martial arts, which came from the Tyrant Song Sword. The last one was Soul Force. Lin Ling was now at the 72nd step and was getting closer and closer to the 100th step. Once he reached the 100th step, he wondered if his eyes would awaken. Walking on the Yellow Springs mountain, it was as if time did not flow. It was dull and tedious. Lin Ling crossed the mountains and rivers, making him look like a walking corpse. Xiaoyun, thank you for your hard work. Lin Ling occasionally spoke to the little ghost girl behind him. Big brother Lin Ling, it's good to be able to follow you. Xiaoyun smiled and shook her head. She had long been used to this kind of aimless walking. If these ghosts encounter an opportunity, they will be sucked into the 6 paths of reincarnation in the sky and enter Reincarnation City. Next, they will be reincarnated. Lin Ling raised his eyes and looked at the sky. His eye of time could see the rules of the ghost domain. As he walked, Lin Ling's handsome face became even more weathered, as if he had walked through several lifetimes. However, every time he felt bored, a voice rose in his heart. She wanted to go home. The second dream was a lonely soul that had gone through hundreds of reincarnations. She was already a lonely star that had gone through thousands of reincarnations. However, her tribulation did not seem to have ended. Even if she had entered the cycle of reincarnation, she would still encounter the calamity of being a lonely soul. Therefore, the second dream often said that life was like a dream. Her entire life she had no choice. Back then she killed Lin Ling because of her master's orders. Later she plotted against Lin Ling because of her master's orders as well. But in the end, the second dream chose to break free from fate. However, fate was like this. She wanted to break free from being controlled by others, and the result was death. She was very strong but also very lonely. Unknowingly, a stone bridge appeared in front of him. The stone bridge was ancient, and there were small white flowers on the side of the bridge. Those were the devil's snare flower. When the ancient bridge was decorated with flowers, it had an indescribable beauty. A large number of ghosts walked along the stone bridge like walking corpses, and Lin Ling was among them. However, the moment he stepped onto the stone bridge, his entire body trembled. He didn't know when the lost ghost had appeared behind him. The ghost's eyes were filled with loneliness as it looked at the stone bridge indifferently. At the same time, the stone bridge swayed slightly, and a soul floated out from the stone bridge. Big brother Lin Ling, I found big sister the second dream. Xiao Yun covered her mouth and finally smiled. Lin Ling had crossed thousands of mountains and rivers, entered the ghost domain, stepped into the yellow springs and turned into a ghost. He had finally found the second dream. The figure that gradually condensed was wearing a black dress. Her long hair flowed like a waterfall, and she held an umbrella in her hand. Her slightly pale and delicate face had a touch of lonely beauty. She stood there quietly like the night sky. This sin, after 5 years, has my sin finally been washed away? A soft voice floated out from the woman's mouth. In the past 5 years she had entered the stone bridge and experienced the karmic tribulation, washing away the sins of her previous life and being stepped on by thousands of ghosts. Now she discovered that she could recover her ghost body. Did this mean that she could enter the cycle of reincarnation? All of this was too unbelievable. However, when she looked in front of her, her body trembled violently. There stood a woman who looked exactly like her, but her face was blank as if she had lost consciousness. There was only the feeling of a soul connection. Most importantly, there was a handsome man by her side. He wore a long black robe and his long hair hung down to his cheeks. His chiseled face was filled with thick vicissitudes of life, and the man just looked at her and gradually revealed a faint smile. That smile caused her soul to tremble incessantly. Her soul was clearly a soul with memories, so those memories flashed by like a picture. Her life until her death. In the end, everything was fixed on a man. He was her life's nemesis. When she was about to become famous in the rainforest's sacred land, that man came suddenly as if the heavens were punishing her. He took everything from her and turned her into a bitch that everyone in the rainforest's sacred land laughed at. He made her fall from heaven to hell. However, for some reason she did not hate that man. Even when her master ordered her to plot against that man, she did not hesitate to sacrifice herself to help him. All of this was because after she fell from the altar, only her enemy, her nemesis, still treated her the same as before. He did not laugh at her, nor did he sympathize with her. Instead, he treated her like a friend. I turned into a stone bridge and waited for 1,000 years. It was not the cycle of reincarnation but waiting for you to cross the bridge. The second dream's eyes were wet. She softly called, Lin Ling. Yes. I found you. Yes. At this moment, Lin Ling looked at the second dream with a faint smile. He was extremely excited. He had crossed thousands of mountains and seas, experienced countless years, and he had finally found her. Are you dead? Yes. The second dream stepped on the ancient stone bridge and slowly walked over. Gradually she began to jog. No, I came for you. This is the promise I made. You may have woken up from your dream, but your dream is not a nightmare. Yes. Lin Ling also walked forward and smiled at the second dream. This made the second dream's soul tremble even more. Someone had entered the realm of ghosts for her and stepped into the underworld. Wasn't she a lonely soul for thousands of lifetimes? Why would someone do so much for her? Could the heavens be defied? Could the fate of a lonely soul for hundreds of lifetimes be changed? The second dream could not say anything. She felt like she was in a dream, but the reality was right in front of her eyes. At the same time, another soul quietly walked forward and merged with her, causing her soul to become even more condensed. Thank you. Thousands of words appeared in her heart, but in this moment she could only say one thing. Perhaps everyone would say the same thing when they were happy or excited. The second dream said with a smile. Then she looked at Lin Ling's handsome face. It was no longer young and inexperienced. Instead, it was filled with the vicissitudes of life and determination. She knew that Lin Ling must have experienced countless hardships to reach this place. In the past you saved me. Today I will take you home. No tribulation of thousands of lifetimes can stop me. Lin Ling said calmly. This one sentence represented his determination. In the past, the heavens wanted to take away the second dream. Today he had found the second dream again, proving that the heavens could be defied. Can I go home? The second dream mumbled to herself. Her eyes became even more moist. She was not a lonely soul, there was still someone who cared about her. She was very touched. The two of them stood on the stone bridge. Beside the bridge was a tranquil little white flower. At this moment time seemed to have stopped. Chapter 1437. Stirring the realm of the dead unknowingly, several burly figures had appeared on the stone bridge. These figures were none other than the bull-headed ghosts. I won't go, I won't enter the cycle of reincarnation again. Let this lonely soul of 100 lives end in this life. In this life I've finally met someone who cherishes me. I'd rather die than enter the cycle of reincarnation. The sudden appearance of the figure caused the soul of the second dream to tremble. There was an innate fear, but she gritted her teeth and spoke resolutely. No one knew what it felt like to be alone, and even more so, no one knew what it felt like to be alone for 100 lifetimes. No matter which life it was, she would always be someone else's chess piece. She would spend her entire life alone and no one would cherish her. Her death would be as normal as the passing of night and the arrival of dawn. But in this life she had an obsession in her heart. She would not enter the cycle of reincarnation. Do you want to escape the calamity of being a lonely soul for 100 generations? Let me tell you, I've checked the 3 worlds realm before. In your next life you will be an orphan. When you are born you will be sold off by your parents. Later you will become a servant of a wealthy family. However, after going through hardships you will be sold off again. In your next life you will be abandoned and betrayed. Try not to enter the cycle of reincarnation. The few Minotaur ghosts roared, and the soul-breaking whips appeared in their hands. They lashed out viciously, intending to shatter the soul of the second dream. The moment the soul-striking whip appeared, the ghosts in the surroundings seemed to have regained their consciousness as they let out fearful cries. I'm not leaving. The second dream was still gritting its teeth. Its soul was stubborn. Whoosh. However, the soul-striking whip had already swept over, and a ghastly wind howled. But at this moment, an arm suddenly appeared and grabbed the soul-striking whip. Then, with a vicious pull, one of the bull-headed ghosts was pulled over. How dare you hit my people? A cold voice drifted out and a sword ruthlessly slashed out. Rumble. The bull-headed ghost that had been pulled over was chopped into pieces. What? He can actually wield the soul-striking whip? That's impossible. The soul-striking whip specializes in striking the reincarnated ghosts. Even if he was a top expert in his previous life, as long as he's dead, it can still strike him. And he actually killed Oxhead. The remaining Minotaur ghosts were shocked. They stared at the young man beside the second dream. How could this be? That ghost was not afraid of the soul-beating whip? Sir, you came to my ghost domain to disturb the order. Could it be that you want to disrupt the cycle of reincarnation? Right at this moment, a man in black clothes walked over from afar. He was extremely tall like a bamboo pole, and his face was extremely ferocious while his fangs gleamed. Black Impermanence, the soul reaper of the human realm. All the Minotaurs bowed respectfully. Lin Ling, run. That's the Black Impermanence. The second dream looked at Lin Ling worriedly. She was very grateful that Lin Ling could come, but she did not want Lin Ling to disrupt the order of heaven and earth for her. Bullshit order. She has already experienced more than 70 reincarnations. Every reincarnation is a tribulation. If this world's reincarnation is randomly arranged, then what reincarnation is there? Since it's so messy, why don't I decide the reincarnation? At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were wide open in anger. He had already found the second dream, but the second dream was about to enter reincarnation. Was the heavens still trying to stop him? However, although the heavens could stop his body, it could not stop his heart. She has reincarnated 100 times. There must be a reason for that. The path of reincarnation and the rules of heaven and earth have always been fair. How can it be randomly arranged? The Black Impermanence stepped onto the stone bridge and released his terrifying soul energy. It was as if the heavens were suppressing Lin Ling. If you dare to stop me, then I'll destroy your soul. Ah, you're just a small ghost soldier. Do you have the right to destroy my soul? Your so-called fair reincarnation is nonsense. Have you ever seen someone with luxurious clothes and countless servants when they are born? Have you ever seen someone risk their life for a meal? If reincarnation is fair, then how can it be fair? Lin Ling stepped forward, not afraid of the Black Impermanence's soul pressure at all. You're courting death. The Black Impermanence let out an angry roar, shaking the entire Yellow Springs mountain. Countless ghosts cried. The soul-striking staff appeared in his hand. He looked at Lin Ling and swung it fiercely. He wanted to shatter Lin Ling's soul. Bah! The soul-striking staff was even more terrifying than the soul-striking whip. However, when it landed on Lin Ling's body, an invisible soul energy rippled. Lin Ling's soul condensed like a stone. He was safe and sound. "You're a human." The black impermanence sucked in a breath of cold air. He realized that Lin Ling was not a ghost. "You're hitting my soul?" Lin Ling roared. He reached out his left hand and snatched the soul-striking staff. Then he swung it fiercely. The staff carried his soul energy attack, causing the black impermanence to groan in pain. The surrounding bull-headed ghosts glared. Someone actually dared to hit Lord Black Impermanence. Rebellion, rebellion. Kill him. The bull-headed ghosts roared in anger. The ghost realm had its own order. How could they allow anyone to mess with the rules of heaven and earth? That person was dead. Even if he didn't die now, he would die one day. At that time, he would have to go through the 18 major calamities of the ghost realm. He would never be able to reincarnate. Kill me? At this moment, Lin Ling threw away the soul-striking staff. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand. The ancient god emperor body appeared behind him. A dazzling sword appeared. Today he would mess up the underworld and take away the second dream. Empty sword. Rumble. With a slash of the sword, several bull-headed ghosts were cut in half. The black impermanence's eyes narrowed. This person was killing the Yellow Springs Emperor's people. He was dead. He was dead for sure. Kill him. The black impermanence's ferocious face was filled with anger. He roared again. Today the Yellow Springs Emperor just happened to leave. As a ghost guarding the Yellow Springs, he naturally could not tolerate the arrogance of a human here. A large number of ghosts rushed over from afar. There were bull-headed ghosts, Xianxias, white impermanence and so on. Their ferocious and terrifying appearance caused the ghosts around to tremble in fear. "I don't care about the order of heaven and earth. I don't care where this place is. I only want to take away my people. If you dare to stop me, even if it's the Yellow Springs Emperor, I will kill you." Lin Ling's aura was magnificent. Not only was he not afraid, he took a step forward. The sword in his hand slashed out fiercely. With every slash, a large number of ghost souls were destroyed. How is this possible? His soul power is very strong, surpassing ours. Most importantly, he has the majesty of a great emperor. The black impermanence sucked in a cold breath. When Lin Ling domineeringly killed the bull-headed ghosts, he also saw Lin Ling. All the soul attacks were useless against Lin Ling. Most importantly, there was a mysterious aura around Lin Ling's body. It was as if he had not entered the 6 paths of reincarnation. An anomaly. An anomaly of heaven and earth. Which junior is so arrogant? Capture him. Capture him. However, the ghost domain still had its own majesty. How could it allow someone to be arrogant here? Therefore, more bull-headed ghosts and ghost soldiers rushed out, causing a commotion in the Yellow Springs Mountain. It was as if the gates of hell had been opened, and countless terrifying ghost soldiers had arrived. Woo woo woo. In the sky, ghost chi filled the air. Ghost heads and ghosts floated around Lin Ling. It was as if a great calamity had befallen the world. Lin Ling. Go. Chapter 1438. 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Her reincarnation is arranged by heaven and earth. You can't take her away. Look at the sky, the 6 paths of reincarnation is already open, she's about to enter. Roar. Black impermanence roared, that young man couldn't defy heaven. 6 paths of reincarnation? Roar. Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he looked at the sky. His eyes of time did see the 6 paths of reincarnation spinning, an invisible power of law shrouding the second dream, trying to bring the second dream into the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, his eyes of time also saw some secrets, causing him to roar, 6 paths of reincarnation. If you miss the time, you will never be able to enter the reincarnation. So, as long as you survive that time, the reincarnation will disappear, and the second dream will remain in this world forever. Roar. If you want to control her, you have to ask my sword. Roar. Boom. On the ancient bridge, Lin Ling stood guard with a single sword, killing any ghostly beings that dared to approach. He crossed thousands of mountains and rivers to reach here. How could he retreat? If the reincarnation wanted to take away the second dream, he would cut off the reincarnation. Kill him. Roar. Black impermanence let out a ferocious voice, shocked. He was extremely shocked. How did that young man know the secret of the 6 paths of reincarnation? What were his eyes hiding? Moreover, that young man was so arrogant. He was just a human, but he wanted to stir up chaos in Yellow Springs Mountain. Who gave him the courage? If it wasn't for the Yellow Springs monarch's absence, that young man's soul would have dispersed by now. Kill. Roar. Ghost Qi soared into the sky and turned into millions of ghost soldiers. Among them were the terrifying Guisha Tianli, the Mingdu general. Kill. Roar. Holding the sword tightly, Lin Ling's weathered face revealed a determined expression. One sword to guard the ancient bridge. Rumble. The Yellow Springs mountain that had been silent for thousands of years welcomed a terrifying battle today, causing the ghosts of the Yellow Springs path to stop and look ahead in fear. Lin Ling. Roar. Behind the ancient bridge, the soul of the second dream trembled. Lin Ling for her fought the ghost realm. The enemy of the past, the nemesis of the past, today the only one who would bring her home. What a bold junior. How dare he mess around in Yellow Springs Mountain. At this moment, on a mountain peak of the Yellow Springs Mountain, a middle-aged man in a white robe looked at the scene in front of him in astonishment. He was one of Prince Xiaobayang's men. Taking advantage of the fact that the Yellow Springs Emperor wasn't in the Yellow Springs Mountain, he was searching for the missing Lord Pu. But he didn't expect to see the scene in front of him. Bullhead Ghost, Black Impermanence, Guisha Tianli and the rest of the Ghost Army. Even I would have to take a detour if I encountered them. That junior is only a first-layer saint. Why isn't he afraid of those ghost generals? Could it be that his soul is very strong? But even if his soul force is strong, it's impossible to block the ghost domain's ghost god. Maybe he has an even more terrifying aura hibernating in his body, so everything in the world has to fear him. However, this is just my guess. The middle-aged man said faintly. Then he revealed a cold smile. That junior dared to provoke Emperor Xia. I will not let him off so easily. He took a step forward, leaping through the void towards Lin Ling. Obviously, his cultivation was at the 5th level of the Saint Realm, which was why he had a basic understanding of the void. Lin Ling, you little brat, go to hell. A ferocious palm slammed towards Lin Ling. It was mighty and majestic. Lin Ling, be careful. The second dream's beautiful eyes narrowed. At this moment, Lin Ling was facing the Black Impermanence and the other ghost army, but someone was sneakily attacking him from behind. That person was too despicable. Unfortunately, she wanted to help, but she was only a soul. She couldn't do anything. Instead, her soul was blown away by the powerful shockwave and fell to the ground. Bastard. Lin Ling's soul force was strong. Naturally, he could sense the sneak attack from behind. However, it was too late for him to block it. Rumble. That palm contained a terrifying great law. When it landed on Lin Ling's body, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. If it weren't for the fact that he had the space barrier and had a strong physical body, that palm would have killed him. You're not dead yet. The middle-aged man appeared behind Lin Ling. He tilted his head and looked at Lin Ling in surprise. However, his gaze quickly fell on the stone bridge. Without the stone bridge and without Lin Ling's protection, a large number of ghost army had rushed over. There were headless ghost generals on horses, white skeletons, black and white impermanence, and cow and horse ghost army. The ghost Qi was so eerie that it made his heart palpitate. He was sure that if he was the one guarding the stone bridge, he wouldn't be able to stop the terrifying Yellow Spring army. At this moment, he was even more shocked by the power hidden in Lin Ling's body. However, he quickly laughed coldly. You survived my attack, but you'll still die later. After you die, your soul will appear in the Yellow Spring path. You'll be punished severely. Haha, I can only say that you shouldn't have offended Xia Wang Luyang. As he spoke, he retreated. At the same time, he glanced at the second dream that was blown away by his qi. He laughed coldly again. What an infatuated man. For a woman, you entered the ghost realm, stepped into the Yellow Spring, and even messed up the ghost realm. However, since you don't want her to enter the reincarnation cycle, I'll help you. Send her to the reincarnation city. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed his palm again. The great law appeared and a storm was formed. It blew the second dream up to the 6 paths of reincarnation in the sky. You're a bad guy. Xiao Yun couldn't help but shout when she saw this scene. Brother Lin Ling had gone through so much for sister the second dream. However, when the suction of the 6 paths of reincarnation was about to disappear, this despicable man suddenly appeared and disrupted everything. Hee, I'm a bad guy, but what can you do to me? I'll just watch you die slowly. The middle-aged man laughed. He stepped into the void and returned to the mountain peak. He wanted to watch the show slowly. Lin Ling. At this moment, the second dream seemed to be pulled by countless hands towards the 6 paths of reincarnation. She stared at the man and a tear rolled down her cheek. Don't come looking for me again. For you, I'm willing to enter the reincarnation cycle again. A smile appeared on her face. It was a happy smile. Because someone cherished her, she cherished him too. She didn't want to implicate Lin Ling anymore. She would rather enter the reincarnation cycle again. I've always had a dream to have a man who loves me the most and listens to me sing at night. Although this dream hasn't come true, there is a man who cherishes me. In order to bring me home, he entered the ghost realm today. I'm very happy. After 100 reincarnations, this is the first time I've met such a man. Who frowns lightly, sleeves fluttering in the wind, who stands shoulder to shoulder with a sword in the horizon, who lingers after the past and present, the flowering time fades away, ending the fleeting years. Her gentle voice scattered across Yellow Springs Mountain, causing the white flowers on the ancient bridge to sway slightly. The girl in the black dress flew towards the sky and gradually drifted further and further away into the 6 paths of reincarnation. It was as if the heavens could never be reversed. What should come would come, and what couldn't be changed would never be changed. Oh. At this moment, on the ground, Lin Ling was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were red as he looked at the sky. She was gone again. Chapter 1439. Frozen Time Rumble. At this moment, a large number of ghostly immortals swarmed over and drowned the injured Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling did not care about the ghostly immortals around him. His eyes were still looking at the sky. Heartache. This was the second time in his life that his heart ached. It had been a long time since he had experienced this feeling. In Lin Ling's eyes, everything turned gray. Only the white flower by the stone bridge was still as dazzling as ever. Transforming into the stone bridge and waiting for 1,000 years was not about reincarnation, but waiting for you to cross the bridge. He finally knew why the second dream could awaken from the stone bridge. It was because he, Lin Ling, had come. The second dream's obsession had been resolved and she could finally enter reincarnation. Brother Lin Ling. In the distance, Xiao Yun saw the ghostly aura engulfing Lin Ling's eyes. Her eyes were also wet. She was angry in her heart. The heavens were unfair. Haha, it's easy to kill a junior like Lin Ling. However, it's too easy to kill him like this. Let him die in the ghostly domain and his soul will never be at peace. That's what I want to see. Lin Ling, you don't dare to provoke Xia Wang Luyang because you're not qualified. At this moment, on the mountain peak in the distance, the middle-aged man smiled faintly at the scene before him. He knew that Lin Ling was dead for sure. Once his soul was captured, what awaited him would be an eternal calamity. The earth trembled and ghostly aura surged. On the ground, Lin Ling felt like he was in an alien space. His heart was extremely heavy. He could not see anything. He could only see endless darkness and a dot of light slowly disappearing. Faintly, he heard Elder Z's voice. He saw the faces of his grandfather and the rest. He saw Yu, his mother, the heavenly concubine, and an Yuer. However, those familiar things were slowly disappearing with the light. Was he going to die? When the light was swallowed by the darkness, Lin Ling felt like he was going to die. I can't die yet. The sky is covering my eyes. Open for me. The earth is blocking my path. Break for me. I just want to bring my family back. Who dares to stop me? Lin Ling roared in his heart. He couldn't die. He had braved so many storms, so how could he die here today? Boom. Endless darkness exploded as a pair of mysterious eyes appeared. It was as if they could see through the river of time and space, as if they could see through the laws of heaven and earth. At this moment, Lin Ling's soul force crazily rose. 72 steps, 73 steps, 74 steps, 80 steps, 90 steps, 95 steps. Gradually, it reached 100 steps. Boom. In the sky, the pair of eyes that seemed to have not moved for tens of thousands of years finally blossomed with a divine light. Freeze. Everything was frozen. In the past, during the great calamity of the Rainforest Holy Land, when Lin Ling had faced Empyrean Void Star, he had also displayed this strength. But today, after his soul force reached the 100th order, this strength was completely under Lin Ling's control. Rumble. At this moment, at the edge of the stone bridge, a terrifying soul fluctuation bloomed. A pair of eyes looked down upon the entire ghost realm. Woo woo woo. At this moment, the ghost realm was filled with the howls of tens of thousands of ghosts. It was as if hell was shaking, as if they had met the master of a world. The wind stopped blowing, the ghost clouds stopped drifting, and the ghost realm came to a stop. At the edge of the stone bridge, a handsome man slowly stood up. His long hair fluttered in the wind and his weathered face looked up at the skies. Like this, he walked forward step by step. All around him, in front of him, behind him, there were horrifying ghosts and gods. But at this moment they were all frozen in place like statues. Even the 6 paths of samsara in the skies had stopped moving. Unfortunately, that lost figure had already disappeared. I overturned the entire world in order to find your figure. I overturned the entire heavens in order to hear your song at night. I blasted open the endless void in order to open a path, to bring you home. The black-robed man muttered to himself. He had failed. His emotionless eyes looked at the ghosts and gods around him. A voice that seemed to come from the 9 nether realms floated out, die. Die. Rumble. The cow-headed ghost, the black impermanence, Wuxia, Tianli, and other ghosts all had their souls explode at this moment, turning into ashes. The black-robed man walked forward step by step, and the frozen time around him quietly recovered. On the other side of the stone bridge, a large number of ghosts and gods appeared again. But at this moment they all stopped and looked at the black-robed man in shock. At this moment they did not dare to approach the black-robed man. This was an innate majesty. If they were fighting for the rules of the ghost realm, then that man standing there was the rule. Big Brother Lin Ling. Little Yun looked at the scene in front of her in a daze. She could not believe her eyes. The ghosts and gods that had drowned Big Brother Lin Ling were all dead. Could Big Brother Lin Ling be the reincarnation of the Ghost Emperor? As for the middle-aged man in the distance, his eyes were glued to a spot. Previously he felt as if something strange had happened between heaven and earth. When he reacted, there were no more ghosts and gods in front of the stone bridge. As for Lin Ling, he was still alive. He was dressed in a dazzling black robe and had an ancient sword in his hand. At this moment he looked like a real soul reaper. What made him even more terrified was that Lin Ling was looking at him and walking towards him. How do you want to die? A sentence floated over, causing the middle-aged man's heart to beat violently. He suddenly regretted it. He should not have attacked before, should not have sneak-attacked Lin Ling. I am one of the Xia bastard 8 Yang's people, Xianxia. The middle-aged man did not know why he was afraid of Lin Ling. But at this moment he only wanted to bring out the huge backing behind him. He did not realize that he no longer had that smug look from before. He will also die. However, a cold and emotionless voice floated over from the front. The existence of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars would also die. You. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. He was furious and wanted to say something. However, when he saw the black-robed youth approaching, he did not dare to be too arrogant. It seemed that if he continued to be arrogant, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Wait, I only attacked on a whim previously. Xianxia laughed. His laughter was extremely ugly. Lin Ling was silent. He continued to walk forward, his eyes filled with murderous intent. If not for this person's sneak attack, the second dream would not have entered the cycle of reincarnation. As long as Lin Ling could hold on a little longer, he would be able to bring her home. However, Xianxia attacked. Therefore he would pay a heavy price now. Lin Ling's pace was not fast, but every step seemed to stomp on Xianxia's heart. He punched his dantian viciously, causing Xianxia to feel even more regret. He even scolded himself for being so stupid. The key this time was Huang Kuan-yin, and the opponent was only Lord Pu. Why did he provoke that youth? Finally, Lin Ling arrived in front of him, calmly standing on the peak of the mountain. Go to hell, I am a stage 5 saint. You are only a stage 1 saint. I can kill you. The pressure in Xianxia's heart grew greater and greater. In the end he could not help but attack. Furthermore, at the moment he attacked, he still had a sliver of hope that he would be able to kill Lin Ling. He had only been frightened by Lin Ling before. Blade of Nirvana. Rumble. Chapter 1440. Beyond Reprieve. Boom. The small knife attacked. Before Xianxia could even make a move, his soul was already shaken. An invisible force passed through his great laws and engulfed his flesh and blood. It resonated with his mind, causing him to stagger backwards. His face was filled with fear. Soul power, it was a terrifying soul power. You're going to die. What else do you have? Lin Ling stepped forward and dealt a heavy blow to Xianxia. I don't believe it. Xianxia shouted furiously. Xia Wang Luyang had promised him that if he could get the flame of the netherworld, he would become one of the top nobles in the great Shenyuan domain. But was it all going to become a fantasy now? Was he going to be beyond redemption just because of an extra move? You shouldn't have ambushed me. The cold voice drifted over again. Xianxia's fighting spirit crumbled once again. His face turned red and he felt extremely uncomfortable. Xianxia was just a junior with a lower cultivation level than him. He wanted to kill him, but there was a voice in his heart that prevented him from doing so. It was as if he had met the Yellow Spring Emperor. Retreat. Xianxia gritted his teeth and fled. He had to get as far away from this terrifying youth as possible. Woo woo woo. However, just as he took a step, the large number of bull-headed ghosts, Ghost Sha and Heavenly Wrath, surrounded him. That terrifying ghost aura caused his eyes to narrow. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at Lin Ling, and a terrifying thought suddenly rose in his heart. Lin Ling controlled the ghosts around him with his powerful soul power. Such a thing was terrifying, but this was the only explanation that could explain everything. This also meant that Lin Ling's soul power had reached a terrifying level. You can't escape. The voice drifted over again, causing the tens of thousands of ghosts and deities of the Yellow Springs Mountain to take a step forward. It was as if an army had descended upon Xianxia. Seeing this, Xianxia's body trembled. He could not win the battle, but could he not escape either? There was no path to heaven and no door to hell. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I was just an extra move. Please forgive me. I will never appear in front of you again. Xianxia was frightened for a moment. He immediately knelt down and slapped his own face. She's already gone. What's the point of admitting your mistake? Lin Ling's voice was like thunder. It was as if he was not afraid of Xianxiang escaping as he slowly walked forward. This time, with every step, a powerful spiritual force was released. Not only his soul, but even his body felt as if it had been struck by lightning. That feeling was extremely painful, as if a knife was twisting. Moreover, it was not twisting his body but his soul. One must know that the pain of the soul was even clearer and more unbearable than the pain of the body. Bang. However, Lin Ling did not seem to know how much pain Xianxiang was in as he took another step forward. Rumble. Xianxiang could not even stabilize his kneeling posture, like a small boat in a storm. However, after spitting out blood, he quickly knelt down again. After all, this was the only way he could survive, and it was extremely slim. Bang. Lin Ling completely ignored Xianxiang's kneeling and begging for mercy, and took another step forward. Spare me. I regret it now. I shouldn't have attacked. Xianxiang's face was distorted as he constantly begged for mercy. No one could understand how much regret he had in his heart. No one could understand how much pain Lin Ling's seemingly calm steps brought to his soul. Bang. Unfortunately, the soul steps were still merciless. If that's the case, I'd rather die. Xianxiang let out a ferocious roar. It was too painful and he wanted to commit suicide. Rumble. His body exploded. A king of a generation had fallen here. It had to be known that Xianxiang was stronger than Wuxia, a martial artist with a higher status. However, today he had killed himself and it was a suicide of his own free will. His life disappeared at this moment. The 6 paths of reincarnation revolved and a soul appeared in the Yellow Springs path. It was Xianxiang's soul. Fortunately, he did not need to walk the Yellow Springs path and could directly enter reincarnation. A person's life was divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. Those who had a cheap life would walk the path of the Yellow Springs after death, but they would be reincarnated as animals. Those who had a good life would enter the cycle of reincarnation after death, and could even be reincarnated into a good person's family. The fate that the heavens and earth had given Xianxiang was clearly very good. When his soul appeared, Xianxiang still had his memories. He laughed as if a burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Then, when the purgatory was over, he could reincarnate. In the future, he would still be able to command the heavens and earth. However, when his soul was absorbed by the 6 paths of reincarnation in the sky, an enormous soul force surged over. It was as if a hand was holding his soul and grabbing at the Yellow Springs Mountain. He wanted to enter reincarnation? No. His fate was good? Then Lin Ling would be destroyed. Who's pulling me? Xianxiang's soul trembled as he looked at the Yellow Springs Mountain. He immediately discovered that in the vast mountain range, the indifferent youth was still looking at him. Moreover, a powerful soul force was pulling him over. No. Roar. Xianxiang roared ferociously. He could not fight. He could not escape. He could not even reincarnate. He should not have provoked Lin Ling. In this life he had killed countless people and done countless things that he regretted. However, the one he regretted the most was provoking Lin Ling. You want to reincarnate? You can only disappear from this world forever. A cold shout finally came from Lin Ling's mouth. The powerful soul force was like countless hands that tore Xianxiang's soul apart piece by piece, causing him to disappear from this world forever. Xia King Liang, save me. Xianxiang's soul let out a final cry. With a deep sense of regret, he disappeared from this world forever. Phew. Phew. On the mountain peak, Lin Ling let out a light breath. His eyes looked at the 6 paths of reincarnation. The unwillingness in his eyes was even stronger. In the sky, the 6 paths of reincarnation were still spinning mercilessly. However, the woman's figure had already disappeared. It was as if she had disappeared from Lin Ling's world forever. However, Lin Ling could still vaguely see the lonely smile in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Your Majesty, there are laws in this world. You are a human. You cannot enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. Elder Z seemed to know Lin Ling's thoughts and could not help but sigh. Xia King Beang. Lin Ling stood quietly. He clenched his right fist and roared with anger. The Yellow Springs Mountain was vast and boundless. On the continuous Yellow Springs path, countless ghosts wandered aimlessly. They crossed mountains and rivers as if they were walking around the Yellow Springs Mountain. However, there were a few places that no ghosts dared to approach. One of those places was the Yellow Springs Abyss. According to legend, this was the land of evil ghosts. Those who had committed heinous crimes in their lives and could not reincarnate after death would be thrown into the Yellow Springs Abyss by the bull-headed ghosts and would never be able to rest in peace. At this moment, the Yellow Springs Abyss was extremely quiet. In the abyss filled with ghost fog, painful cries could be heard from time to time, causing one to tremble in fear. The hanging bell ghosts have dispersed. This means that the Yellow Springs flame is about to erupt. Chapter 1441. Yellow Spring Flame time is running out. If the Yellow Spring Flame still hasn't appeared in 2 hours, we should leave because the Yellow Spring Emperor is coming back. One of the purple-robed men said. Of course. The other man nodded. They were Xia Beang and Shrouding Heaven Dragon King. The 2 teams were now together, waiting for a rare opportunity. For this opportunity they had spent a lot of effort, because the Yellow Spring Flame would erupt once every 10 years. However, they didn't dare to come every time it erupted, because the Yellow Spring Emperor was here. Fortunately, they encountered a cloudy day this time, and the Yellow Spring Emperor left. 2 great opportunities had gathered, so they dared to come. One of the 10 great divine flames of heaven and earth. I'm looking forward to seeing how strong it is. Xia Beang smiled as he thought of the Yellow Spring Flame that he was about to get. Don't be careless when you get it. If you touch the Yellow Spring Flame, you will be plagued by the Yellow Spring Karma. Moreover, I will help you this time. You have to give me what you promised me. Shrouding Heaven Dragon King looked at Xia Beang and said. Don't worry, I will give you what I promised. As for getting the Yellow Spring Flame, you don't have to worry about it because I am a fire elemental martial artist. No one is more familiar with flames than me. Prince Xia Beang nodded confidently. At the same time his gaze turned cold. Although it's only a matter of time before we obtain the underworld flame, it's better to be cautious. Firstly, because of the underworld flame's eruption, the bell ghosts have scattered. However, we must not let the bells of those ghosts ring. Otherwise, the underworld emperor will immediately return and descend. Second, Lord Pu will not be satisfied. He will definitely appear. Hearing this, Shrouding Heaven Dragon King nodded. When he appears, I will stop him for you. You just need to fight for it. Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, a rumbling sound came from the abyss in front of them. White light bloomed. Just the light alone gave people a strong sense of pressure as if it was the flame of 10,000 ghosts. At this moment, more painful cries came from the Yellow Spring Abyss. It was as if many ghosts were being burned alive. At this moment, Xia Beang and Shrouding Heaven Dragon King's eyes narrowed. The most crucial moment. Disperse. Xia Beang waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to disperse and be on guard. He had prepared for so long and did not want to fail at the last moment. At the same time, on the other side of the Yellow Spring Abyss, on a mountain peak, several figures stood there coldly. Their eyes were fixed on the abyss in the distance. Black feathers appeared on the body of the man in the lead. The corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. Is the Yellow Spring Flame finally going to erupt? My lord, Prince Xia Beang and Shrouding Heaven Dragon King are both here. I'm afraid it won't be easy to snatch the Yellow Springs Flame. A powerful martial artist said from the side. Those 2 bastards. Lord Pu showed a rare look of anger. He waved his right hand and said, however, even if I can't get the flames of the netherworld, I won't let them get it so easily. Let's go. The dark crow appeared and brought him to the Yellow Springs Abyss. Rumble. In the Yellow Springs Abyss, the rumbling sounds became more frequent. White flames burst out like demons and rained down on the Yellow Springs Mountain, landing on the bodies of the ghosts. A strange thing happened. The white flames did not burn the ghosts. Instead, they seemed to be controlled by the white flames and flew towards the Yellow Springs Abyss. Of course, that was only for the ghosts. To experts like Lord Pu, they did not dare to touch those flames. They could only obtain the Yellow Springs flame through special methods. Rumble. Finally, at a certain moment, the cold flames reached its peak and shook the world like a volcanic eruption. Then it began to wilt like a flower, returning to the Yellow Springs abyss. This is the time. At this moment, countless experts' eyes were filled with sharpness as they shot forward. Crow. In the sky, the giant dark crow was the fastest. It attacked in the darkness and captured the last divine flame of the Yellow Springs flame before it returned to the Yellow Springs abyss. Lord Pooh, you really came. When the dark crow flew past in the sky, there was a sneer. 8 suns appeared and hung high in the sky. You're too slow. The dark crow was obviously faster and was getting closer to the Yellow Springs flame. He's slow, but I'm not slower than you. At this moment, the sky suddenly changed. An endless purple-scaled dragon appeared and swept towards the great dark crow. Its purple light was like the light of the moon. It poured down and actually blocked the vast great dark crow for a moment. Heaven shrouding Dragon King, you bastard! Being blocked by the huge purple-scaled dragon, Lord Pooh roared. He was angry and unwilling. Although he knew that he would be stopped by Heaven shrouding Dragon King, he could not hold back his anger when the truth was right in front of him. Hee, Lord Pooh, I don't want to be your enemy. Today I'm only sparring with you. Don't worry, I'll retreat in less than an incense stick's time. The purple-scaled dragon roared with a hint of pride. An incense stick's time was enough to change the outcome because by then, the Yellow Springs flame would have been taken by someone else. Lord Pooh, you spent so much effort to enter the ghost realm just for this moment. However, I'm sorry to have made you wait in vain. This Yellow Springs flame belongs to me, Xianxia. At the same time, the 8 suns in the sky flew towards the Yellow Springs flame. Looking at his appearance, it was only a matter of time before he obtained the Yellow Springs flame. You! Lord Pooh roared. He felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. How could he be willing to watch Xianxia take this treasure? Ha ha ha. In the sky, Xianxia seemed to know Lord Pooh's anger. He laughed with indescribable heroism as if he had become a king in one battle. Long live the Xia King! Xianxia's subordinates shouted. As for Lord Pooh's subordinates, they wanted to help but they were all stopped by Heaven shrouding Dragon King. They could only watch as Xianxia obtain the heavenly divine flame. Even if I can't get the heavenly divine flame, I will not let you have it. Lord Pooh saw that Xianxia was getting closer and closer to the Yellow Springs flame and roared again. However, he was still stopped by Heaven shrouding Dragon King. This made his expression turn gloomy. It seemed like he had failed completely this time. However, at this moment, tens of thousands of ghosts howled and rushed towards the Yellow Springs abyss. There were cow-headed ghosts, evil spirits and so on. This sudden change stunned everyone. What? Xianxia's expression changed. These ghosts seemed to have come to stop him. However, he quickly sneered, "Stop these ghosts. Go." Xianxia's subordinates rushed over. Xianxia smiled as he stared at the Yellow Springs flame that was slowly descending. He slowly walked over. At this moment, no one was stopping him. He was determined to obtain the Yellow Springs flame. Chapter 1442. How many times can a person go crazy? He slowly reached out his hand as if he was looking at the key to a powerful expert's door. At the same time, he made a complicated seal. Only this way could he collect the Yellow Springs flame. However, it was clear that his goal was not so easy to achieve. At the same time, the enemy arrived. A cold voice suddenly came, "Blade of Nirvana." His voice was like thunder, shaking the heavens. A terrifying soul force attacked, causing Prince Xiaobayang's expression to change drastically. He didn't expect that someone would come to stop him at this moment. He hurriedly urged the 8 great flames around his body to block the terrifying soul force. The most terrifying thing was that the soul force was extremely powerful. If it weren't for his powerful cultivation and sharp great laws, he would have been killed in one blow. Thinking of this, Prince Xia's forehead was covered in cold sweat. However, just as he blocked the soul power, a large sword came from the horizon and fiercely slashed. One-line sky. Sword light flashed. It was a ghastly sight, causing Prince Xiaobayang's pupils to contract. The incoming person's attacks were crazy, one move after another. Then, his hands moved frequently, the flames of the 8 suns condensed, forming a circle, crazily blocking the sword. After blocking the storm-like attack, Xiaobayang let out an angry voice, Who is it that stopped me?" In the distance, Lord Pooh's battle also stopped and so did the others. They looked at the Yellow Springs abyss in horror. There was actually someone stopping Prince Xiaobayang? Who was it? "I am Lin Ling." At this moment, the Fire Dragon King majestically appeared, sweeping through the heaven and earth. It madly rushed towards Prince Xia, causing everyone's pupils to constrict. Lin Ling, it was actually Lin Ling. They naturally knew this young man. Not long ago in Yin Mountain, that arrogant young man swept through the crowd. This matter was known to everyone in the three Shen realms. You're crazy. Prince Xia angrily roared. Lin Ling dared to stop him. He was simply courting death. This Lin Ling, if he had known earlier, he would have killed him in Yin Mountain. You dare touch my people, do you think you can live well? At this moment, on the Fire Dragon King, a black robe fluttered in the wind. The young man holding the sword angrily glared, his eyes filled with madness and brutality. If we die together. Go. Everyone felt that the young man had the conviction to die. It was as if Prince Xia had touched the young man's reverse scale. Chi. Chi. Prince Xia Beang also sucked in a breath of cold air, but more than that, he was angry. Lord Pu did not stop him, and he thought that no one could stop him. In the end, Lin Ling appeared and disrupted his plans, as if giving him a heavy slap in the face. Your soul power is very strong, but my 8 sons are not weak either. You can't kill me. Prince Xia Beang burst out with a strong killing intent. I can't kill you, but you can't get the Yellow Springs flame. However, the crazed voice that came out of Lin Ling's mouth silenced the entire Yellow Spring Mountain. Lord Pu, Shrouding Heaven Dragon King, and the other experts all gasped. They looked towards the abyss of Yellow Spring and realized that the Yellow Spring flame was slowly drifting down. And this caused Prince Xia's long preparation to go down the drain. No, my Yellow Springs flame. You're courting death. Prince Xia Beang stared at the disappearing Huang Kuanyin. His expression froze as if he had lost the most precious thing in his life. One must know that he had prepared for this moment for 10 years. Now that he had failed, it was impossible for him to get Huang Kuanyin back. One step to heaven, one step to hell. This was the best way to describe Prince Xia's mood. Lin Ling, this ant is so hateful. Haha, I'll let you experience the feeling of losing something you care about. Seeing Xia Beang's angry look, Lin Ling laughed wildly. There was madness in his laughter. Xia Beang, if you want to play, then play big. Let's see who wins. This guy. Lord Pu was also shocked. He didn't stop Prince Xia, but Lin Ling succeeded. He became the oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada. No, I can't give up. This is my last chance. Prince Xia roared to the sky. As if he had gone mad, he rushed towards the Yellow Springs abyss, trying to seize his last hope. Under Dragon's roar. However, as soon as he moved, a world of flame dragons rushed towards him. Among them was the terrifying Flame Dragon King. Naturally, these attacks couldn't shake Xia Baiyang. After all, Xia Baiyang was a powerful Saint Realm Mastery stage master, but he was still able to stop him, causing his hair to stand on end. Thinking about how his many years of preparation had gone down the drain, and how this trip had been in vain, and how his opportunity had been disrupted by a mere junior, Xia Baiyang's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Long. Thousands of flame dragons collided with the 8 blazing suns, and without any suspense, all of the flame dragons were burned to ashes. Lin Ling, I admit that you're crazy. I regret not killing you back then, but since you won't let me off easily, how can I let you off easily? 8 Flame Heaven Burning Palm. Seeing that he had failed to seize the Yellow Springs flame, Prince Xia could no longer suppress his murderous intent and sent out a palm strike. Although he didn't know why Lin Ling was attacking him, in fact, he could guess that his subordinates had provoked Lin Ling. After all, he had told his subordinates before that if they encountered Lin Ling, they were to kill him if they had the chance. He never imagined that such a decision would doom him eternally. Lin Ling, be careful. In the distance, Lord Pu shouted worriedly. Lin Ling had succeeded. He had stopped Prince Xia, but Lin Ling was too crazy, not hesitating to risk his life. If such a junior didn't die, he would definitely surpass him in the future. Lin Ling didn't think I would return alive. Above the Yellow Springs abyss, Lin Ling roared with a crazed look in his eyes. He wasn't a reckless person, but he still came because he knew that if he didn't do anything, his heart would blame himself. Because he couldn't even protect the second dream, because his promise didn't come true, and because if it wasn't for Prince Xia, the second dream would have escaped its fate. Therefore he came risking his life to fight. Everything was as he said. If he wanted to play, he would play big, and if he wanted to play, he would play crazy. How many times could one go crazy in life? At worst, he would die together. Long the giant palm came. With Lin Ling's strength, he couldn't block it at all and was immediately smashed into the Yellow Springs abyss. Die, you're just an ant, yet you dare to stop me. Die. Prince Xia still felt unsatisfied and crazily roared. Ha ha ha. However, Lin Ling, who was smashed into the Yellow Springs abyss, was still laughing loudly, as if he was mocking Prince Xia. Prince Xia gnashed his teeth. Although I didn't get the Yellow Springs flame, at least I'm still alive. Lin Ling, you're very powerful, even Lord Pu couldn't stop me. But you succeeded, but you died. Ah, you died, but I'm still alive. Is that so? Chapter 1443. Life tablet shattered. Clang. 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 You can't mess with this, Lin Ling. Clang. 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 As for Prince Xia Beiyang, his face went from contorted to pale. He was scared and panicked. He had not expected Lin Ling's final trump card to be so crazy. He even regretted it a little. He should not have provoked Lin Ling because Lin Ling was a madman. Clang. 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 At that moment, ghostly aura surged in the sky as a gigantic face appeared. It looked angrily at Prince Xia Beiyang as a dense pressure swept out. The face was like the face of a great emperor, causing all the ghosts in the entire Yellow Springs mountain to kneel down. Clang. 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 In the sky, a huge palm with heavenly might slapped down fiercely, enveloping King Xia and the 8 sons. Clang. 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 Prince Xia Beiyang sensed that his entire body could not move. He could only see the sky crashing down. This made him let out a furious roar. All of this was too surreal. One had to know that not long ago he thought he was the winner, so he was mocking Sir Pu. However, Lin Ling suddenly appeared and dominated everything. Not only did he fail, but he also fell here. Lin Ling was just an insignificant junior. Although his talent was not bad, how could he reach the height of Xia Beiyang? If Xia Beiyang and Lin Ling perished together, that would be Lin Ling's gain. Lin Ling was not someone to be trifled with. I regret it. Prince Xia Beiyang made his last sound in his life. Rumble. As the palm slammed down, a huge palm print appeared on the ground. It was at least 10 million miles wide and was extremely terrifying. One of the top experts of Shenyuan realm had fallen here. The remaining people gasped and ran for their lives. However, the Sky Monarch's aura swept over and killed all of them. Only Lord Pu and Shrouding Heaven Dragon King managed to escape the Yellow Springs Mountain and rush towards the Yin Mountain. Clang. Who is this Lin Ling? He's crazy. Clang. 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 He did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. He's the proudest youth in Shenping Province. He's also the most talented junior. Clang. 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 Lord Pu. Clang. 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 Lin Ling. Clang. 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 Shrouding Heaven Dragon King, we'll settle our grudge after we return to the mortal world. But I can tell you that Lin Ling's family will be my family. If anyone dares to offend them, even if it's the 3 legends of the mortal world, I'll still kill them. I hope you can spread these words to everyone who has a grudge against Lin Ling. I knew you would do it. Clang. 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 A genius of Shenping Province. What a pity. At this moment, Lin Ling's body was crashing down crazily in the Yellow Spring abyss. In the sky, a huge and majestic face appeared, staring at Lin Ling as if it wanted to kill him. However, it disappeared in the end because the Yellow Spring Great Emperor knew that the young man was dead. Clang. What's the big deal? Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Clang. 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 However, this could not stop Lin Ling from falling into the abyss of the Yellow Springs. Once he fell, he would never be able to rest in peace. Clang. Clang. At the same time, Lin Ling. Clang. 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 After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ling finally passed through the Yellow Spring flame and fell into the depths of the abyss. Lin Ling's eyes finally closed. Your Majesty. Clang. Clang. At the same time, in the rainforest sacred land of Shenping Province, everyone's expression changed drastically. Ancestor Taiyan Mo Nianxian, Mo Ping, and Yumun Yun were all staring at the name tags in their hands. A life token was a spirit artifact forged with the life force of a martial artist. Once a life token was broken, it meant that the owner had died. Many people in the Blackping territory had such a life token, and they used it to tell their loved ones that they were safe. Clang. That meant Lin Ling was dead. No, this is fake. He won't die. He's been through so many storms and waves. How could he die? Those who knew Lin Ling couldn't believe what they were seeing. Was the young man in the blue and white robe really dead? The entire rainforest sacred land fell into a dead silence. At the same time, in a palace of the three mysterious in the mortal world, there was a colorful and gorgeous garden. In the garden, a 5-year-old child was playing. Not far away, a woman was looking at the child with a smile. Embroidery appeared in her hand. She was also embroidering beautiful patterns. This woman was extremely beautiful and pure like a snow lotus. However, after she calmed down, she gave people an indescribable feeling of comfort. She was the most perfect woman in the world. Clang, 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 clang. Chapter 1444. Reincarnation Heart Slap. The embroidery in the woman's hand fell to the ground as she looked at the life token with a pale face. Impossible, how could Brother Ling be dead? The two women looked as if they had lost the most precious thing in their lives, and their eyes were wet. Mother, why are you crying? The child who was playing obediently walked over and gently wiped the tears off the woman's face. The woman couldn't help but hug the child tightly. Second mother, what's wrong? The child still didn't know what had happened, but he looked at the other woman. The woman's beautiful eyes were already wet, but she smiled at the child as if she wanted to see the outline of the proud young man on the child's face. This must be fake, there must be something wrong. In the end, the woman smiled and said. Her words were more like self-comforting. At this moment, in the Yellow Springs abyss, there were countless demons, and the sound of pain and slaughter could be heard from time to time. A black-robed young man was lying in a corner. The young man's face was extremely pale as if he was dead. Then, a soul slowly floated out of his body under the attraction of the 6 paths of reincarnation. If one looked carefully, the Yellow Springs flame was burning in the soul, as if it was going to burn the soul into nothingness. But at this moment, from the black-robed young man's corpse, a ray of light flowed out and enveloped the soul, and together with the soul, it flew towards the 6 paths of reincarnation in the sky. At the same time, the black-robed young man's corpse emitted a thick evil aura. He didn't seem to be a corpse anymore, as if he was just sleeping. On his chest, a fist-sized pearl was shining, releasing a terrifying evil aura. This pearl was the reincarnation heart. The reincarnation heart, could it be? At the same time, Purple Elder's horrified voice sounded. In the end, he turned into a ray of purple light and shot towards the soul. At this moment, the soul was being absorbed by the reincarnation of heaven and earth, floating towards the sky. Rumble. The 6 paths of reincarnation, the laws of heaven and earth, were still spinning at this moment. The whirlpool seemed to lead to another world. Goyulu. An indescribable feeling of warmth came, making Lin Ling feel as if he had returned to the beginning of heaven and earth, as if he had come into the embrace of his mother. Who am I? A soft voice rang out. Lin Ling was asking himself. But at this moment, a vast amount of memories flooded into his mind. In the Guyan sect, the young man could not bear to be humiliated. He cultivated bitterly and relied on his perseverance to become stronger step by step. In the end, he became the person who decided the future of the Guyan sect. In the Fire Ancient clan, the youth carried his father's infamy. He gritted his teeth and stubbornly shouldered his father's pride, causing the ancient clansmen to have a whole new level of respect for him. Subsequently, there was a huge change in the Heaven Mystic Fruit. The youth carried the ancient clansmen on his back and protected the ancient clansmen under the merciless heaven and earth. He even used his father's name to defeat his father's murderer, causing his name to resound throughout the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. The Rainforest Holy Land, the 6 Great Holy Lands, Splendid Landscape, Xianping Province, and even the 7 Emperors' Heaven. At this moment, every memory and every step he took appeared in Lin Ling's soul as if they were his proudest and most dazzling achievements. There were also those people that he cared about. Yu and Yuer Yumun Yun, Heavenly Concubine, and many others. There were too many. If someone was here at this moment and witnessed these achievements, they would definitely be astonished. After all, anyone could see that this youth went from an ordinary existence to creating miracles and climbing to the pinnacle step by step. Furthermore, it only took 10 years. Furthermore, if it was a prodigy who was born in Xianpeng Province, they would be able to do it. However, if it was born in the tiny Heaven Mystic's kingdom, no one would be able to do it. I am Lin Ling. After an unknown period of time, a hoarse voice slowly drifted out. That soul spirit seemed to have remembered who he was. The soul spirit looked at the surroundings. It was as though this place was in the water and the surroundings were void. Furthermore, there were many other souls floating around as well. 6 paths of reincarnation. As though it knew where it was, that soul spirit let out a cry of surprise. Gradually, the soul spirit in the water began to transform and slowly turned into a naked youth. This youth had a determined face and a pair of deep eyes. They were like the stars in the night sky and seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. The second dream entered the 6 paths of reincarnation. The one who made the move was Xia Bastard Bayang. After that, I disrupted Xia Bastard Bayang's plan to seize the Yellow Springs flame. Finally, I perished together with him and entered the 6 paths of reincarnation. The youth muttered to himself and let out a bitter smile. After going crazy, the price was death? He might be smiling bitterly, but if he was given another choice, he would still choose to take a heavy revenge. This was better to die in glory than to live in dishonor. If Xia Bastard Bayang was here, he would definitely be extremely sullen. Lin Ling perished together with him because his subordinate offended Lin Ling. Xia Bastard Bayang died unjustly. If he knew that Lin Ling was so unyielding, he would definitely not give the order to kill Lin Ling. Goyolo. There seemed to be no end to the water. A large number of souls floated with Lin Ling. However, only Lin Ling's soul was in the form of a human. The rest of the souls were just specks of light. Lin Ling glanced around and saw that the souls around him were the same as him. Their memories of their previous lives appeared, and every soul was reminiscing about it. This made Lin Ling shake his head. He looked at the mysterious water and the eye of time quietly appeared. Past and present life? Lin Ling frowned. The mysterious water could see through one's past and present life. I don't know what my past and present life are, Lin Ling said faintly. Then his eyes saw his past life. It was just as he imagined. In his past life he came from another world and was an ordinary person. It was the same in his previous life. However, after he saw the 100th life he could not see anything after that. This surprised him. What was he before his 100th life? He looked at the souls around him again. He could see their past 100 lives and he could also see their past. This was strange. He could see the past life of other souls, but he could only see his past life before his 100th life. Shaking his head, Lin Ling looked forward again. Suddenly his pupils shrank. In the water he saw a pair of eyes. Moreover, they were very familiar eyes. They were his own eyes. Could it be that I can see my past life here? Lin Ling's heart was filled with curiosity. The origin of the eyes was his obsession. Amidst the illusionary water, Lin Ling could faintly see the heavens crumbling and the earth shattering as the sun and moon intertwined. And in the vast void, a man stood there quietly. He wore red armor and had a head of flowing white hair. His facial features were as clear as a sculpture as he calmly looked ahead. Most importantly, his eyes were like the most ancient eyes of the gods. He could see the sun, the moon, and the stars in his eyes. You guys actually joined hands to kill me. I didn't expect that the person I loved the most was the one who betrayed me. The man smiled gently. Although his voice was calm, one could feel the anger and unwillingness in his heart. Chapter 1445. Reincarnation City. Finally, the man's killing intent soared to the heavens. The entire void shattered as a majestic aura bloomed. Kill him. Don't blame me. Blame yourself for trusting me too much. Killing intent soared to the heavens in all directions. The void shattered. Although the scene was seen from the water surface, Lin Ling was still shocked. What strength! He had a feeling that against that man, even experts like Lord Pu wouldn't be able to block a single attack. After that, the scene shattered. Lin Ling's heart and soul trembled. He wanted to recall what he saw earlier, but to his surprise, he discovered that he couldn't remember anything. He even forgot the appearance of that young man. He only knew that the eyes belonged to that young man. That young man's strength was extremely powerful, most probably at the World Overlord realm. He seemed to have been betrayed by someone and died in the end, entering the cycle of reincarnation. The eye also entered reincarnation and was finally obtained by Lin Ling. So the origin of the eye was so strong. It should be the Sector Lord's eye. Unfortunately, that realm was too far away from Lin Ling. Hence, Lin Ling only kept what happened before in his heart and didn't think too much about it. Your Majesty, you're awake. At this moment, a surprised voice sounded. It was Elder Z's voice. Elder Z. Lin Ling was surprised. Why was Elder Z here? Your Majesty, I saw you enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. Hence, I let Zifu enter your soul and follow you here. Elder Z's joyful voice sounded. Lin Ling's heart felt warm. He wanted to say something, but Elder Z said again, Your Majesty, maybe you're not dead. What? Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He had already entered the 6 paths of reincarnation. How could he not be dead? It's the reincarnation heart. When you died, the reincarnation heart had a mysterious aura around your soul. Your body didn't die, it was just sleeping. Elder Z quickly said. Reincarnation heart. Linling was shocked. He had actually forgotten about that evil treasure. However, resurrection after death was only a legend. Could the reincarnation heart really do that? You're still in a state of suspended animation. Your soul can return to your body, but you have to get out of this 6 paths of reincarnation. Elder Z said again. There's always a way out. Linling was stunned for a long time. Finally he couldn't help but laugh. Although he wasn't afraid of death, it would be better if he didn't die. Furthermore, Your Majesty, I have another piece of good news. The Yellow Springs flame is currently in your soul. Old Z said again. As soon as he finished speaking, Linling's soul trembled. How could the Yellow Springs flame be in his soul? That's right, he fell into the Yellow Springs abyss and was burned to death by the Yellow Springs flame. However, the reincarnation heart had revived Linling. This caused the Yellow Springs flame to continue burning Linling's soul. Therefore it also appeared in Linling's soul. All of this was like a dream. One must know that Lord Pu, Shrouding Heaven Dragon King, Prince Xia and Beong were all trying their best to collect the Yellow Springs flame, but all of them failed. Linling didn't even think of obtaining the Yellow Springs flame, and instead, the Yellow Springs flame was obtained by him. Your Majesty, although you've obtained the Yellow Springs flame, it's still one of the 10 great godly flames. You can't return to the Yellow Springs mountain right now. Otherwise, the Yellow Springs monarch will know that he can control you through the Yellow Springs flame. Elder Z said. This flame, I can only look at it but not use it? Linling's pupils constricted. The 10 great divine fires of heaven and earth were indeed powerful. Then he checked his soul and immediately found that there was a white flame burning in his soul. Moreover, it was burning his soul continuously. Of course, his soul seemed to be immune to it, which caused the burning speed of the flame to be very slow. The Yellow Springs flame has the Yellow Springs karma. Those who are burned by the flame will definitely die. Even their souls won't be able to escape. However, the Yellow Springs karma can be slowly consumed. This requires Your Majesty's soul strength to be stronger. Elder Z explained. Linling nodded. This was the only way. This also meant that although he had the godly flames, he couldn't go to the Yellow Springs mountain and take back his body as long as the Yellow Springs karma was not removed. Of course, once the Yellow Springs karma was consumed, Linling would have a powerful godly body of heaven and earth. As a triple cultivator of essence, chi and spirit, he would be stronger in all aspects. Linling was looking forward to it. Gurgle. At this moment all the souls began to rise as if they were swimming out of the water. At the same time the gray sky appeared in front of them. In front of them was a vast expanse of gray. In the distance there was a huge city. Ghost Chi condensed into 3 large words. Reincarnation City? Linling's pupils constricted. He walked out of the water and looked around. He found that the souls had also begun to transform into human form and recovered their memories. Reincarnation City. Is this the land of reincarnation? It said that there are ghostly citizens here too. And the 3 Lives Emperor. The souls continued to speak. Linling frowned. He looked at the sky and the Eye of Time appeared. The formation and birth of the ghost realm quietly appeared in front of him. Laws of heaven and earth. He saw the laws of heaven and earth of the ghost realm. The dead entered the ghost realm. Some could be reincarnated immediately while others couldn't. They had to be ghostly citizens of Reincarnation City and wait for reincarnation. Linling looked at the sky quietly. Everything was clear to him at a glance. Go, what are you doing here? At this moment an angry roar sounded. The voice was like thunder, causing the surrounding souls to tremble. Clearly in the ghost realm the strength of a ghost was the soul. The voice was directed at Linling. It finally woke Linling up. He looked at the person indifferently. It was a burly middle-aged man who was almost 2 meters tall. His soul was extremely condensed and he wore a special armor. He looked like a ghostly soldier. You want to drink me? Linling said indifferently. How dare you be so arrogant in Reincarnation City? Don't forget, no matter if you were a prince or a crown prince in your previous life, you are a ghost in Reincarnation City. The burly middle-aged man shouted angrily. What an arrogant new ghost. Teach him a lesson. At the gate of Reincarnation City in the distance, there were ghostly soldiers scattered around. At this moment they all said coldly, kneel down and hand over your heart of soul. Otherwise I will destroy your soul. The burly middle-aged man took a big step forward. An even more terrifying soul fluctuation was released. Lu Yi was just a butcher in his previous life. After his death, he entered reincarnation. but because his soul was condensed, he was chosen by the emperor and was made a ghostly soldier. Lu Yi is the fiercest of all the ghostly soldiers. That new ghost is in for a hard time. The ghostly soldiers in the distance sneered. Rumble. Powerful soul power rushed over. It could tear a person's soul apart, but it was useless against Lin Ling. Instead he said indifferently, "Not bad. You have a level 20 soul power. You are quite capable." Chapter 1446. Can't see through rumble. An even more terrifying soul force came crashing down, causing the ghost soldier's soul to tremble. He stared at Lin Ling, a new ghost, but his soul was actually so condensed. Lu Yi could choose to be reincarnated, but he didn't. Instead, he chose to stay in Samsara City because he could refine his soul in Samsara City. He could even reach the legendary realm of immortality. After being a ghost soldier for many years, his soul had improved greatly. However, he was still in awe. His opponent was just a new ghost. Interesting. Samsara City. Lin Ling's soul had reached the 100th level, and his Eye of Time had also awakened a divine ability. Why would he be afraid of the ghost soldiers? Furthermore, he had seen the laws of heaven and earth in Samsara City. Although it looked like a ghost town, it was actually a world where the strong were respected. What determined the status of the strong was the power of the soul. What surprised Lin Ling was that there were many people cultivating the soul Dao in Samsara City. Moreover, cultivating the soul here was even faster. One must know that in the mortal realm's 3 mysterious realms, soul force was the most difficult to increase. However, this was not the case here. This caused Lin Ling's interest to rise. Kneel. Without showing any mercy, Lin Ling released fluctuations from his soul, causing Lu Yi to tremble and fall to his knees. You were just a human when you were alive. Although you became a ghost after you died, you still have a human heart. I hope you know what you are and don't show off. Otherwise, I will destroy your soul. Lin Ling bellowed and strode towards Samsara City. Impressive. It's the first time you've come to Samsara City, but you're not afraid of the ghost soldiers. This person's soul must be very powerful when he was alive. The surrounding souls began to discuss spiritedly. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He was not afraid at all. He knew that the reincarnation city was huge. There were tens of thousands of city gates, and new ghosts would enter every city gate. Therefore, new ghosts would definitely appear to intimidate the ghost soldiers. That was why he did not hold back. You are very arrogant. You have just arrived in Samsara City and you are already so arrogant. Be careful of being targeted by the ghost generals of Samsara. They can easily kill you because their souls are at the 70th level. When Lin Ling arrived at the gates of Samsara City, the ghost soldiers shouted coldly. Do you want to kneel too? Lin Ling chuckled. His ice-cold voice rang out, causing the hearts of those ghost soldiers to tremble. They actually didn't dare to speak. Your Excellency, we want to see your karma during your lifetime and decide whether you will be reincarnated or enter Samsara City. Let me tell you, if you are reincarnated, we are very likely to let you enter the path of animals and become an animal in your next life. At this moment, a ghost soldier that was clearly the leader walked over. A mirror appeared in his hand, and he wanted to reflect Lin Ling's soul. 3 lives mirror. With just a glance, Lin Ling immediately knew what it was. Previously, he had used the Eye of Time to check the laws of heaven and earth in the ghost realm. Therefore, he knew a lot of things. He also knew that Samsara City was not the only city. There were more than 100,000 Samsara cities in the ghost realm and a large number of ghost tribes. The ghost tribe and Samsara City were enemies. However, the ghost tribe was trying to disrupt the laws of heaven and earth, meddle in the human world, and unify the ghost realm. Indeed, no matter if it was a human or a ghost, as long as they had thoughts, they would have desires and desires. This place was actually the same as the human world. It was just that the methods of cultivation were different. I want to enter Samsara City. I don't want to be reincarnated, Lin Ling said indifferently. That is not up to you. After seeing your 3 lives, heaven and earth will give birth to a powerful force. If you want to be reincarnated, you will not be able to escape. The leader shouted coldly. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. If a human was here and saw the ghost face, he would definitely be frightened out of his wits. However, Lin Ling had wandered all the way here. What had he not seen before? He had even killed the black and white impermanents. Therefore, there was nothing to be afraid of. If he provoked them, at worst, he would cause havoc in Samsara City. In the human world, Lin Ling was not the strongest. However, in Samsara City, where souls were cultivated, Lin Ling did not fear any other ghost except for the mysterious 3 lives emperor. I will see your 100 lives. As long as you commit evil, you will be reincarnated. The leader raised the mirror. His soul power enveloped the Three Lives mirror. He wanted to see Lin Ling's past life. The other ghosts did the same. Lin Ling was a new ghost. His soul was very condensed. Who was he in his past life? Do you think you can see it whenever you want? Lin Ling smiled faintly. He unscrupulously let the Three Lives mirror cover his body. The mirror released a majestic ghost aura. However, in the hazy fog nothing could be seen. Impossible. How can this be? The ghost soldiers were shocked. I can't even see my 100 lives. Do you think you can? Scram. Lin Ling walked forward fearlessly. The leader still held the Three Lives mirror and shone it at Lin Ling. His expression changed constantly as if he could not believe what he was seeing. He had been a ghost soldier for many years. The mirror in his hand had shown uneven sovereigns. However, it could not see the youth's past life. At the same time, an old man sat quietly in a palace within the vast and boundless Samsara city. His gaze seemed to be able to see through the tens of thousands of city gates. He could see every ghost that was about to be reincarnated or become a ghostly citizen. However, his eyes focused at this moment. Then a mirror appeared in his hand. He stared at the handsome youth in the mirror. I can't see through it. Why can't I, the Three Lives Emperor, see through it? The old man's expression changed drastically. In Samsara City, it was true that the ghost soldiers could not see through the previous life of the new ghost. However, even if they could not see through it, they could still see through everything with the real Three-Life mirror. However, this time the real Three Lives realm could not see through it. This was too strange. There are three mysterious forces on his body that shrouded his soul. At this moment, a burly figure walked over. This person had a dark face and broad shoulders. He wore a red robe and a jade crown. He had an indescribable majesty. Emperor Yanluo, you can see through it? The old man gasped. He was in charge of past lives, but Emperor Yanluo was in charge of reincarnation. Moreover, there was not only one Emperor Yanluo in the ghost realm. There were 18 of them. I can barely see through it. He has the aura of the Yellow Spring Emperor, Yellow Spring Flame. What? Is he a ghost soldier of the Yellow Spring Emperor? Impossible. The Yellow Spring Flame does not seem to be able to burn his soul. Instead, it seems to belong to him. He just has no control over it. Emperor Yanluo said solemnly. The Yellow Spring Emperor was also a terrifying existence. It was just that they were in charge of different areas. If this new ghost can control the Yellow Spring Flame, then all the ghosts in Samsara City will be under his control. The old man said solemnly. Chapter 1447. Yama Emperor, this ghost has an extraordinary origin. Ahem. The old man sucked in a breath of cold air. Although they were in charge of life, death, and reincarnation, they knew that they were not the only ones. There were stronger existences in this world, not to mention the distant ones. Just take the ghost realm as an example. The major ghost tribes were the ones they feared. I'm sure he's not a ghost from the ghost tribe. Let him enter Reincarnation City. Also, don't provoke him. He'll leave in the end and won't be a threat to us. Yama Emperor said indifferently. At this moment, at the gate of Samsara City, Lin Ling did not know that the great emperor who controlled Samsara was spying on him. He looked at the ghost soldier indifferently, and the ghost soldier's expression was extremely ugly. If Lin Ling's previous life had been seen through, he would have thought of a way to send this ghost into the beast path if he had any negative karma. But now he saw nothing. You can't enter Reincarnation City. You have to enter reincarnation and enter the beast path. Roar. The ghost soldier roared with anger in his heart. Don't think that the ghost realm is so great. In my eyes it's just SOSO. Roar. Lin Ling sneered. He took a large step forward and a frightening spiritual energy was released. With a rumbling sound, the ghost soldier's soul trembled, and he was sent flying. His condensed soul was somewhat scattered, and he was intimidated by Lin Ling's soul. However, Lin Ling's footsteps did not stop. He stepped on the Three Lives mirror, and with a cracking sound, the mirror shattered. I'm just here to find someone. Don't provoke me. Roar. With that, Lin Ling strode into Reincarnation City. Informed the Soul Gatherer Xianxia and the Ghost General of Reincarnation. They must send him to hell. Roar. The ghost soldier roared. The ghost realm was huge. Other than Reincarnation City, there was also the Bridge of Helplessness and the 18 levels of hell. Boom. However, at this moment, a majestic pressure came, suppressing the ghost soldier. At the same time, a cold voice sounded, "Let him enter the city." Roar. All of the ghost soldiers knelt down. They could sense that this was the mysterious Three Lives Emperor. Lin Ling sneered as he entered the city. He could feel the powerful soul behind him. It had to be the great emperor of Samsara city. The great emperor was a terrifying existence. He was comparable to the 7 emperors in the human world. Unfortunately, among the mortal realm's 3 profound, Lin Ling's strength was not considered very strong. But in the ghost realm, he was instead an extremely terrifying existence. Therefore, he knew that even the great emperors of Samsara city would not dare to provoke him. And the reason why he was so confident was because Lin Ling had evaluated it in his heart when he looked at the ghost realm's laws. This place is like a city in the mortal world. After entering the reincarnation city, Lin Ling released his soul power. After reaching the 100th level, his soul power became even more terrifying, covering an area of 10,000 li. There were many ghosts here, living a life similar to that of the human world. The only difference was that they didn't need to eat or drink, they just cultivated their souls every day. Moreover, the reincarnation city was also divided into levels, ordinary and noble. It was more similar to the human world. Of course, this was normal because ghosts were actually humans when they were alive. This place has the laws of heaven and earth. The soul power here is stronger than the purple mansion. Lin Ling stopped and found that his soul power was slowly increasing. This made him smile. At the same time he looked ahead. The second dream definitely won't enter the reincarnation cycle. Then it's very likely that she's in the reincarnation city. Lin Ling had a goal in mind for this trip. 1. To wash away the karma of the Yellow Springs flame and completely control it. 2. To find the second dream. If he could obtain the Yellow Springs flame here, his future would be limitless when he returned. He walked forward again. The voices of hawkers came from the streets. They were selling yellow paper and ingots. In the ghost realm, ingots, yellow paper and incense were the common currency. Lin Ling was puzzled. But after thinking about it, he understood. During the Qingming festival, people used ingots, yellow paper and incense to pay their respects. So this was the reason. Your Excellency, you're very courageous. A dead person is like an extinguished lamp. Since you've come to the reincarnation city, you should follow the rules here. If you offend the Yama Emperor, you'll be in trouble. As Lin Ling walked forward, a burly man walked over with a smile. He seemed to be a ghost citizen of the reincarnation city and was reminding Lin Ling. In the reincarnation city, ghost citizens also had a lifespan. After they died, they would enter the reincarnation cycle and be completely human again. Therefore, if ghosts couldn't reincarnate at the beginning, they would be waiting here. Lin Ling looked at the burly man indifferently and smiled. You're reminding me? Haha, every new ghost might have a powerful background in their previous life. Therefore, when they come to the reincarnation city, they still can't forget what happened in their previous life. That's why I'm reminding you. I don't want you to offend the powerful beings in the reincarnation city and get your soul destroyed. The middle-aged man smiled and gave a kind reminder. It's because of what happened in my previous life that I came here. How can I forget my obsession just because I'm reincarnated? Lin Ling looked into the distance. The figure of the woman in black seemed to appear in his eyes. Then he smiled and said, "And Your Excellency, stop pretending in front of me." What do you mean? The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically when Lin Ling finished speaking. I'm just reminding you out of kindness. You don't seem to have a good attitude. I'll give you 2 choices. 1. Get lost. 2. Since you're here, talk nicely. Stop pretending. Lin Ling sneered and strode forward. How could he not see through the man's background? The man was deliberately mystifying to probe him. Did he think that Lin Ling was a new ghost who didn't know anything? Where did he come from? Go. Seeing Lin Ling leave, the middle-aged man frowned. For the first time he felt that the young man was terrifying. His eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. But because of this, he was even more curious. He strode forward and followed Yi Shiwen. Your Excellency's skin is so thick? Go. Lin Ling naturally sensed it and sneered. I'm just a new ghost like you. Why are you talking like that? The middle-aged man laughed and continued to follow Yi Shiwen. Get lost. Stop pretending in front of me. You're the strongest existence in Reincarnation City. Lin Ling stopped and stared at the middle-aged man indifferently. The middle-aged man trembled. He thought that Lin Ling didn't know his background. But now he was sure that Lin Ling knew. This young man's eyes were like the eyes of the Realm Lord. Even the laws of heaven and earth couldn't escape his eyes. One had to know that the ghost realm, demon realm, and human realm were all under one realm. They were also part of the laws of heaven and earth. They were all controlled by an ancient god. And that god was the Realm Lord. In other words, Great Emperor Yen Luo was just a subordinate of the Realm Lord. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man's expression became more serious. He frowned and said, How do you know that I'm Great Emperor Yen Luo? Yes. If I said that I guessed randomly, would you believe me? Also, what's your purpose here? Lin Ling said as he looked at the other party. Chapter 1448. Feng Jin, you're afraid of the ghost race, aren't you? You're afraid that their invasion will disrupt the reincarnation cycle of heaven and earth. Yes. Lin Ling saw through the other party's thoughts at a glance. This was also the reason why he was so unscrupulous, because Samsara City was not the strongest in the realm of ghosts. Then he smiled and said, "Don't worry, I only came here for one purpose, to find a soul. Everything else has nothing to do with me. Of course, you also know that I am actually not dead." Yes. I'm relieved to hear that. Okay, I can help you with whatever soul you're looking for. You can go anywhere you want while you're in Reincarnation City. No one will stop you. The middle-aged man sighed. He couldn't see through Yi Fuqian, which was why he felt that Yi Fuqian was too mysterious. Fortunately, Yi Fuqian didn't mean any harm. Sure, but this is my first time in Reincarnation City. As the host, shouldn't you treat me to a drink? I see that Reincarnation City also sells wine. It's my first time trying ghost wine. Lin Ling smiled and strode forward. Yen Luo smiled wryly and followed. He felt like he was in a dream. Reincarnation City saw millions of ghosts every day. This young man was just a new ghost, but he, Yen Luo, personally served him. This was the first time in the ghost realm. There are laws in heaven and earth. These laws are above the laws of martial arts. In martial arts first, then Tao. In the end, the pursuit is still the Tao of heaven and earth. Yes. In the restaurant, Lin Ling looked around and murmured to himself. He suddenly understood something, as if he was more familiar with the laws of heaven and earth. Little friend, what is life and death? Yen Luo asked with a smile as he accompanied Lin Ling to drink. Lin Ling gently exhaled as he looked outside the restaurant. Everything there was like a mortal world. There were green brick houses, ghost trees, and leaves fluttering in the wind. This made Lin Ling's understanding of the world a little clearer. At this moment, his soul power had increased once again, and his state of mind had reached a higher level. From the 100th step, he quietly reached the 105th step. Life, this is life. Lin Ling murmured to himself. Yen Luo's eyes trembled. He seemed to have seen the laws of heaven and earth, life, old age, sickness, and death. He frowned. What is death? Death doesn't mean death. Death comes when the heart dies. Lin Ling's gaze was still fixed on the outside of the restaurant. When the falling leaves fall to the ground, that is life and death. Falling leaves don't look at the world, they look at themselves. From germination to flourishing and finally falling leaves, that is life and death. Whether it is a human or a ghost, what matters is the process, the memories. Lin Ling smiled. His heart was incomparably clear at this moment. When he had broken through to the transcendent realm before, his state of mind had been unstable, but at this moment, his martial Tao heart had become much more stable. When the falling leaves fall to the ground, that is life and death. You don't look at heaven and earth, you look at yourself. The Yama Emperor murmured as he looked at Lin Ling with a burning gaze. It was as though he was looking at the Lord of a world, the one who created the laws and ruled over everything. After leaving with the Yama Emperor, Lin Ling didn't wander around casually, because he found that the previous enlightenment had dissipated the underworld karma in the depths of his soul. So Lin Ling decided to stay in Reincarnation City. His state of mind was extremely calm at this moment, as if he had become an ordinary ghost. His sharpness had been washed away, leaving only indifference and carefree. And this state of mind gradually filled up the flaws of Lin Ling's breakthrough. In the past, Lin Ling had killed too many people to protect himself and his family. His hands were full of blood. Although it didn't affect Lin Ling, if the blood didn't disappear and wasn't refined, it would become a hidden danger sooner or later. But now Lin Ling had begun to refine the blood of killing. This didn't mean that Lin Ling had given up killing, but that he had washed away the blood of killing and made it a more normal thing in his heart. Because killing was also one of the laws of heaven and earth. Without killing, there wouldn't be peace and there wouldn't be life. On a street in Reincarnation City, an art shop opened today. The opening of the art shop was very ordinary, without any hustle and bustle. But the people on the street knew that the owner of the art shop was a young man. He must have had a wish when he was alive, so he opened the art shop after his death. The ghost citizens on the street weren't surprised by this. Their street was a very ordinary one, and the ghost citizens were all ordinary people when they were alive. It's time to seal the sword. At this moment in the art shop, the young man smiled as he watched this ordinary scene. He was Lin Ling. In order to perfect his state of mind and eliminate the underworld flames at the same time, Lin Ling chose to seal the sword. Of course, Lin Ling would release his soul power every day, searching for the second dream in the vast reincarnation city. His soul power would gradually increase during these days of sealing the sword, becoming more condensed and ancient. Even martial artists with the same level of soul power wouldn't be a match for Lin Ling. This street was very ordinary, and the ghost citizens in the surroundings gradually became familiar with Lin Ling. Because Lin Ling was approachable, many ghost citizens guessed that this handsome young man must have been an ordinary person when he was alive, because this young man didn't have the arrogance of a martial artist. Next to Lin Ling's art shop was a shop that sold straw hats and tattered clothes. This was because ghosts were afraid of sunlight. Although there was no sunlight in the ghost region, Xianxia would spread out from time to time, which was harmful to ghosts. Of course, that was only for ordinary ghosts. It didn't affect powerful ghosts that much. Therefore, this shop's business was quite good. Uncle Lin, a very powerful ghost citizen, came to my shop before. He must have been a powerful martial artist when he was alive. The shopkeeper who sold the straw hats had a cute son who was about 5 years old. His name was Lu Hu. According to Lin Ling's knowledge, his family was implicated in a battle between martial artists and died. Now that they had found each other in Reincarnation City, they gathered together. How powerful is he? Lin Ling looked at the cute child and asked. I heard that he can fly. He's very powerful. Waved his fist as if he knew everything. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled helplessly. Why aren't you coming back to help? Did you go to Uncle Lin's shop to cause trouble again? At this time, a voice came from the shop next door. It was Lu Hu's parents. The couple who bought the straw hats were very familiar with Lin Ling, because Lin Ling would often give toys. I'm coming. Called out with dissatisfaction and walked back to the straw hat shop with his short legs. Lin Ling smiled and looked at the sky before slowly returning to the art shop. His art shop obviously didn't have much business, but Lin Ling didn't mind. What he pursued was the sublimation of the state of mind. He painted every day, and what he painted was his entire life. In the art shop, there were paintings that Lin Ling painted when he was in the Ancient Yen sect, the Fire Ancient Clan, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and many more. There were also paintings of people that Lin Ling was familiar with. Uncle Lin, these sisters are so beautiful. Chapter 1449. Return to the origin. Lin Ling smiled faintly and pointed at one of the paintings. Uncle is looking for her. The person in the painting was the second dream. She's beautiful too. Huer's large eyes constantly blinked. However, when he looked at the paintings one by one, he discovered that Uncle Lin had drawn many new paintings. And these paintings were extremely beautiful. There was a dragon that stretched as far as the eye could see, a giant crow, and even a giant that resembled an ancient god. The gods and devils in the paintings were all fighting, causing to be immersed in them. Uncle Lin, how did you know how to draw these? These are legendary powerful martial artists. Said with great admiration. Just a random thought. Lin Ling said with a smile. If there were people from Shenping province here at this moment, they would definitely not recognize Lin Ling. This was because the current Lin Ling had washed away his sharpness and seemed extremely ordinary. However, if there were powerful warriors here, they would discover that Lin Ling had entered an extremely rare realm for warriors. This realm was called returning to the origin, returning everything to the very beginning. On the path of martial arts, the first step was to see a mountain as a mountain. This meant that one could learn whatever martial arts they saw. When one's foundation in martial arts was deep enough, one would step into a new realm. That was to see a mountain as not a mountain. At this realm, one could create their own martial arts. The mountain was no longer a mountain because one could already create their own martial arts. The martial arts left behind by the predecessors would not be of much help. However, after this realm, the higher realms would return to the path of the beginning. Sometimes, complex martial arts were actually simple martial arts. Everything returned to the origin. Your Majesty's soul force has increased so quickly during this period of time. It's already reached level 110. Purple Elder did not disturb Lin Ling because this kind of realm was very rare. If he missed it, he would not have another chance. And for Purple Elder, this was also the day when a swordsman sealed his sword. Swordsmen went to war and their swords cut through the world. However, there would be a day when their swords would be sealed, and when they were unsheathed again, their swords would no longer be their original swords. Samsara City is huge. Where is the second dream? In the peaceful days, Lin Ling was still searching for the second dream. His soul power was getting stronger and stronger, causing the speed of his search to be much faster. Furthermore, Lin Ling discovered that a third of Huang Kuan-Yan's negative karma had disappeared. However, Lin Ling did not find the soul of the second dream. Instead, he found that outside the Samsara City, those ferocious and terrifying ghosts were invading the city from time to time. The ghost race was different from the ghost citizens. They were born as ghost gods, and their origins could be traced back to the time when the world was created. Lin Ling wasn't interested in those big battles. He continued to enter the realm of cultivation. Every day Lin Ling would paint and occasionally go to the neighbor's house for a walk. Unknowingly, had also grown from a child to a 10-year-old. Although he was still naughty, he was obviously a lot more sensible. Ghosts can also grow. Everything in this world has its own rules. Lin Ling said with a faint smile as he looked at the changes around him. The Lord of a realm had created the rules. The rules were indeed mysterious and mysterious. Keep this painting with you at all times. Remember. After getting to know better, Lin Ling also fell in love with this good-natured little guy. Therefore he used his soul power to paint a painting and gave it to was very happy because that painting was him. Hurry up and thank Uncle Lin. Er's parents didn't care about the painting. They thought that it was just a toy that Lin Ling gave to They didn't know that the painting contained Lin Ling's soul power. If was in danger, he would be able to protect him immediately. Days passed again. Lin Ling's negative karma in his soul had disappeared by half. Lin Ling's soul power had reached level 115. However, the realm of ghosts was also filled with time. Lin Ling saw many ghosts on the streets gradually grow old. Then they were absorbed by the samsara of heaven and earth and reincarnated. Unless one had a strong soul, ordinary souls couldn't resist the invasion of time. Meanwhile, Lin Ling was also gradually aging. He was no longer as handsome as he used to be. Wrinkles had appeared on his face. Everything about him had changed just like the ghostly citizens around him. However, only Lin Ling knew that this was because he had allowed the passage of time to change. Because he wanted to elevate his state of mind, he naturally had to be the same as the ordinary ghostly citizens. As grew up, his soul became more condensed. From a child to a young man, this made Lin Ling sigh in his heart. It was as if he was watching the process of a fallen leaf sprouting and flourishing. However, respected Lin Ling very much. Sometimes he wouldn't even listen to his parents. Instead he would listen to Lin Ling. In his heart, Lin Ling was his elder. He knew a lot of things and would often tell him some mysterious stories that made him very curious. Of course, as he grew older, was no longer curious about those stories. Instead, in Samsara City he met a woman. The two of them fell in love with each other and finally walked together. Ghost marriage. Lin Ling muttered to himself. On the day of the two's wedding he also sent a congratulatory gift. The woman's appearance was ordinary. She was a lonely ghost. However, her personality was extremely kind. She also treated Lin Ling as her elder. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling looked older and older. His hair was white and his face was full of wrinkles. His soul also looked a lot more illusory. Of course, this was only on the surface. In these years, Lin Ling was thinking about the past. He found that his heart was calmer and his soul was more condensed. The Yellow Springs flame was only a little bit of karma left. In the entire street, Lin Ling was the oldest. He was respected by the ghost citizens on the street. When they saw him, many people called Lin Ling Grandpa Lin. This feeling was very strange. It made Lin Ling feel that he was really old. Of course, he did seem to be the oldest ghost on the street. This was because his neighbors, the Straw Hat couple, had both entered the cycle of reincarnation. Even and his wife had a son. Naturally, their son was not born. Instead, he was one of the new ghost citizens. The child was also 5 years old. He was innocent and like he pestered Lin Ling every day and pulled Lin Ling's beard. Lin Ling also liked the child and allowed him to be naughty. On this day, and his wife brought their son to the streets of Samsara City. "Dad, I want to buy that windmill." Little was extremely naughty. Lu smiled and nodded in agreement. When he was alive, the town he lived in was extremely chaotic. He rarely had the chance to go to the market. However, in the ghost realm, although it was still chaotic, at least it was much better than where he lived. Little is slowly growing up. I heard that many ghost citizens entered Samsara City yesterday. There are also some girls. I don't know if you can claim some. Lu's wife smiled and said, "Little is enough. If there is another naughty child, then Grandpa Lin's beard will be pulled out." Lu immediately shook his head and looked at the clothes shop on the street. Grandpa Lin is getting older. His soul is scattered and he is afraid of Xianxia. We have to buy some ghost clothes for him. After Mom and Dad left, Grandpa Lin will be my father. Okay. Lu's wife nodded. They all treated Lin Ling as their elder. Hey, this little girl is not bad. Chapter 1450. Perfect Heart of Martial Arts, bring him back. Then the young man in white waved his hand. He was lucky. In his previous life he had been a young master. Who would have thought that after he died in Samsara city, he would still be a young master? His father's soul was extremely strong and was now a terrifying existence in Samsara city. As for the woman he fancied, although her appearance was very ordinary, she had an indescribable kind temperament. This kind of ghost suited his taste. How dare you? Lu Hu's eyes widened in anger. He knew that the Samsara city was huge and there were many powerful ghosts that should not be provoked. However, the place they were in was where the ordinary ghost citizens lived. The powerful ghosts were on the other side. He did not expect to encounter a powerful ghost in such a close distance. Is there anything I don't dare to do? When I was alive there was nothing I didn't dare to do. It's the same even after I'm dead. Take him away. The white-clothed man's eyes were filled with coldness as he shouted again. Then, several ghost soldiers walked over to take Lu Hu's wife away. Mother, you are not allowed to take my mother away. Hu also saw what had happened. He quickly ran over and hugged Lu Hu's wife. Stinking brat, destroy his soul. The white-robed young master snorted coldly. Hearing his words, many of the ghost soldiers sneered and released Lu Hu's wife. They wanted to destroy Lu Hu's soul. Soon after they attacked one after another. Their powerful soul force could easily destroy Lu Hu's young soul. Seeing this, Lu Hu shouted anxiously. However, at this moment, an incomparably terrifying light bloomed. Soul fluctuations descended like the might of the heavens. On Hu's body, an ancient painting floated out. A sword shot out from the painting, ruthlessly slashing down. All of the ghost soldiers' souls were scattered. What is this? That white-robed young master's pupils constricted, and even his soul trembled. That sword made him tremble with fear, but the sword didn't stop. It slashed down again, cutting his soul into pieces. The entire street was dead silent. What a powerful painting. A sword actually flew out. Is that a sword formed from soul power? Even the ghost soldiers were easily killed. Moments later, the surrounding ghost citizens were shocked. Lu Hu stood there in a daze. What happened? Suddenly, he saw the painting that fell from Hu's body and his body trembled. That painting was given to him by Grandpa Lin when he was young. He had always liked it and kept it by his side out of respect for Grandpa Lin. He did not expect that painting would save them today. Grandpa Lin, that amiable and approachable old man. Who exactly was he? Lu Hu's heart. Let's go. Then Lu Hu's wife and children and quickly left. At this moment, Lin Ling was wearing a gray robe as he staggered through the streets. His hair was white and his face was full of wrinkles. His eyes were simple and ancient as he quietly observed the changes in his surroundings. At this moment, he was like a dusty sword that had lost its former sharpness, but had gained a sense of steadiness and mottling. No wonder the Ghost King of the Thousand-Era Ghost sect had to enter the cycle of reincarnation. It turns out that reincarnation is an extremely rare experience. It will definitely help one's martial arts in the future. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Reincarnation was something that could only be experienced personally. It was not something that could be explained with words. Only after experiencing it personally could one understand that wonderful feeling. Life was like the sea. During a battle, the sea would be turbulent. When it was calm, the sea would be like an ancient well without any ripples. This was like a song. It had a calm prelude, but it also had a soul-stirring climax. This was life. Whether it was a song or a sea, it would fade away with time. But even if it faded away, there would still be memories left in one's heart that could not be erased. Only with fierce battles, killing, tranquility, and normalcy could one's martial arts heart be perfected. It would also be more thorough when it returned to the origin. So that's how it is. Lin Ling chuckled softly. At this moment, his soul power was slowly increasing again. As he walked along the street, both sides of the street were filled with ghostly citizens. When they saw Lin Ling's staggering figure, they immediately laughed. Grandpa Lin. Taking a stroll again. Do you want to come to my house today? These ghost citizens liked Lin Ling very much. Lin Ling gave them a very peaceful feeling. It gave them an illusion that living on the same street as Lin Ling would make their souls more condensed. Little Yeezy, you're a new ghost citizen. That's Grandpa Lin. You have to be respectful when you see him in the future. A ghost citizen said to the new ghost. The new ghost was a young man of about 17 or 18 years old. He was arrogant and unruly. He did not care about the old ghost at all. What was there to be respectful about? He was not a powerful martial artist. Although he felt disdain in his heart, he did not say it out loud. Look at those ghost trees. At this moment, the ghost citizens on the street noticed something strange. They saw that wherever Lin Ling walked, the ancient ghost tree's leaves would rustle. The branches seemed to be facing Lin Ling as if they were enjoying his arrival. This strange change surprised many of the ghost citizens. Only Lin Ling knew that his soul power was getting stronger and stronger. The soul waves that he emitted could make the surrounding souls feel very comfortable. They could not help but want to get closer to him and condense their own souls. The killings over the years have gradually calmed down. The Yellow Springs karma has already disappeared. It's almost impossible to see it anymore. I think the Yellow Springs karma will completely disappear in the next few days, Lin Ling said in his heart. He looked at a green ghost tree in front of him. There were many ghost citizens under the tree. They were chatting and laughing, talking about their past lives and the interesting things that happened today. This scene was like a group of ghost citizens who had been busy all day and were gathering there to relax. Grandpa Lin is here. When the ghost citizens saw Lin Ling, they immediately helped Lin Ling over respectfully. Lin Ling smiled and sat down among the crowd. He listened to the ghost citizens chatting. This made Lin Ling's heart even more peaceful. Most of the time, he listened with a smile and did not interrupt. After a long time he slowly left. This kind of peaceful and ordinary life was basically Lin Ling's routine. Grandpa Lin Little Tiger quickly helped Grandpa Lin. When Lin Ling went back, Lu Hu and his wife also rushed over. Lu Hu called out to Little Tiger. "Okay." Little Tiger ran over and helped Lin Ling. Lu Hu and his wife did the same. They followed behind Lin Ling. However, they were still shocked because not long ago, Lin Ling gave him a painting that saved their family. This made them respect Lin Ling even more. "Lu Hu, I watched you grow up. You can't hide anything from me. Tell me." Lin Ling smiled and said in an extremely kind tone. Chapter 1451. Controlling the Yellow Spring Flame. I'm old. If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have remembered. It's just a painting, you can keep it. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Lu Hu and his wife wanted to say something but they couldn't. Lu Hu was especially shocked. He didn't expect the uncle who watched him grow up to be so mysterious. Days passed quietly and Lin Ling became even older. The painting shop was filled with paintings. Moreover, there were many different kinds of paintings. They were of ferocious-looking people who were killed by swords and flames. These paintings were obviously of people killed by Lin Ling when he was alive. This meant that Lin Ling was indifferent to killing. It was as if killing was as simple as a leaf or a painting to him. During this time, there were also powerful ghost soldiers following the reincarnation ghost general to Lin Ling's painting shop. Obviously, the death of the white-clothed young master not long ago made these experts curious about what kind of painting could be so powerful. When these experts arrived, the entire street was frightened, especially when they saw them rushing towards Grandpa Lin's painting shop. Everyone kept begging for mercy, fearing that Grandpa Lin's soul would be erased by these experts. However, what happened next shocked everyone. At that time, the reincarnation ghost general entered the painting shop alone. After a short while, his soul rushed out with a face full of fear, as if he had seen something terrifying. On the contrary, Grandpa Lin was still kind. He walked out of the painting shop and gave a painting to the reincarnation ghost general. The reincarnation ghost general put away the painting with trembling hands. After bowing carefully, he left with his ghost soldiers. This result came as a huge shock to all of the ghostly citizens. In their eyes, Grandpa Lin had become even more mysterious, and he was even more respected by everyone. Even the unruly little Yezi was respectful to Grandpa Lin because he knew how powerful the ghost general reincarnation was. However, if even the ghost general reincarnation was respectful to Grandpa Lin, this Grandpa Lin was definitely not simple. It's time to leave. On this day, Lin Ling muttered to himself. He looked at the painting shop that he had followed for many years and finally smiled. He walked forward. At this moment, he was even older, as if his soul was about to dissipate and enter the cycle of reincarnation. Grandpa Lin, are you leaving? Lin Ling didn't inform anyone about his departure, only Lu Hu and his wife. They looked at Lin Ling reluctantly, especially little Hu, his big eyes were wet. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the unchangeable rules of heaven and earth. It's time for me to reincarnate. It's fate that we met. I have a painting of the 6 paths of reincarnation in my painting shop. After I leave, you can burn the painting. You will meet again in the future. Lin Ling stroked little Huer's head and smiled at Lu Hu and his wife. Then he left. At this moment, he was like a leaf that sprouted, flourished, withered, and finally returned to its roots. This leaf did not look at the world, it looked at its own life. At this moment, Lin Ling's heart of martial arts became more complete. His soul power also quietly reached the 120th level. In the long street, the lonely old man walked forward. Many people in their homes watched as Lin Ling left. They all knew that Grandpa Lin's soul had dissipated and he was reincarnated. Lu Hu and his wife also watched the old man leave. Although they didn't feel good, they didn't stop him because this was one of the rules of heaven and earth. It was also something that they had to face. Remember, after I leave, burn the painting. In the long street, Lu Hu and his wife could still hear the old man's voice. Put on. Lu Hu and his wife knelt down, and so did little Huer. They kowtowed to the departing elder, but when they raised their heads, they suddenly realized that the old man, who had already walked further and further away, had grown taller and taller at this moment. He no longer looked old, but more like an ancient god descending from the heavens, and more like an unsheathed sword. Dad, Grandpa Lin became younger. Little Huer didn't know if it was an illusion or something else, but he said in surprise. Whether he became younger or reincarnated, Grandpa Lin is still our elder. Lu Hu murmured to himself. He kowtowed a few more times and rushed into the painting shop. He found the painting that turned into the 6 paths of reincarnation and burned it with ghost fire. A wisp of green smoke floated, forming mysterious runes that enveloped the 3 of them. These runes were carved with soul power, giving Lu Hu and his wife an indescribable sense of comfort. However, that feeling quickly disappeared and everything returned to normal. They didn't know what the painting Lin Ling left behind was for, but they believed that Grandpa Lin wouldn't harm them. Only after many years, when their souls dissipated and they entered the cycle of reincarnation, did they realize that they still had this memory. In the end, in the human world, because of this memory they found each other. Just like what Lin Ling said, they were reunited again. The other ghost citizens couldn't do this because they were reborn as humans. They were reborn and didn't have any memory at all. Of course, this was a matter of the future. At this moment, Lin Ling had left. Although his soul seemed to have dissipated, it didn't mean that he was going to reincarnate. It meant that his life as a fallen leaf had ended and he was returning to himself. His heart of martial arts had reached perfection, and he was immune to all evils. One should know that the heart of martial arts was the most ethereal. Some people walked the path of killing so they would kill for their entire life. Only by killing could their heart of martial arts be perfected. Some people walked the path of emotions so they understood the mortal world. Lin Ling's heart of martial arts lacked tranquility and calmness. Therefore he chose to reincarnate so that his heart would be clear and unaffected by anything in the world. Lin Ling was still walking on the long street. The ghost wind blew across the street, and the ghost trees on both sides of the street rustled. Leaves fell and drifted in the air. The falling leaves fall on the ground. That's life and death. They don't look at the world but at themselves. Lin Ling murmured to himself. At this moment, the yellow spring's karma in the depths of his soul finally dissipated. Rumble. At the same time, an indescribable aura was released, causing the entire reincarnation city to tremble. All the ghost citizens trembled in fear. They did not know why they were panicking, but their souls continued to tremble. It was as though they had encountered the might of the reincarnation of heaven and earth. Even the reincarnation ghost general felt an intense pressure. The flame of Yellow Springs is under his control. At this moment, in the highest palace in Reincarnation City, Yama Emperor and 3 Lives Emperor were shocked when they saw the old man walking in the city. In their eyes, this wasn't an old man, but a young man who had comprehended the origin and touched the laws of heaven and earth. Moreover, he was more like a sharp sword. Only those with great perseverance and courage can enter the reincarnation cycle and comprehend the Tao of life of a fallen leaf. He is also a martial fanatic. 3 Lives Emperor murmured to himself. Chapter 1452. The End of Reincarnation. In the past, there was a genius from the ancient Immortal Foundation who entered the 18 levels of hell and created the 18 killing Taos. There were also geniuses from the 3 mysteries of the mortal world who entered the cycle of reincarnation and finally comprehended the laws of heaven and earth. Of course, there were also those who failed and lost themselves in the end. The 3 Lives Great Emperor murmured. Comprehending one's own martial Tao seemed simple, but it was also very dangerous. Not everyone could comprehend it because it was also one of the laws of heaven and earth. I found the person he's looking for. He's currently at the Life and Death Mountain outside of Reincarnation City. There's a war of the ghost race happening there. Great Emperor Yen Luo said. He had found the person Lin Ling was looking for long ago. However, he didn't want to disturb Lin Ling's comprehension, so he didn't tell Lin Ling. However, there's no need for Great Emperor Yen Luo to remind him. He'll find him soon. This person's soul force is terrifying. It feels like he's the reincarnation of an almighty expert. The 3 Lives Ghost King shook his head and said, I have the same feeling. Don't think that we're in charge of people's past lives and reincarnation. The real almighty experts are those who have jumped out of the six paths and don't enter the cycle of reincarnation. They're not under our control. Great Emperor Yen Luo nodded. He had seen people who jumped out of the six paths and didn't enter the cycle of reincarnation. However, Lin Ling was clearly one of them. At this moment, Lin Ling was still staggering forward in Reincarnation City. His pace wasn't fast, but in a few steps he passed through a large number of streets. His soul force was like the firmament, surveying the entire Reincarnation City. In Reincarnation City, not every ghost citizen would be reincarnated. In other areas, the ghost citizen's soul power was strong and they cultivated the way of the soul. Therefore, the speed at which they aged was slower. Compared to Lin Ling's street of ordinary people, it was naturally faster. This was similar to the mortal world. Powerful cultivators had longer lifespans than ordinary people. Furthermore, Reincarnation City was huge and had countless ghost citizens. Thinking about it, Lin Ling's hometown was the rainforest sacred land. There were hundreds of regions in it, and each region had thousands of kingdoms. Such a huge place could hold countless people, and how many people died every day. Furthermore, the rainforest sacred land had 6 sacred lands. 6 sacred lands was just a small saint region in Shenping province. Plus, there were 3 mysteries of the 3 mysteries of the mortal world. Naturally, there were many ghosts that entered Reincarnation City. No wonder Lin Ling took so long. As he walked slowly along the street, Lin Ling's soul also saw familiar faces. They were all people who had died at his hands in the past. Some of these souls had been reincarnated, while others had not. When Lin Ling checked on them, they were also looking at Lin Ling. Crown Prince of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Of Third Prince of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Of 9 Heaven Xian Celestial Lord Su of, and Luo Xuaman. Of course. The moment Lin Ling's soul appeared, the souls that had been wiped out by Lin Ling in the streets, alleys, and even mansions were shocked. They saw an old man appear between heaven and earth, walking forward slowly. That old man looked ordinary, but he gave them an indescribable majesty. They even suspected that they had met Emperor Yen Luo. But the scariest thing was that the old man gave them a familiar feeling. Almost subconsciously, these ghosts thought that he was Lin Ling. What a terrifying junior. He gave me the feeling that he was a ghost, but he didn't enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. He didn't seem like a ghost that had reincarnated. Of course. He might not be dead and is comprehending martial Dao in Reincarnation City. Of course. Heaven Xian Celestial Lord Su Xing 9 Heaven Xian Celestial Lord, and many other powerful enemies that had died in Lin Ling's hands were trembling with fear. Although Lin Ling was their enemy, they only felt respect when they saw Lin Ling. The grudges of the previous life are gone with the wind. After entering reincarnation, everything starts anew. We are just passers-by. Old man. Sensing the ghost's fear, an old voice came from the sky. Heaven Xian Celestial Lord Su Xing and the other souls trembled. It was indeed Lin Ling. The path of martial Dao is like a path to the peak of heaven and earth. We failed halfway and had to start anew. But he walked further and further. Luo Xuaman looked at the figure that disappeared in the sky. Her soul rippled. In the sky, Lin Ling was still walking forward like an old man. He had a feeling that he would soon find the second dream. At this moment, outside of Reincarnation City, on the distant Life and Death Mountain, a large number of ghost soldiers were fighting against the ghost race. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. The ghost race was formed from a strand of yin energy that separated heaven and earth. It turned into 8,000 ghost races. There were the ox ghost race, the dark sparrow race, and the heavenly alligator race. They were all extremely ancient and powerful existences. Their goal was to break through the laws of heaven and earth, disrupt the order of the ghost realm, and rush into the human world. However, whether it was ghosts or humans, they all aimed to reach the peak of heaven and earth and dominate everything. As long as there was a conflict of interest, there would be a battle. If the ghost realm didn't have an existence that surpassed Great Emperor Yama guarding it, the ghost realm would have been in chaos. Not many of the 3 mysterious of the human world knew about all of this. Life and Death Mountain. At this moment, ghost energy was everywhere. Baleful energy, evil energy, and karmic energy were constantly spewing out from the ground. There were many ghost citizens in this mountain range. Because Reincarnation City couldn't accommodate too many ghost citizens, they all lived here. In this mountain range there was a place that looked like a village. Many ghost citizens were looking at the sky in fear. In the distance, the war between the ghost soldiers and the ghost race was becoming more and more intense. If the ghost race were to attack, all of the ghost citizens would be devoured. The ghost realm isn't peaceful either. Looking into the distance, a black-robed lady frowned. She was the second dream. After entering the 6 paths of reincarnation, she realized that the world inside was different from what she imagined. Beside her was Xiao Yun and many other familiar faces. Among them were many saint sons of the rainforest sacred land, the second prince of the heaven mystics kingdom, and even old man Xianxia. These were all Lin Ling's friends. After they died, they gathered together to cultivate the soul Tao. They hoped that after reincarnating they would be even more fortunate. It seems like we have to enter Reincarnation City. With great Emperor Yama around, the ghost race wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. The second prince, Yun Yishuan, frowned. Then let's leave. The second dream nodded. She didn't know Yun Yishuan, but after a long conversation she knew that these people were Lin Ling's friends. Hence she chose to believe them. All right. Old man Qin Xiao and the others nodded and prepared to leave. The second dream looked into the sky. There the ghost energy formed a vortex. It was vast and mighty, and it seemed like that proud figure had appeared. It was a pity that she would have to wait for many, many years before she could see him again. This was because only when her soul was strong enough could she reincarnate with her memories. Chapter 1453. Finding the second dream, there are a lot of ghostly citizens. Devour them. Just as a large number of ghostly citizens were preparing to leave, a pair of cold eyes appeared in the murky gray sky. Immediately thereafter, a large number of horned ghostly beings arrived in an imposing manner. Ox Ghost Clan. Many ghostly citizens sucked in a breath of cold air. This ghost race was the most tyrannical and loved to devour souls alive. Over the years, countless souls had died in the mouths of these ghosts. Moreover, many people knew that this ancient ghost race was also the predecessor of the bull-headed ghost. Crow. At the same time, a baleful aura surged in the sky. Huge dark sparrows covered the sky and covered the earth. The entire sky was filled with dark sparrows. Among them, there was a young man in a white feather robe. He looked at the large number of ghosts below indifferently as if he was looking at the best delicacies. Dark Sparrow Emperor, I've taken a liking to these ghosts. Scram. An ancient voice resounded in the sky. A huge shadow with a pair of ox horns appeared. It was the ghost ox Great Emperor. I've taken a liking to all the ghosts in the Samsara city. Do they all belong to me? Great Emperor Ox Ghost, you must be dreaming. The Dark Sparrow Emperor let out a sinister voice. He stretched out his right hand and turned it into a claw. He grabbed the dozens of ghosts and swallowed them. In the eyes of these ghosts, ghostly citizens were food. This place was obviously crueler than the mortal world because although the mortal world was also a merciless world, at least it would not devour its own kind. You're courting death. Ghost Ox Great Emperor roared angrily. However, just as he was about to attack, a large amount of ghost chi came from afar. Looking closely, the ghost chi in the sky formed a huge 9-headed lion. The lion opened its mouth and evil wind blew, making the sky even darker. 9 Originine Saint. Ghost Ox Great Emperor and Dark Sparrow Emperor's faces changed dramatically. Clearly, 9 Yuanine Saint was an extremely powerful existence in the ghost race. Moreover, other than the 9 Yuanine Saint, there were even more ghosts that had arrived. Their goal was the ghosts on the ground. It's over, we're all going to die. The faces of those ghosts were all pale as they trembled with fear. I'm afraid the ghosts of the Life and Death Mountain are doomed. Countless ghostly citizens in Reincarnation City were also watching, their hearts trembling. If they were not in Reincarnation City, they would not have been able to escape this calamity. Moreover, with so many great emperors of the ghost race there, even Great Emperor Yanluo would not dare to leave the city. This batch of ghosts belongs to me. An ancient voice drifted out. It was the voice of the 9 Yuanine Saint. We have 9 great ghost tribes here. You, the great 9 Yuanine Saint, want to take everything for yourself? Ghost Ox Great Emperor roared. Ghost wind blew out of his nose. In my opinion, let's split it equally. After all, there are 100,000 reincarnation cities, and they can't accommodate too many ghosts. Many ghosts will definitely appear outside. There's no need for us to fight over these few ghosts. The young man in white said calmly. All right, let's go to the reincarnation city in the east after devouring these ghosts. Many great emperors of the ghost clan nodded. They looked coldly at the ground as if they were looking at food. Ghost Lock Grand Array. Dark Sparrow Monarch released a terrifying soul wave that suppressed the heaven and earth, forming a mysterious ghost array that enveloped the countless ghosts below. Now none of them can escape. Haha, as expected of Dark Sparrow Monarch. Even if Great Emperor Yanluo comes, he won't be able to break your Ghost Lock Grand Array in a short period of time. There's enough time for us to devour these ghosts. Ghost Ox Great Emperor roared. On the ground, a large number of ghosts were trembling in fear. Some of them were even dispirited. Some of these ghosts were ordinary people when they were alive, while others were nobles. However, after they died, everything about them disappeared. They were just ordinary ghosts. Their life and death were ruled by other powerful beings. Sister, the second dream, what should we do? Xiaoyun looked at the second dream and asked. She was sucked into the Six Paths reincarnation when Lin Ling went to Prince Xiaobayang. It seems like we can't escape this calamity. The second dream shook her head. She refused to enter reincarnation, and the heaven and earth punished her. She was going to disappear from heaven and earth forever, and her soul was going to be devoured by others. Rumble. But at this moment, a terrifying soul wave was released. The ghost lock grand array shook violently. Then, under everyone's gaze, it was stomped to pieces. What's going on? The ghost race Great Emperor's faces changed drastically. What a powerful soul wave. Is Great Emperor Yanluo here? However, what left them surprised was that an old man had appeared in front of them. He staggered through the world, every step he took seeming calm, but they actually carried with them boundless soul fluctuations. Step by step, he broke apart the powerful ghost lock array formation. Crushed? At this moment, all the ghost race people were shocked. On the ground, the ghosts were also filled with anticipation. Someone came to save them? Who are you? All the ghost race great emperors looked at the old man solemnly. The old man looked ordinary, but he gave them a strong sense of pressure. It was as if the old man was the law just standing there. But the old man didn't even look at them. His eyes were fixed on the ghosts on the ground, and a smile appeared on his old face. What an arrogant old fart. I asked you a question and you didn't answer. Let me tell you, even if Great Emperor Yanluo sees me, he will have to treat me seriously. My soul power is one level higher than Great Emperor Yanluo's. It's at level 101. Ghost Ox Great Emperor roared. He took a step forward and turned into a ghost ox. He charged towards the old man in a mighty manner. Ghost Ox Great Nirvana. Ghost Ox Great Emperor is the strongest. That old man is dead for sure. His soul is going to be destroyed. Dark Sparrow Great Emperor narrowed his eyes. The old man had destroyed his grand array, which made him very unhappy. But there were many great emperors here. No matter how strong the old man was, he couldn't stop them. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook. Ghost Chi, Yin Chi, Baleful Chi, and Evil Chi condensed. It was as if the ghost domain was going to collapse. Only the ancient ghost ox was charging madly. On the ground, countless ghosts looked at the old man. They were all nervous. But in their eyes, the old man didn't seem to notice the great emperors of the ghost race around him. He was still moving forward. Every step seemed slow, but it was indescribably domineering. Rumble. With one step, the ghost ox great emperor's soul dissipated. It was as if he was struck by lightning. The ghost ox great emperor's soul power was over 100 levels. Hearing this, the great emperors of the ghost race narrowed their eyes. One had to know that once one's soul power exceeded 70, it would be harder to cultivate. Those who reached the 100th level were all experts on the same level as Great Emperor Yanluo. But this old man's soul power was over 100 levels. Most importantly, they saw that the old man didn't even look at them. Instead, he was looking at the ground as if he was looking at his family and friends. Anger. All the great emperors were furious. How arrogant. How dare he ignore them? One had to know that even if Great Emperor Yanluo was here, he would have to treat them seriously. He wouldn't dare to ignore them. Who the hell are you? Chapter 1454. Unsheathing the sword paw. The old man was still moving forward, not even looking at him. As he walked, something strange happened. It was as if the sun was setting in the west and the sun was rising. The old man's back slowly straightened, and his white hair seemed to turn black. His eyes were washed away of the vicissitudes of life and mottled colors, and a sharp light was quietly revealed. Die. Die. Dark Sparrow Emperor trembled in anger. He was a ghost race great emperor, an ancient figure who created the world, but he was still ignored. Kill him. Die. The ghost ox great emperor roared furiously. He had suffered a loss before, and now he wanted to devour that person's soul. Kill. Die. Many great emperors of the ghost clan roared furiously, causing chilling winds to howl in the sky. The soul power and baleful chi were extremely terrifying, forming a huge vortex. Even the reincarnation city in the distance was shaking. Great Emperor Yanluo and Three Lives Great Emperor were watching from afar, their faces filled with shock. They naturally knew who the old man was, but they didn't expect him to become so strong in such a short time. Rumble. The world changed as the ghost race great emperors swept over. Many ghost citizens on the ground became nervous. Be careful. Die. The second dream shouted anxiously. She didn't know why, but the old man gave her a familiar feeling, causing her soul to tremble. Underworld sword. Die. At this moment, a calm voice drifted out. The old man walked down from the sky. He didn't even look at the ghost race great emperors behind him. He stretched out his right hand and a huge amount of soul power turned into a white sword, slashing forward. That sword contained a 120 level soul power and the power of one of the 10 great godly flames. Underworld flames. That sword was like a fallen leaf, cutting off a leaf's life. At that moment, all the ghosts trembled in fear. It was as if they saw the underworld abyss, the most terrifying underworld flames in the world. Rumble. With one slash, thousands of ghosts were burned and the powerful great emperors were cut in half. The sword was finally out of its sheath, but it wasn't the same sword as before. It seems like his control of the underworld flames is better than Yellow Spring Great Emperor. Yama Great Emperor gasped. The underworld flames was one of the 10 great godly flames in the world. It was also the only one of the 10 great godly flames that had ghost chi. The flame was terrifying, it could burn any soul and control the soul. It was precisely because of how terrifying the flames were that even the Yellow Spring Great Emperor couldn't fully control them. However, that young man did. It was like a dream. It seems like the enlightenment he gained during this period of time has helped him. 3 lives Great Emperor Great Emperor. This is only one of the reasons. The real reason is that the hidden power in his body helped him. That mysterious power can resist the burning of the Yellow Spring Flame, so he only needs to eliminate the karma to control the Yellow Spring Flame. Emperor Yama Great Emperor. Although they didn't know what kind of power was hidden in that person's body, they were certain that that person had already obtained the Yellow Spring's flame. Rumble. Wherever the sword slashed, the white flames turned into sword rays that swept across the ghost race, killing a large number of ghost race great monarchs. The remaining ghost race great monarchs' faces changed drastically, and they quickly retreated. Terrifying, too terrifying. That young man had mastered the strongest skill that could suppress the ghost race. On the ground, all the ghosts were trembling as they stared at the person who was walking down from the sky. They were shocked to find that the person was still not looking in front of him. The previous slash was actually a casual slash. How heroic was that? Furthermore, they discovered that it wasn't an old man. It was as if the sword that had been sealed in dust had also been unsheathed at the moment it was drawn. Its sharpness was fully revealed, and it finally transformed into a handsome young man. This shocked all of the ghostly citizens. They didn't expect the young man to be so powerful. You're here. Of course, the person who surprised her the most was none other than the second dream. She was very familiar with that person. That long hair that fluttered in the wind, that handsome face, those calm eyes and that smile, everything about him was so familiar. Found you. The person who came was none other than Lin Ling. His footsteps finally landed on the ground and he smiled at the second dream. And you're also in the 6 paths of reincarnation. The second dream's eyes teared up. She didn't expect Lin Ling to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation for her. Yes, I said that I would bring you home. Lin Ling smiled again. His smile was calm, but his emotions were surging like waves. He had comprehended the reincarnation in the reincarnation city. Other than his martial heart becoming more complete, he also knew that in his life he would eventually return to his roots. He didn't look at the heavens and earth, but at himself. Therefore the process was the most important. Therefore he became more carefree and he cherished what he had. If he wanted to laugh, he would laugh. It was as simple as that. Who are you? In the distance 9 Yuan Saint roared. The 9 lion heads opened their mouths wide in anger. That young man's strength was terrifying. With a single slash, the Yellow Springs flames bloomed. Could he be the Yellow Springs Great Emperor? But even the Yellow Springs Great Emperor's Yellow Springs flame was not as terrifying as that young man. However, Lin Ling didn't answer him. He was still looking at the second dream in Xiaoyun. Only the sword formed by the soul power in his right hand was gently slashed out. It was a sword strike that was as light as the clouds and gentle as the wind. It was filled with contempt, with the power to command the winds and the clouds, and with pride. Rumble. After the slash, the 9-headed lion's expression changed drastically. He could clearly feel that the young man's soul power was stronger than his. Moreover, the young man had truly controlled the Yellow Springs flame. Retreat. Retreat. 9 Yuan Saint was just asking out of curiosity. Who knew that the young man wouldn't show any mercy at all. He wanted to kill him with a single slash. Most importantly, when the young man killed him, he didn't even look at him. It was as if killing him was the most normal thing in the world. Rumble. Although he retreated quickly, 5 of the 9 lion heads were still cut off. Moreover, the white flames were still burning. His soul almost dissipated. His eyes were filled with fear. He stood there, not daring to say a word. Other than him, none of the ghosts dared to say a word. They stared at the young man. In the end, they gritted their teeth and retreated. They were afraid. That young man's soul power is powerful. Of course, that's not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is that he has a mysterious power. It seems to be the aura of a realm lord. 9 Yuan Saint was shocked as he fled. The aura of a realm lord was an indescribable majesty. It was as if just standing there was the law of heaven and earth. They escaped. The ghosts actually escaped. On the ground, all the ghost citizens were in disbelief. In the distant reincarnation city, the ghost citizens were also in a similar situation. Today the ghosts were restless. They had joined forces and wanted to devour all the ghosts outside reincarnation city. It was very likely that they would even rush into reincarnation city. All the ghost citizens in reincarnation city were trembling with fear. Even great Emperor Yenluo didn't dare to go out. He had to guard reincarnation city. Chapter 1455. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Opening the Void. Lin Ling, you are Lin Ling. On the ground, the second Prince Yunixuan and the former clan head of the Great Qin Empire, Qin Shao, all looked at Lin Ling in shock. Lin Ling had actually come to reincarnation city. Their hearts were like thunder. How many years had it been since they last saw Lin Ling? Who knew that Lin Ling had become so powerful? Qin clan head Brother Yun? Lin Ling also looked at these familiar faces and couldn't help but laugh. At this moment he had returned to his original self. The only difference was that his martial Dao heart had an additional precious memory, and it was more complete. You are too powerful. You actually scared off the ghost race. Yunixuan and Qin clan head were extremely happy. They didn't expect to see Lin Ling after death. I was just lucky. I didn't expect to meet you guys. Lin Ling smiled as well. Old Master Qin Shao had saved him in the past and had fallen in the end. This was Lin Ling's obsession. There was also Yunixuan. During the calamity of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, he had been killed by the experts of the Su Xing Divine Palace. This was also Lin Ling's regret. Today he was able to meet these friends again. Lin Ling, do you still remember us? Yes. Other than them, the saint sons of the Rainforest Sacred Land were all looking at Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling smile even more brightly. He met his dead friends again in the ghost region. Do you want to go back? I will bring you back. Yes. All of Lin Ling's friends were extremely happy. At this moment Lin Ling's voice sounded, causing them to tremble. They could still go back? They could go back even after death? Yes. Yes. All the ghosts nodded heavily. How could they not want to go back? After all, their family and friends were still in the mortal domain. Alright, now that I have achieved my goal in the ghost region, I will bring you back. Yes. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. These people had shown kindness to Lin Ling. Today he was going to repay them all so that his heart of martial arts would be clearer. Sire, you're violating the laws of heaven and earth. Just then 2 figures flew over from afar. It was the Yama Emperor and the 3 Lives Emperor. The laws of heaven and earth are useless to me because I am the only exception. Lin Ling indifferently looked at the 2 of them. Heaven and earth had its own laws. Life, old age, sickness and death, flowers blooming and withering, this was something that no one could change. However, this did not include Lin Ling. In these peaceful years, Lin Ling had thought a lot and comprehended a lot of things. In the end, he discovered that his eyes were an existence that transcended the laws of heaven and earth. Therefore, the laws were useless against him. The 2 emperors smiled bitterly. That's right, if the laws of heaven and earth were effective against this young man, how could he have come here? Because this young man wasn't even dead. But how are you going to leave? Emperor Yen Luo shook his head and said, if you want to leave the ghost realm, the only way is to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Moreover, you are an existence that transcends the emperor realm and the ghost realm because you are the only one that is not bound by the laws of heaven and earth. However, if you return to the mortal world, you might not be the same because the laws of heaven and earth are much stronger. At present, you can't resist those laws, so instead of leaving, it's better to be an existence that roams the world in the ghost realm. The 3 Lives Great Emperor also advised. They were extremely powerful existences in the ghost realm, but above them were even stronger gods and devils, and Lin Ling was one of them. He was stronger than them. However, Lin Ling was strong in the ghost realm for 2 reasons. First, his soul force. Second, the Yellow Springs flame. Third, the mysterious power that was not bound by the laws of heaven and earth. However, if he returned to the mortal world, this power was not enough to resist the laws of heaven and earth, so Lin Ling could not do whatever he wanted like in the ghost realm. There is something in the mortal world that I can't let go of, so I must return. Moreover, my goal is not to ignore the laws of ghost realm, but to ignore the laws of heaven and earth. Only by returning to the mortal world can I become stronger and finally be free. Lin Ling looked at them calmly and smiled. This caused the two emperors' souls to tremble. This young man had given up on temporarily ruling over the mortal world and wanted to rule over the entire three realms. Then they smiled bitterly. Lin Ling's goal was too far, it was not something they could imagine. As for how to leave, I naturally know. Lin Ling looked at the sky. The mysterious 6 paths of reincarnation in the sky seemed to be completely seen through by him. He saw one of the flaws in the laws of heaven and earth, and he was the only human who was not bound by the laws of heaven and earth. Break! Break! With the soul sword in his hand, Lin Ling fiercely slashed at the sky. 120 levels of soul force was released. Rumble. As the sword slashed out, the void of the ghost realm trembled. Even the 100,000 reincarnation cities trembled. Countless ghosts were frightened and panicked. Rumble. A crack appeared in the sky, but it also gave birth to a terrifying law of heaven that could turn any living being into ashes. Of course, this did not include Lin Ling because in the face of the laws of heaven and earth, Lin Ling was the only one who was not bound by the laws of heaven and earth. Lin Ling's firm voice sounded again. He gathered all of his soul force and with the power of his eyes hidden in his body, he slashed out fiercely. Rumble. A crack finally appeared in the sky. He really did it? The two emperors were shocked. They were even more certain that Lin Ling had the power of a realm lord hidden in him. Unfortunately, this power was not strong enough to rule over the three realms. Of course, although it was not strong, it had the natural aura of a realm lord, which was why he was not afraid of the laws of Ghost Realm. Is he leaving? Seeing the 6 paths of reincarnation in the sky, the second dream and the others were excited. Lin Ling could really do it. Only one breath's time, quick. Lin Ling's soul was a little scattered. Obviously it was not easy to do this. If not for the powerful aura of his eyes, his soul force alone would not be enough to open the void. Then a purple palace appeared in his soul. It shone brightly and sucked in the souls of the second dream and the others. After doing all this, Lin Ling stepped into the void. The trip to the ghost realm was over. I am looking forward to seeing how strong he will be when he fully awakens and controls that power. Emperor Yama stared at the departing figure and mumbled to himself. It was as if he could see the birth of a realm lord. Rumble. At the moment when the void cracked open, the vast ghost realm also shook. Many ancient ghost race great venerables released their killing intent. Someone can actually open the void. That crack in the void must not be allowed to recover. We can use this loophole to enter the human realm. That junior from before had the aura of a realm lord. If we enter the human realm, we must find him and take his human realm treasures. The great venerables of the ghost clan were formless and colorless, and they swept out unpredictably. They knew that Lin Ling had a treasure that did not fear the laws of heaven and earth, but Lin Ling was not very strong. If great venerables like them attacked, they could still kill him. Ghost realm masters, do you want to touch the human realm? However, there were stronger existences in the ghost realm reincarnation city that suppressed the ghost realm masters. Chapter 1456. The return. However, even though there was a stronger existence suppressing the ghost clan's great sovereign, the void crack was still slowly opening. Of course, it would take some time for it to succeed. Lin Ling didn't even notice that there were powerful existences of the ghost clan trying to invade the human world through the void he had opened. Right now he was passing down his inheritance through the void. Not long after, the 6 paths of reincarnation above the Yellow Springs mountain began to tremble. The 4 old men guarding the ghost realm immediately sensed the disturbance. Their expressions changed drastically. Could it be that a powerful ghost clan's great sovereign had invaded? They quickly rushed into the ghost realm. Lin Ling didn't know any of this. At this moment, a black figure slowly appeared in the 6 paths of reincarnation and walked down from the sky. At that moment, the souls that were still walking in the Yellow Spring mountain trembled. They stared at the handsome young man in the sky with awe in their blank eyes. I'm back. Staring at the Yellow Spring mountain, Lin Ling chuckled. This trip to the ghost realm was full of twists and turns. Even he couldn't imagine what had happened. However, the final result was very good. Lin Ling not only obtained the Yellow Spring flame, but also greatly improved his soul power. Moreover, the Eye of Time was no longer so unfamiliar to him. Moreover, he found the second dream. I don't know how much time has passed. How is the human realm? I don't know if I missed the final assessment of the referral quota. Lin Ling frowned. He took a step forward and shot toward the Yellow Spring Abyss. It's you. You didn't die and came out of the 6 paths of reincarnation. At that moment, the Yellow Springs mountain began to tremble. The ancient mountain range actually transformed into an indomitable giant that looked at Lin Ling in shock. The Yellow Spring Emperor. Lin Ling also looked at the giant. Naturally, he knew who it was. Junior, why aren't you dead? The Yellow Spring Emperor also remembered Lin Ling. If he remembered correctly, this junior should have died in the Yellow Spring Abyss. It's none of your business. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He didn't show much respect to the giant. You're courting death. The Yellow Spring Great Emperor was enraged. Even the 4 pillars and 8 pillars couldn't block his palm. Lin Ling looked even weaker than those people. How could he block it? If I had a physical body, I wouldn't be a match for you. But I'm a spiritual body, you can't do anything to me. Moreover, I also have the Yellow Springs flame. Lin Ling continued to float forward. The terrifying Yellow Spring flame bloomed from the depths of his soul, as if it wanted to burn the entire Ghost Region's Yellow Spring Mountain. You control the Yellow Springs flame? How is this possible? What is going on? The ancient Yellow Spring giant screamed in fear. At this moment he could not see through the young man. However, the young man was right. If the young man had a physical body, the young man would be like an ant to him. However, if the young man was in the form of a soul, the giant realized that the young man's soul was very powerful. It was not weaker than his. A soul body was obviously not something he could easily kill. I'm going to take back my body and leave this place. You can stop me, but the result is obvious. Because you can't kill my soul body, you've made an enemy of me. How about it? Do you want to fight or do you want to shake hands peacefully? Lin Ling's soul stopped in front of the Yellow Spring giant and looked at him indifferently. If Lord Pu was here, he would be so shocked that he would vomit blood. Because the Yellow Spring Great Emperor had returned, they could only run away. However, Lin Ling was not afraid. He even dared to negotiate with the Yellow Spring Great Emperor. Alright, I agree. After all, you're one of the possessors of the Yellow Spring's flame. Moreover, I can't kill your soul. Rather than that, why don't we be friends? The Yellow Spring Great Emperor said indifferently. He was not a fool. This young man must be a terrifying existence since he could return from the reincarnation city. Although he was still very weak, he couldn't kill him. Therefore, it was better to shake hands and hand him over to a friend. Thank you. I want to go to the Yellow Spring Abyss. Lin Ling smiled as if he knew that the other party would compromise. Then he flew towards the Yellow Spring Abyss. Your Excellency, must you have a physical body? Isn't it better to rely on your soul? You'll be stronger. If you have a physical body, you'll be more of a burden. The Yellow Spring Great Emperor looked at Lin Ling and reminded him. I'm a triple cultivator of essence, chi and spirit. A physical body is indispensable. Although my strength will be weakened when my soul returns to my physical body, I'll be stronger with a physical body in the future. Lin Ling replied indifferently. Then, he turned into a ray of light and disappeared in front of the Yellow Spring Great Emperor. What a terrifying junior. Could it be that he's not afraid of the laws? The Yellow Spring Great Emperor said in shock. Then he turned into the Yellow Spring Mountain again. Rumble. At this moment, Lin Ling was flying straight down from the Yellow Spring Abyss. He was no longer afraid of encountering Yellow Spring Yen along the way. After a while, that familiar body finally appeared in front of him. Lin Ling's calm heart couldn't help but feel excited. He could go back now that he had a physical body. Your Majesty, the trip to the Ghost Realm was a turning point in your life. Elder Z's voice finally floated out. At this moment he was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Ling to have an existence that surpassed the Violet Palace realm. If there were no accidents, he would become a realm lord in the future. Yes, especially that reincarnation. It gave me many memories and made me more familiar with the laws of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, I only touched the surface. Lin Ling smiled. Then he turned into a ray of light and shot into his physical body. Then that familiar feeling finally spread throughout his body. In the Yellow Spring Abyss, a sleeping black-robed youth finally opened his eyes. At that moment, the evil spirits in the Yellow Spring Abyss groaned in pain as if they had seen a terrifying existence. However, the youth didn't care about them. He looked at the sky and finally, a smile appeared on his face. Human realm, I'm back. Then the black-robed youth took a step and shot into the sky. At this moment he couldn't wait to go back. Your Majesty, your soul can control the Yellow Spring flame, but your physical body can't. The yellow spring flame is one of the 10 great divine flames of heaven and earth. If your physical body uses this divine flame, it will be burned to ashes. Elder Z reminded when Lin Ling left the yellow spring abyss. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. In fact, he could control the yellow spring flame, but he wasn't familiar with the 10 great divine flames of heaven and earth. He didn't even have the time to figure out what powerful divine abilities they had. Now that he heard Elder Z's words, he frowned. It seemed that the 10 great divine flames of heaven and earth couldn't be used just because one had obtained them. It also depended on one's own strength. I'll slowly study this matter when I return to the human realm. Lin Ling didn't think too much and left the Yellow Spring Abyss. Then he arrived at the Yellow Spring Mountain and flew towards the Yin Mountain without stopping. Looking at Lin Ling's departure, the Yellow Spring Emperor said indifferently, "I wonder how strong the junior will be the next time we meet." He had great expectations for Lin Ling. He knew that Lin Ling's future would be extremely terrifying. Rumble. Chapter 1457. The Guardians of Hell's Gate. Staring at the four figures, Lin Ling stopped and floated back to the ground. And from afar, four ancient silhouettes soared through the air, causing Lin Ling to stare at them calmly. Out of the four, 3 of them were the 3 ancient guardians of the Ghost Face Pass. As for the last one, Lin Ling didn't recognize him, but he knew that his status shouldn't be low. But why would the 4 of them, who were supposed to be the guardians of the Ghost Face Pass, appear here? Similarly, the 4 old men also looked at Lin Ling with surprise in their eyes. "It's you." One of the old women stared at Lin Ling. She had the deepest impression of Lin Ling. This junior had come to Ghost Face Pass before, but because his cultivation didn't meet the requirements, he was stopped by them. However, not long after, that junior came again with a cultivation of Saint Transcendence Realm. Most importantly, she sensed that this junior was a rare cultivator who cultivated essence, energy, and spirit. And now, she sensed that this junior had reached the Saint Realm. Xiao xiao xiao. The 4 old men all stopped and landed in front of Lin Ling. "What's your name? Did you come from Yellow Spring Mountain?" the old woman asked in surprise. The 4 of them came here because they sensed the void fluctuations in the 6 paths of reincarnation, so they thought that the ancient existences of Ghost Domain were about to invade, but they didn't expect to see such a little guy on their way here. "My name is Lin Ling, I came from Yellow Spring Mountain," Lin Ling said bluntly. "You're not dead." Among the 4, a burly old man frowned and asked in disbelief. "I'm right in front of you. If I'm dead, Senior should be able to sense it," Lin Ling said indifferently without much fear. He had spent his whole life practicing martial arts, and after entering reincarnation he was able to comprehend the life of fallen leaves. His heart was calm without any fluctuations. The 4 old men's expressions changed. As far as they knew, a great battle had happened in Yellow Spring Mountain. The Yellow Spring Great Emperor had returned and killed many top experts, but this first Heaven Saint Realm Jr. was still alive. This was too strange. They couldn't help but look at Lin Ling carefully and found that Lin Ling's expression was as calm as an ancient well, unmoved by the world. The light in his eyes gave them the feeling that they were the juniors in front of Lin Ling. This feeling was indescribable, but it was so real. "Your Earth grade Saint physique?" one of the old men asked indifferently. "That's not the case. My physical body is strong, it's already a yellow grade immortal physique. It has a certain chance of resisting the power of the 5 elements, wind, lightning, fire, and baleful energy," Lin Ling answered truthfully. Aside from his fiend god overlord body, he was also hiding the Yellow Springs flame, so he also displayed a bit of his talent. He knew that if he didn't find an explanation, these experts wouldn't believe that he, Lin Ling, could return from the Yellow Springs Mountain. Moreover, Lin Ling was indeed strong in the ghost realm, but that was because his soul was strong, surpassing many ghosts. However, in the human world, Lin Ling was not the strongest. A certain chance of resisting the power of the 5 elements, wind, lightning, fire, and baleful aura. And this kind of innate immortal physique? This is too rare. The moment Lin Ling's words fell, the 4 old men all sucked in a breath of cold air. "Aso," Lin Ling calmly said. Currently he was a triple cultivator of essence, energy, and spirit. His mortal body, cultivation, and soul force were his weakest in terms of potential. This was the reason why he was able to display such talent. "Aso." The 4 old men's pupils constricted again as they carefully looked at Lin Ling. They realized that Lin Ling wasn't deliberately boasting, but seemed to be telling the truth. A Saint Realm Saint physique is not very rare for the 3 legends of the human world. However, to be able to resist so many types of power, this is very rare. He can be considered a Saint Realm genius. It shouldn't be difficult to recommend him to the three legends. Let's see how his martial arts are. After all, many people have great talent but ordinary martial arts. This kind of young man is not worthy of our attention. The four old men whispered. One of them took out a crystal gem and said to Lin Ling, "This gem is the sun, moon, and stars. Hold the stone. If the stone emits orange light, then we will give you a great opportunity." The sun, moon, and stars stone? Lin Ling sensed that the four old men had no ill intentions towards him. He immediately took the stone and held it in his hand. The moment he held it, Lin Ling entered a very strange world. There were many people practicing martial arts. It seemed complicated, but in fact, it was the most basic move of martial arts cultivation. Straight punch, horizontal kick, uppercut, and downward move. With just a glance, Lin Ling understood. Then, in the world, the people practicing martial arts began to change. The martial arts already had the taste of the great mysteries of heaven and earth, extremely tyrannical. So it's a test of comprehension. Lin Ling immediately understood. That level of martial arts was not difficult for him. The sun, moon, and stars began to emit red light. This red light represented Lin Ling's comprehension of martial arts. Not bad. His saint physique is not bad, and his comprehension of martial arts is not weak. However, this only means that he is a genius. If he wants to become a disciple of one of the three great legends of the mortal world, he is still a little lacking. Two old men said indifferently. However, just as they finished speaking, the sun, moon, and stars stone emitted a yellow light, making the four old men smile. It seemed that it was not just not bad but very good. Emitting a yellow light meant that Lin Ling had comprehended a great law. A first-layer saint who had comprehended a heavenly pattern martial arts great law, and his comprehension was not bad. This was very rare. It's not difficult to get a recommendation, the old woman said. Xianxia. However, the sun, moon, and star stone's light changed again, finally turning orange. At this moment, the four old men's eyes narrowed. Orange, this meant that Lin Ling's comprehension of the great law had reached the large success stage or even the peak. It was even possible that he had reached the transcendent realm. This also meant that with Lin Ling's potential, his comprehension of martial arts would eventually reach the transcendent realm. With this kind of martial arts talent, it would not be difficult to become a disciple of a legend. The sun, moon, and star stone represents the three colors of red, yellow, and orange. Your cultivation realm is not high, but you can reach orange. Your comprehension of martial arts in the future will not be low. In addition, your talent is not low. You can become a disciple. The old woman smiled. Previously, she thought that Lin Ling must have some strength to be able to return from the Yellow Springs Mountain. Now that she had verified it, it was indeed so. This stone seems to have more than three colors. Chapter 1458. Emperor Purple Gold Medallion, the fourth color shouldn't be too difficult, right? Lin Ling muttered to himself as he looked at the stone in his hand. Little friend, you should be content with what you have. You should know that your current martial arts talent is already very good, but the fourth color is not something you can step into, because it has already surpassed the realm of ordinary martial arts. Alright, I said it before. It's good that you know. You don't need to ask us because we also don't know what the fourth color is. The four old men's faces were a little ugly. Lin Ling could sense the four colors of the sun, moon, and stars. This was already very good, but Lin Ling was too arrogant. He actually said that the fourth color was not difficult to know. One had to know that even they didn't know what the fourth color was. Therefore, when Lin Ling said this, they suddenly felt that they couldn't put their faces down. The fourth color is purple. As soon as their voices fell, Lin Ling raised his head and said. He felt that the sun, moon, and stars were actually very simple, and he didn't understand why the four old men felt that it was very difficult. As soon as his words fell, the sun, moon, and stars in Lin Ling's hand bloomed with a purple light. The four old men were all dumbfounded and shocked. Lin Ling actually made the sun, moon, and stars emit the legendary purple color. Moreover, they stared at Lin Ling and realized that Lin Ling didn't want to prove how powerful he was or how strong his talent was. Instead, he revealed a normal expression, as if to say that the fourth color wasn't very difficult, as if it was as simple as drinking water. How could you possibly make the fourth color? The four old men said stupidly. The fourth color is the martial arts at the beginning. Lin Ling felt that this was very normal. The most complicated martial arts were actually the simplest martial arts, and they were also the martial arts at the beginning of the illusion. Moreover, he felt that the fourth color was even simpler than the previous three colors, which was why he said it wasn't very difficult. Your martial arts comprehension has reached the realm of returning to the origin. Yes. The four old men looked at Lin Ling in shock. After hearing Lin Ling's words, they finally understood why they couldn't make the fourth color. It was because they had experienced red, yellow, and orange, so they subconsciously thought that the fourth color would be more complicated and profound. They had forgotten the simple martial arts when they held the sun, moon, and star stone for the first time. And this was also returning to the origin. Of course, this was easy to say, but it was still very difficult for them to do it. This was because this was a type of comprehension of martial arts, a comprehension of the world, and the fourth color was also a comprehension of the Grand Tao of the world. The Grand Tao of heaven and earth was obviously above the heavenly rune martial arts. However, a young man at the first layer of the Saint Realm had such talent. If he could raise his cultivation level, it would mean that his strength would be extremely powerful. What a terrifying monstrous talent. Thinking, the four old men said Lin Ling. How could they know that Lin Ling had comprehended the realm of returning to the origin when he entered Reincarnation City? Moreover, he was the only exception in the ghost realm, so he was naturally more familiar with the heaven and earth's Tao. I have a purple jade token here. If you meet the three legends of the mortal world, you can directly use it and become their disciple. The old woman put away the golden jade token and replaced it with a purple one. I don't need to go through any tests? Lin Ling frowned, extremely surprised. In fact, the four elders were even more surprised than he was. Their previous test was because Lin Ling had come out of Yellow Springs Mountain. They were curious, so they casually tested him. Who knew that they would encounter such a terrifying monster? Lin Ling, the reason why I gave you the purple token is because the mortal world is in danger. The ghost realm and devil realm's ancient great sovereigns are restless and will invade the mortal world at any time. Therefore, the three legends of the mortal world want to nurture a large number of geniuses to resist the invasion of gods and devils in the future. Explained the old woman. She knew that Lin Ling was surprised, so she explained. Don't think that the ghost realm is a safe place, it's just a small part of the ghost realm. If you succeed in reincarnation, there are terrifying ghost clans there. They devour souls and humans. Therefore, I hope that you can sense danger and know how strong the ghost clans are, said the other one solemnly. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Ghost clans? Sorry, he had already killed a lot of them. Thank you, masters, said Lin Ling politely. I have a 9 worlds Ganoderma, I obtained it in the outside of worlds. It's fate that we met today, so I'll give it to you, said the old woman smiling. She gave him a jade box. Lin Ling took it and smiled gratefully. He really needed resources to practice cultivation. Alright, leave the ghost realm and go back to the human world. Jianghu, the celestial stage, the 7 emperors of the world, and the 3 legendary cultivators of Champion University. If you meet them, just tell them that you have a purple emperor talisman and they'll take care of you, said the old woman. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Alright, I'm off. Then he flashed away and rose up in the air. At the same time he thought, I thought that I was disqualified because I missed the final exam. Who would have thought that I would be so lucky? Lin Ling was very sure that the human emperor's purple gold medallion was real because the 3 great ancients who guarded the gates of hell represented the entire human world. Therefore there was no need for them to lie to him. Since he had not lost his qualifications, he would not implicate Lady Water Mist. He knew very well that 3 months had passed, and his disappearance would definitely cause Lady Water Mist to be punished. That talisman isn't as simple as being an imperial disciple, said the 4 old men, smiling indifferently when they saw Lin Ling leave. If the sun and moon star stone had shown orange lights, they would have given Lin Ling a golden talisman, which meant that he was an imperial disciple. But if it had shown purple lights, it meant that he wasn't an imperial disciple. Lin Ling didn't know about any of this. As he moved forward, he gradually approached the ghost domain's ghost face pass. This made him sigh in his heart. He had benefited greatly from this trip to the ghost domain, but he had also witnessed even more powerful existences in the world. For example, the ghost domain, and the struggle for supremacy in Yin Mountain and so on. He now knew that Shenping Province wasn't the best place in the human world, and the 3 Shen cultivators were the same. The world was gigantic, it seemed like there was no end. After a long time, Lin Ling came out of the Black Palace. The chi of the human world filled the air. It wasn't the ghost chi anymore, it was the real chi of the human world. I'll go home and have a look. Lin Ling didn't stay for too long and left immediately. Shenping Province was still the same as before. But half a year ago there was a sensational news. The news was that Lin Ling had fallen. Chapter 1459. The challenge to Lin Ling. Many people looked up to and worshipped such a battle record. However, the path of the strong was always filled with trials and tribulations. Lin Ling had just risen and many people were imagining his limitless future, but he had fallen. Many people didn't even know where he had fallen. It could only be said that the heavens were jealous of geniuses. As for Lin Ling's death, the one who received the greatest blow was Lady Water Mist. This was because Lin Ling had not been present when she had recommended the human emperors. As a result, her recommendation had been taken away from her. It was even as if she had cheated the 7 human emperors. She was ridiculed. Of course, not many people cared about this matter in Xianping province. Xianping province didn't have much, but there were many monstrous geniuses. If someone fell today, someone else would rise in the future. This was the law of heaven and earth. Many people even mocked him coldly. After all, people were selfish. No one wanted others to surpass them and stand above them. Lin Ling had been too outstanding in the past. He had dared to fight Hong Qiandi and challenge Golden Armor King. Many people thought that he couldn't see through himself. Now that he had fallen, everyone thought that he was a monstrous genius who had passed his prime. In Shenyuan and Shenhuang, there were even fewer people who knew about Lin Ling. Even in the battle for hegemony in Yin Mountain, many people knew that there was a rising powerhouse in Xianping province. However, most people didn't know about Lin Ling, nor did they know that it was Lin Ling. At this moment, the rainforest sacred land seemed to have an oppressive atmosphere. Everyone's face was heavy. Even after half a year, they still couldn't accept that their legend Lin Ling had fallen. After all, the young man in the past was unyielding. He had gone through great storms and led them to become stronger and protect their home. But today he had left forever? Without Lin Ling, what pride did the 6 sacred regions have? Without Lin Ling, how would others bully the 6 sacred regions? After all, adding insult to injury and stepping on the head of a former monstrous genius was probably something that many people would be happy to do. Indeed, everyone kicks a man when he is down. Moreover, Lin Ling had been so dazzling in the past. Now that he had fallen, others naturally wouldn't kick him when he was down. Lin Ling, what glory and pride. A man should be arrogant in the world. We all admire him. Today, I'm here to learn from Senior Lin Ling's glory. In the sky above the rainforest sacred ground, more than 10 figures appeared. They were all in their 20s and there were both males and females. They all looked extremely noble. Of course, this was indeed the case. They were the geniuses of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars Hong residence. Hong Zetian. He was also one of the most powerful geniuses in the Hong mansion. However, Hong Tiandi and his brother were in the Hong mansion, so his glory was overshadowed. Moreover, he heard that Lin Ling wanted to challenge Hong Tiandi. In the end, he failed and fell. Now, he naturally came to humiliate this Lin Ling who overestimated himself. When these people arrived, a large number of people in the rainforest sacred land looked solemn. Old ancestor Tai Yen Yuman Yun Qin Shaolan, and the others all came out to greet them. Among them were the genius masters of the Starry Sky Left Court Palace and the Fiery Right Court Palace. They had all stepped into the transcendent realm, but compared to the people in the sky they were still weaker. Who are you? On the ground, Yuman Yun said indifferently. Then, with a wave of her right hand, the 1,000-sound 10,000-star array of the rainforest sacred land began to operate. This spirit array is not bad. It has absolute lethality against transcendence. I didn't expect Lin Ling's hometown to have such a treasure. In the sky, Hong Zetian looked indifferently at the spirit array. Senior brother, I'll do it. It's just a trivial spirit array. Can it stop our Hong mansion's people? One of the young men walked out disdainfully. His hands moved frequently and a spear stabbed down fiercely. At that moment, it was as if a thunderbolt had struck. He actually had a terrifying yellow grade 3rd grade talent. Long. The huge spear seemed to pierce through the ground and smashed into the ground. The spirit array collapsed. The spirit array could only stop transcendence, so it obviously had little effect on them. Hong Mansion? The 4 pillars Hong Mansion's people? On the ground below, Yuman Yun and the others' faces turned solemn. They didn't expect that the 4 pillars Hong Mansion's people would come to their small place. We're here to find Lin Ling. We want to learn from each other. Tell Lin Ling to get the hell out here. In the sky, a proud voice floated out from Hong Zetian's mouth, causing the faces of everyone in the rainforest holy land to turn ugly. Lin Ling had already fallen. Who didn't know that? That person deliberately came to find Lin Ling obviously. He was asking the obvious with the intention of humiliating him. Sorry, Lin Ling is no longer here, so we can't learn from each other. Yuman Yun gritted her teeth and said indifferently. Lin Ling, how proud was he? In the past, he dared to challenge my Hong Mansion's senior brother Hong Tiandi. Why is he like a coward today? Haha. He's always been a coward. Haha. Get the hell out here or I'll make your people suffer. Of course, I'll also take away Lin Ling's wife. Haha. In the sky those young men were laughing. They did it deliberately. Lin Ling was dead, but how could they let Lin Ling off so easily? Because Lin Ling dared to challenge Hong Tiandi in the past and killed Hong Tianting. Today they came to humiliate him. Lin Ling trash, get the hell out here. Go. Hong Ziqian roared again. Sir Venerable is not here. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Go. On the ground, Mu Mu from the starry sky left court palace stepped out and looked at Hong Ziqian fearlessly. You're just a transcendent. You're too weak to be my opponent. Lin Ling is barely qualified, but is Lin Ling a coward? We came to challenge him, but he actually let a woman stand up for him. Hong Ziqian asked despite knowing the answer, as if he thought Lin Ling was still alive and mocked him proudly. Bastard. Go. Everyone from the Rainforest Holy Land clenched their fists. When Sir Venerable was here, they didn't dare to be arrogant. Now that Sir Venerable was dead, they hit him when he was down. I'll fight you, Lin Ling's wife Yuman Yun. Go. At this moment, an ancient aura spread out from the ground. Yuman Yun used the 72 demons of heaven, Great Illusion White Dragon King. I'll also fight you. Yes. At the same time, Qin Xiaolan used the ancient flame devil. This was given to her by Lin Ling before he left. Of course, because she was weak, she couldn't control it well. Other than the ancient flame devil, the Xianxia king had also arrived, causing the young men in the sky to squint their eyes. This Lin Ling was really generous. The women around him all had the body of a demon god, which meant that they also had the body of a first-grade yellow-class immortal. Because the ancient flame devil and Xianxia king were both at the peak of the transcendent realm, they were indeed not weak. Of course, the most terrifying one was the Great Illusion White Dragon King, which was also ranked high among the 72 demons of heaven. Not bad, a demon god. In Xianping province, it's an extremely powerful existence. Unfortunately, you're facing the 4 pillars and 8 pillars of the Hong clan, the strongest existence in the world. Kneel down. Hong Ziqian shouted coldly. A huge Saint Sea descended and a heavenly mark martial art was released. It turned into a huge palm and slammed down fiercely. Rumble. Chapter 1460. I'm back. Meng Yun. Ancestor Tai Yen and the others shouted anxiously. Their hearts were heavy. The geniuses of the Hong Manor were indeed powerful. As for the people from the Rainforest Holy Land, they clenched their fists tightly, especially those from the Starry Sky Left Court Palace and the Blazing Right Court Palace. They wished they could become stronger to protect their homeland. That's all you got. Hong Ziqian walked down from the sky. The great laws of martial arts suppressed everyone, making it difficult for them to breathe. Lin Ling, where's that trash? Come out and fight me. His voice was filled with disdain as it floated out of his mouth once again. Today he had come to humiliate Lin Ling's hometown. When he returned, he could tell the people in the Hong clan and make them envious. Sir, do you want to die? Lord Pu has ordered that anyone who dares to behave atrociously in the Rainforest Holy Land will be killed without mercy. At this moment, an ancient voice rang out, causing the faces of the geniuses in the Hong Manor to change drastically. Lord Pu? One of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars? They couldn't afford to offend someone with such strength. Under everyone's gaze, an old man slowly walked out. His cultivation had reached the 4th heaven saint realm. His strength was so great that no one dared to underestimate him. My lord, Lin Ling challenged my senior brother Hong Tiandi in the Hong Manor. Today we're here to invite him to a battle. Hong Tianzi pondered for a moment and said immediately. The old man frowned. He had received an order that forbade anyone from killing Lin Ling's family. However, the other party's excuse was very good. They were here to invite Lin Ling to a battle. In addition, Lin Ling had indeed agreed to a battle with Hong Tiandi. Therefore he couldn't refute. Lin Ling is already dead. The old man said indifferently. My lord, did you see it with your own eyes? In addition, Lin Ling's challenge to Hong Tiandi is challenging the entire Hong Manor. Unless he admits defeat personally, we don't think he's dead. Therefore this battle is unavoidable. Hong Tianzi stepped out and his aura gradually became stronger. Although the old man represented the Shantian dynasty and could not be offended, they also represented the Hong residents. Therefore, as long as they could find an excuse, they would not be afraid of the old man. That's right, and I think that Lin Ling isn't dead. He just doesn't dare to fight, so he pretended to be dead. Trash. The other geniuses from the Hong mansion said coldly. Don't go too far. The people of the Rainforest Holy Land roared in anger. If he's not trash, why doesn't he dare to come out and fight? Hong Ziqian sneered. He scolded Lin Ling as trash in front of everyone. He knew that these people regarded Lin Ling as their faith and now he was going to destroy that faith. If you don't come out then I can only challenge you one by one. Let's see how many women Lin Ling has that can fight for him. Hong Ziqian bellowed once again, his gaze fixed on the old man. Lord Pu said that we can't provoke the rainforest's sacred land, but he didn't say that we can't challenge them, right? The old man's face also turned ugly. What an arrogant junior. He actually dared to find a loophole in Lord Pu's words. If you have anything to say it to Lord Hong of the Hong Mansion. Hong Ziqian ignored the old man and took a big step forward, releasing a powerful aura that seemed to want everyone in the rainforest's sacred land to kneel down. At the same time he shouted, Lin Ling, come out and fight. Are you going to be a coward in front of me? Do you want to fight me so badly? At this moment, a calm voice floated in the sky. That familiar voice was still so arrogant and unruly. When everyone in the rainforest's sacred land heard it, their bodies trembled violently. They looked up at the sky and saw a black-robed young man striding over. He carried an ancient sword on his back, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. His handsome face was still so familiar, but his eyes were different. The sharpness was still there, but there was an indescribable vicissitude in them. Boom. The hearts of everyone in the rainforest's sacred land exploded. He's back. He really didn't die. I knew it. He definitely won't die. On the ground, Yuman Yun, Qin Xiaolan, and the others all had tears in their eyes. This scene was like a dream, but everything was so real. How is that possible? Lin Ling was personally told by Lord Pu that he died in the ghost realm. He's still alive. The old man from the Shentian dynasty also gasped and stared at Lin Ling. He suddenly realized that Lin Ling was mysterious. It was as if nothing in the world could stop him, not even death. I'm back. At this moment the one who arrived was Lin Ling. He looked at his family and friends indifferently and finally said softly. This sentence also told everyone that he, Lin Ling, had returned from the reincarnation cycle. Lin Ling. Lord Supremacy. At this moment the entire rainforest sacred land burst into cheers. Their faith was indeed immortal. Isn't he dead? Why is he still alive? The geniuses of the Hong residence frowned. They naturally knew that Lin Ling was dead. Today they came to humiliate Lin Ling's family and friends, and even kill them to vent their anger. Who knew that Lin Ling was not dead, but Lin Ling actually came back alive. At this moment, the geniuses of the Hong residence stared at the black-robed young man. Their hearts trembled. They didn't know why, but the young man was like the sky, giving them a strong pressure. This pressure was so strong that even when facing the Hong Tiendi they didn't feel it. The feeling he gives me is like a dusty sword, but also like a sword that's been unsheathed. It's like a sword that's been through thousands of battles. Hong Ziqian also muttered to himself. He had heard of Lin Ling's name, but this was the first time he saw Lin Ling. You want to fight me? Lin Ling's gaze fell on Hong Tianzi. His words were soft, but Hong Tianzi's body trembled. He didn't know why, but there was a voice in his heart that said, I don't dare. However, when the voice sensed that Lin Ling was only a first heaven saint, Hong Tianzi relaxed. No matter how mysterious Lin Ling's aura was, his realm was still there. Hong Tianzi was a second heaven saint with a 4th grade yellow rank immortal body. Therefore he didn't fear Lin Ling at all. That's right. I heard that you want to fight senior brother Hong Tiendi, so I sent him an invitation. Of course, it seems like you don't need to go because you'll only be courting death. Why don't you die in my hands today? Hong Ziqian laughed proudly. Is this why you're here? Lin Ling said indifferently. That's right. Now I'll fight you on behalf of Hong Tiendi. However, to be fair, you must let Lord Pu's men leave first. Hong Ziqian snorted. Why? Lin Ling's eyes were still calm, as if he wouldn't be alarmed even if the sky collapsed. However, there was a cold glint in the depths of his eyes. Of course, if Lord Pu's men help you during the fight, then I'll be at a disadvantage. Moreover, at the critical moment of the fight, if there's an expert to stop you, then this fight will be in vain. So let him leave first. Hong Ziqian shouted angrily. Lin Ling didn't know the rules. If he defeated Lin Ling or was about to defeat Lin Ling, what if the old man helped him? This fight wouldn't be fair at all.